Cargoes for Crusoes ***** Cargoes for Crusoes Grant Overton by Grant Overton about books and authors Cargoes for Crusoes Authors of the day American Nights Entertainment When winter comes to Main Street The women who make our novels Why authors go wrong and other explanations Novels The 1001st Night Island of the Innocent The Answer A World Without End Mermaid Cargoes for Crusoes by Grant Overton New York, D. Appleton and Company New York, George H. Doran Company Boston, Little, Brown and Company Printed in the United States of America Copyright, 1924, by Grant Overton First printing, September, 1924. Press of J. J. Little and Ives Company New York, U.S. Abound in interlaken cloth Let's give him a book. He's got a book. This book is dedicated to all those who, though having one book, sometimes enjoy another. Preface being a true account of how a priceless cargo was delivered to a desert island or how that I, Robinson Crusoe, came to be wrecked with others of the ship's company on a desert island, all being lost save my unworthy self, hath in a precise manner been narrated by one D. Defoe in the book he saw fit to entitle with my name, but his ending is indifferent. For novels like Defoe's must have the happy ending, so styled. Yet is the truth often happier far than fiction. Being no hand to invent a tale, I am content to set down in this place events as I humbly took part in them. Let me declare, then, that here on my desert island I for long suffered great loneliness and consequent distress of soul. This went on many days. Howbeit, while sunk very low in my spiritual state and with expectation nearly gone, a huge ship passing near lay bought painfully with a storm by the mercy of God being compelled to throw overboard, or, as they say at sea, to jettison, the greater part of her cargo. And being thus lightened she stood away from the island and went on her course safely. The same storm cast upon the shore the rich treasure wherewith she had been laden, so many wooden boxes or cases, packed tightly and well lined, which for the most part were washed up undamaged and, within, scarcely dampened except it may be for an inch or two. Coming down to the shore the morning after I stood transfixed with astonishment at the sight of something lying on the sand. It was a book. When I had a little recovered from my amaze, my joy and ecstasy knew no way to communicate itself, and almost immediately, my eye falling on the cases strewn along the beach, I capered with delight. I brake open the boxes, one after the other fast as I could work. All were brimmed with the newest books. Since that day I have not lacked instruction and entertainment, and deem that Providence, at trifling expense to the maritime insurers, hath rescued me from boredom forevermore. And this I deem the only rescue worth a finger snap in this life of ours, and one that a great majority of people do never accomplish. My days and nights have been and yet are filled with most various delights. My walks are taken with a great company of authors and my conversations are held with them. With such profit and satisfaction do I read that more than once, being sighted by a vessel which then stood by to take me off my island, I have waved the sailors to proceed without me, which they have done with doubt and difficulty, Yet finally I have convinced them of my meaning, they proceeding with their voyage, I with mine. Contents chapter page 1 The Knightliness of Philip Gibbs 15-2 The Trailblazers 28-3 The Art of Melville Davis on post 41-4 Geoffrey Farinol's Gestes 65 Adults please skip 83-6 The 20th Century Gothic of Aldous Huxley 97-7 In Every Home, a chapter for women 114 8 am Great Impersonation by E. Phillips Oppenheim 126 9 G. Stanley Hall, Psychologist 143 10 The Modern New Fiction 167 11 Cosmo Hamilton's Unwritten History 182 12 Lest They Forget 197 13 That Literary Wanderer, E. V. Lucas 212 14 American History in Fiction 232 15 The Fireside Theatre 252 16 A Reasonable View of Michael Arlen 266 17 Palettes and Patterns in Prose and Poetry 277 18 Cumming, Courtney Riley Cooper, Cumming 290 19 Edith Wharton's Old New York 304 20 Not Found Elsewhere 314 21 Frank L. Packard Unlocks a Book 330 22 All Creeds and None 348 23 J. C. Snaith and George Gibbs 363 24 Mary Johnston's Adventure 375 Index of Prices 389 Index 403 Portraits page Philip Gibbs 16 Melville Davis on post 48 Geoffrey Farinol 64 Susan Ertz 176 Cosmo Hamilton 184 E. V. Lucas 224 Emerson Huff 234 Michael Arlen 272 Mary Johnston 384 Cargoes for Crusoes Cargoes for Crusoes 1 The Knightliness of Philip Gibbs I then one said, Rise, Sir Philip, but the terms in which the still young man received ennoblement were heard by none, for all were drawn by his face in which austerity and gentleness seemed mingled. A pale young man with a nicotine-stained third finger whom Arnold Bennett had once warned authors against, he asks you to lunch and drives a hard bargain over the coffee. A good reporter for Alfred Harmsworth, Lord Northcliffe. A war correspondent with 7-league boots. A man standing on a platform in Carnegie Hall which rings with riot looking like a frightfully tired Savonarola who is speaking in a trance. His thin, uncompromising nose, the jut of the chin, the high cheekbones and the hollow cheeks, long upper lip and mouth with drawn-in, straight corners, yet a compassionate mouth, the deep-set eyes, the ears placed so far back, and the raking line of the jaw. If these were all, he might be nothing better than a fine breed of news hound with points. They are nothing, but the clear shine of idealism from eye and countenance is the whole man. Great Britain had knighted a reporter, but Philip Gibbs had been born to knighthood. For when chivalry would have died, he first succored and then revived it. When men wished to forget, he compelled them to remember. He actually proves what men have forgotten how to prove, and so have turned into a copybook maxim. Perhaps the reason his pen is mightier than any sword is because he wields it as if it were one. In the eyes of the world he is the D'Artagnan of 3 musketeers who are also 3 brothers. They are Philip, Hamilton, Gibbs, Cosmo Hamilton, Gibbs, and Arthur, Hamilton Gibbs. The mutations of name arising from choice and even from a certain literary necessity, for an author's name should be distinctive and is usually better not to be too long. The father, Henry Gibbs, was an English civil servant, a departmental chief in the Board of Education. The mother had been Helen Hamilton. The family at one time consisted of 6 boys and 2 girls. Henry Gibbs had a delicate wife, an unresilient salary, and his spirit of taking chances had been killed by heavy responsibility, the caution and timidity growing out of a painful knowledge of the risks and difficulties of life, and the undermining security of having sat all his working years in the safe cul-de-sac of a government office. 1. It was the office in which Matthew Arnold worked and in which an obscure temporary clerk, W.S. Gilbert, stole moments to compose some verse called Bab Ballads. Henry Gibbs was a famous after-dinner speaker, and it was certainly he who preserved the Carlisle House for London, but the nature of the case forbade him to encourage the marked adventurous strain in his boys. Philip Gibbs, copyright by Underwood and Underwood. Philip Gibbs was educated privately and was an editor before he was 21. He was, in fact, only 19 when he became educational editor for the large English publishing firm of Cassell at a salary of £120 a year. With £5 capital and that income, I married Agnes Rowland, daughter of the Reverend W. J. Rowland, with an audacity which I now find superb. I was so young, and looked so much younger, that I did not dare to confess my married state to my official chief, who was the Right Honourable H.O. Arnold Forster, in whose room I sat, and one day when my wife popped her head through the door and said hello, I made signs to her to depart. "Who's that pretty girl?" asked Arnold Forster, and with shame I must confess that I hid the secret of our relationship. 2. He was both timid and bashful, yet like many men of his stamp, he was to show on many occasions a lion-like courage. 100 and 1,000 times he was to pass as close to death as a man may pass and yet live. In general, he was to be quite as badly scared as a chap can be in such circumstances, and without exception he was to persist in what he was doing, for there was and is in him something stronger than fear. 2. Philip Gibbs's earlier career differed little from that of Arnold Bennett or the first years of dozens of Englishmen who have made their start in Fleet Street. After several years with Cassell, he applied for and got a job as managing editor of a large literary syndicate. In this post he bought Bennett's early novel, The Grand Babylon Hotel, and other fiction and articles to be sold to newspapers in Great Britain and the colonies. While with Cassell he had written his first book, Founders of the Empire, a historical text still used in English schools. As a syndicate editor he wrote articles on every conceivable subject, particularly a weekly essay called Knowledge is Power. But his job was outside of London, for which he hankered, and finally he wrote to Alfred Harmsworth, who was later to become Lord Northcliffe and who had founded the Daily Mail. The result was a job under a brilliant journalist, Filson Young, whom Gibbs succeeded a few months later as editor of page 4 in the Mail, devoted to special articles. Here he learned all about the new journalism and had a chance to observe Northcliffe closely. In the 7th chapter of his Adventures in Journalism, Philip Gibbs gives a brief but well-etched portrait of the man who transformed the character of the English newspaper. Northcliffe's genius, his generosity, his ruthlessness, which was often the result of indifference and sometimes sprang from fatigue and bad temper, are very well conveyed in a half-dozen pages. Gibbs suffered the fate of nearly all this man's temporary favourites. When he was dismissed from the Daily Mail he went for a few months to the Daily Express before beginning what was to be a long association with the Daily Chronicle. His connection with the Chronicle was broken by the sad experiment of the Tribune, a newspaper founded by a melancholy young man named Franklin Thomason as a pious carrying out of his father's wishes. As literary editor of this daily, Philip Gibbs bought work by Rudyard Kipling, Joseph Conrad and Gilbert K. Chesterton, but the paper as a whole was dull and doomed. When it went down, Philip Gibbs thought he saw a chance to throw off the bondage of offices. He took his wife and little son and retreated to a Coast Guard's cottage at Littlehampton. There, in a tiny room, filled with the murmur of the sea, and the vulgar songs of seaside Pierrots, I wrote my novel, The Street of Adventure, in which I told, in the guise of fiction, the history of the Tribune newspaper, and gave a picture of the squalor, disappointment, adventure, insecurity, futility, and good comradeship of Fleet Street. There was need of money, but the novel cost Gibbs more than it earned. His narrative had not disguised sufficiently either the newspaper or members of its late staff. The point is a little difficult for American readers to take in, and rests on English libel law, which is quite different from the American. In England, the greater the truth, the greater the libel. A libel action was instituted, and although it was finally withdrawn, the bills of costs were heavy and the sale had been killed. But when published in the United States after the war, The Street of Adventure had a very good success. I knew after that the wear and tear, the mental distress, the financial uncertainty that befell a freelance in search of fame and fortune, when those mocking will-o'-the-wisps lead him through the ditches of disappointment and the thickets of ill luck. How many hundreds of times did I pace the streets of London in those days, vainly seeking the plot of a short story, and haunted by elusive characters who would not fit into my combination of circumstances, ending at 4,000 words with a dramatic climax. How many hours have I spent glued to a seat in Kensington Gardens, working out literary triangles with a husband and wife and the third party, 2 men and a woman, 2 women and a man, and finding only a vicious circle of hopeless imbecility. At such times one's nerves get edgy and one's imagination becomes feverish with effort, so that the more desperately one chases an idea, the more resolutely it eludes one. 3. Yet he counts himself, on the whole, to have been lucky. He was able to earn a living and to give time and labor to the most unprofitable branch of literature, which is history, and my first love. Years later he was to have a thrill of pleasure at seeing in the windows of Paris bookshops his men and women of the French Revolution, magnificently illustrated with reproductions of old prints. He wrote the romantic life of George Villiers, 1st Duke of Buckingham, and discovered in the murder of Sir Thomas Overbury a plot with kings and princes, great lords and ladies, bishops and judges, poisoners, witch doctors, cutthroats and poets, the incomparable material for his king's favorite. These books brought him only a few $100 apiece, though perhaps more in reputation and friendships. 3. He returned to journalism, eventually, as special correspondent and descriptive writer for the Daily Chronicle. He was rather frequently in charge of the Paris office and had all sorts of adventures in that city, both those derived from saturating himself in French history and others incident to his daily work. After the Portuguese Revolution he was sent to Portugal to explore the condition of those political prisoners that the Republicans had in some cases interred alive. His greatest feat was the revelation of Dr. Cook's fraud in claiming the discovery of the North Pole. This was a triumph of sheer intuition, in the first instance, and both dogged persistency and remarkable courage were necessary before Philip Gibbs could be proved right. It began with a late start, 24 hours behind the other correspondents. When Gibbs got to Copenhagen, the vessel bringing Dr. Cook had not arrived, owing to fogs. Through a chance meeting in a restaurant with Mrs. Rasmussen, wife of the explorer, Gibbs got to Elsinore and aboard a launch which was putting out to meet the delayed ship. Thus he was the only English-speaking person present at the first interview, on shipboard. As it happened, Dr. Cook had not yet acquired that magnificent poise and aplomb which he was to display from the moment he set foot ashore. His eyes evaded Gibbs. He explained that he had no papers to prove his claim and not even a diary, and when pressed for some sort of written record or notes he exclaimed, "You believed Nansen and Amundsen and Sverdrup. They had only their story to tell. Why don't you believe me?" Later Cook had a moment of utter funk, hiding in his cabin. It passed quickly and after that he was outwardly all that a hero should be. But Gibbs had had his chance. His 7-column story to the Daily Chronicle caused him to be denounced everywhere and even put him in jeopardy of his life in Copenhagen, yet a few weeks were to show it to be one of the greatest exclusive newspaper stories, beats or scoops ever written. For in September 1912, war started in the Balkans. Gibbs went as a correspondent and this experience, lamentable and laughable, comical and extremely repellent, was his first direct preparation for work soon to follow. The year following he had occasion to go to Germany and study the state of mind, popular and official, toward England. He was, therefore, exceptionally well fitted to be a correspondent at the front when the World War began. It would be impossible as well as improper to try to abbreviate here the story of his experience told so brilliantly and with so much movement, and with far too much modesty, in his adventures in journalism. At the outset of the war, no newspaperman had any official standing. The correspondent was unrecognized, or it would be more accurate to say that he was recognized only as a dangerous nuisance, subject to arrest at sight. Gibbs and two other very distinguished newspapermen, H. M. Tomlinson and W. M. Massey, worked together for weeks and months and were three of a small group of correspondents who risked their lives constantly in the war zone and their liberty on every occasion when they stepped out of it. There came a time when the game seemed to be up. I had violated every regulation. I had personally angered Lord Kitchener. I was on the black books of the detectives at every port, and General Williams solemnly warned me that if I returned to France I would be put up against a white wall, with unpleasant consequences. 4. The solution came with the appointment of 5 official war correspondents, of whom Gibbs was one from first to last. These men covered the war, not for one newspaper but for the newspapers of Great Britain and America. They were attached to General Headquarters, and among the men of distinction who were assigned to them as friends, advisers and censors was C. E. Montague, editor of the Manchester Guardian and author of Disenchantment, Fiery Particles, A Hind Let Loose, etc., a meditative writer of exquisite prose who, at the outbreak of the war, had dyed his white hair black, enlisted as a private, served in the trenches, reached the rank of sergeant, finally surviving when the dugout which sheltered him was blown up. After the war the 5 correspondents received knighthood, and Philip Gibbs is properly Sir Philip Gibbs, KBE, Knight of the British Empire. On journalistic commissions he visited Ireland and Asia Minor and revisited most of the countries of Europe, including Russia. He came to America twice to lecture on the war and conditions resulting from it, and his book, People of Destiny, is a critical but admiring account of America as he found it. Pope Benedict XV, against all precedent, accorded Gibbs an interview on the reconstruction of Europe, and this interview was naturally printed in all the principal newspapers of the world. He had become, more truly than any other man has ever been, more fully than any other man is, the world's reporter. His title was splendidly established by his summarizing book on the war, Now It Can Be Told, and was strikingly re-emphasized with his novel, The Middle of the Road, concerning which a few words are in order. Although Philip Gibbs had published, in 1919, a novel, Wounded Souls, which contains much of the message of The Middle of the Road, the world was not ready for what he had to tell. He therefore set to work on a canvas which he determined should include all Europe. His visits to Ireland, France, Germany and even Russia had placed at his disposal an unparalleled mass of authentic first-hand material. He knew, better than most, what existed, and what lay immediately ahead. Using fiction frankly as a guise to present facts, both physical facts and the facts of emotion and attitude, he wrote his story. When the novel was published in England and the United States at the beginning of 1923, it leaped into instant and enormous popularity. This was partly the result of prophetic details, such as this speech of one of the characters, from page 317 of The Middle of the Road. France wants to push Germany into the mud, said Dorothy. Nothing will satisfy her but a march into the Ruhr to seize the industrial cities and strangle Germany's chance of life. When the novel was published, the French invasion of the Ruhr had just begun. There was a sense of larger prophecy that hovered over the story. But even more of the instant success of the book was due to the terrible picture it painted, minute yet panoramic, ghastly but honest. People sat up, literally, all night to finish the book. People read it with tears running from their eyes, with sobs. They went about 4 days afterward feeling as if a heavy blow had stunned them, a blow from which they were only slowly recovering. Although every effort was made in advance of publication to ensure attention for the book, it is doubtful whether such effort counted at all in the book's success. For none who read it failed to talk about it in a way that fairly coerced others to become Philip Gibbs's readers. Month after month the sale of this book rolls on. It is not, as a piece of literary construction or considered as literary art, a good novel. It is something much bigger than that. A piece of marvelous reporting and a work of propaganda charged to the full with humane indignation and pity and compassion. 6. As if he had found his field at last in the roomy spaces and manifold disguises of the novel, Philip Gibbs followed the middle of the road with a very keenly observed study of young people. Heirs Apparent deals with the generation which was too young to take any active part in the World War but which has come to a somewhat unformed maturity since. The gaiety of the novel does not prevent the author, with his usual thoroughness, from presenting the more serious aspects of his young people's misbehavior. There is incidentally an exactly drawn study of that newer, sensational journalism which Philip Gibbs tasted under Northcliffe and which is familiar enough, though on the outside only, to most Americans. But the delightful thing about Heirs Apparent is the author's unfailing sympathy with his youngsters, and the optimism of the ending. The book closes with a character's cry, "Youth's all right," is the sincere expression of Philip Gibbs's own perfect faith. The tales in his new volume, Little Novels of Nowadays, are brothers to The Middle of the Road. What proportion of these stories is fact and what fiction is irrelevant, since in atmosphere and emotion all are true. Each of these poignant pieces is a document of the calamitous war more significant to humanity than the treaty sealed at Versailles. Whether in Russia or stricken Budapest or flaming Smyrna or some far-off corner of lonely starvation, Philip Gibbs has seen all, felt all, and can convey all. 7. In fine, a bigger man than any of his books. One of the greatest reporters the press has ever had, one of the half-dozen, if so many, best masters of descriptive writing now alive. A chap who suffered nervous breakdowns prior to 1914 and who turned to iron in the moment of crisis. A militant pacifist because he has really seen war waged. A lover and fighter for justice, and a preacher of mercy. There is about him, despite the abolition of miracle and the rapid transformation of the world into a factory and a machine, some of that lost radiance of a day when men set forth to conquer in the name of their faith, or to spread a gospel which might redeem the world. Books by Philip Gibbs. Fiction. 1908 The Individualist, 1908 The Spirit of Revolt, 1909 The Street of Adventure, 1910 Intellectual Mansions, SW, 1911 Oliver's Kind Women, 1912 Helen of Lancaster Gate, 1913 A Master of Life, 1914 Beauty and Nick in England, The Custody of the Child, 1920 Wounded Souls in England, Back to Life, 1922 Venetian Lovers, 1923 The Middle of the Road, 1924 Heirs Apparent, 1924 Little Novels of Nowadays Historical, 1899 Founders of the Empire, 1906 The Romance of Empire, 1906 Men and Women of the French Revolution, 1908 The Romance of George Villiers, 1st Duke of Buckingham, 1909 King's Favourite, 1912 Adventures of War with Cross and Crescent, 1915 The Soul of the War, 1917 The Battles of the Somme, 1918 The Struggle in Flanders, first title, From Bapaume to Passchendaele, 1919 The Way to Victory in England, Open Warfare, 1920 Now It Can Be Told in England, Realities of War, 1920 People of Destiny, 1921 More That Must Be Told in England, The Hope of Europe, 1924 Adventures in Journalism Essays, 1903 Knowledge is Power, 1905 Facts and Ideas, 1913 The Eighth Year, A Vital Problem of Married Life, 1913 The New Man, A Portrait of the Latest Type. Sources on Philip Gibbs. His adventures in journalism is autobiographical in the best sense of the word, and only needs to be supplemented by the formal particulars in Who's Who, England. There are interesting references in Cosmo Hamilton's unwritten history. For a not wholly friendly reference, see Clement K. Shorter's page in The Sphere, London, for 6 October 1923. Mr. Shorter was one of a few who believed themselves libelled in the Street of Adventure, and he has had various literary feuds. Address: Sir Philip Gibbs, Ladygate, Punchbowl Lane, Dorking, England. To the trailblazers these paths are strange and exciting. One leads into the midst of wild beasts, another into the depths of the sea. A third goes laboriously some few feet underground and erases 3,000 years in 3 months. One or two, keeping to the present, are sources of innocent merriment, several employ the mode of fiction to vivify fact, and at least one is a continuous pageant in colors of the American West. There is no order in which these paths are to be taken. You may go half across the world to follow one, or you may begin by merely stepping outside your door. America or Arabia, ferns or fishes, dogs or diggings, history, hunting, outdoor books are the best of indoor sports. The alphabet is an immense convenience, and I start with adventurousness and America. For some time Joseph Louis French has been busy selecting from various American authors the best accounts of the discovery of gold in California, the days of the Pony Express and the stagecoach, the cowboy, the trapper, the guide, the bad man, and other phases of our history. He has drawn upon the works of Francis Parkman, Mark Twain, Bret Harte, Hamlin Garland, Bayard Taylor, General George Custer, Owen Wister, Theodore Roosevelt, Emerson Hough, and a good many others in the task. Mr. French calls his book The Pioneer West, Narratives of the Westward March of Empire, and Hamlin Garland has written a foreword for it. Also Remington Schuyler has done illustrations in color. As an anthology, the volume has no exact parallel in my knowledge. The nuggets it contains are otherwise for the most part found with considerable difficulty in 100 somewhat inaccessible places. It is, for example, not easy to find what you want in either Parkman or Roosevelt without risking a long hunt, and books by other earlier writers, even one so perfectly well known as Bayard Taylor, are often hard to come by. It is no wonder that Mr. Garland calls The Pioneer West a real service in recovery. Mr. French spreads a satisfactory panorama before the reader, for his selected narratives run from the time of Lewis's and Clark's discovery of Oregon down to the last of the Indian uprisings. A projected alliance between the Hudson's Bay Company and the Russian-American Fur Company led, in 1867, to a great piece of foolishness on the part of an American Secretary of State. Congress was induced to pay some millions of dollars to purchase a fancy refrigerator, and everyone was scornful of Seward's folly. Edison Marshall has taken the phrase for the title of his new novel dealing with that period in Alaskan history. Seward's Folly relates how Major Jefferson Sharp, late of the Army of the Confederate States of America, was sent to Sika by Seward. Major Sharp liked an aristocratic society, and he found it in Sika where Russians, Englishmen, Americans and Indians were colorfully combined. He also encountered, in Molly Forrest and her uncle, two Americans undisturbed by any doubts as to the superiority of American character and the value of American ideas of liberty and opportunity. The fact that Major Sharp was still loyal to the spirit of the Confederacy and had no intention of serving the Union did not tend to simplify matters. He was, however, no scoundrel, and he came to recognize, beneath the glitter of Alaskan surfaces, much that his nature could not countenance. Mr. Marshall has managed an extremely good story. But he has brightened a portion of history in doing so. William Patterson White's The Twisted Foot and B. M. Bowers' The Bella Helen Mine are novels of the cattle rancher and the miner, respectively. Mr. White's story has almost every ingredient of an exciting yarn, a love interest, an independent young woman who doesn't believe in explanations, a mystery, an open enemy, a set of foes whose methods are mean and underhand, and a couple of young men who think quick and shoot quick. The impetuous Buff Warren, cowboy, is sent to drive off the range a family of nesters. He finds that the father is blind and that the family is making a very brave fight against severe odds. He also meets Gillian Fair. Instead of putting the Fairs off the range, Buff takes them under his protection. This means the loss of his job, and when, by a trick, he gets himself made deputy sheriff, his state of mind is not helped by the fact that all clues to a bandit who is terrorizing the region seem to lead to Gillian Fair. B. M. Bauer tells of a silver mine named by a prospector after his two baby daughters, one of whom, grown to womanhood, is the heroine of the Bella Helen mine. Helen Strong, left alone to carry out plans that she and her father had made together, returns to Goldfield and assembles a crew from among her father's old miners. It is the beginning of an unanticipated battle, for the Western Consolidated is determined to make Helen Strong sell out. The Bella Helen mine is to an extent a departure from the author's previous books, a story of mine working and not of ranch life. But it should be realized that B.M. Bauer, or Mrs. Cohen, has been for some years a mine owner and manager. It would be surprising if she did not use this phase of her experiences in her fiction. She lives at El Picaco Mine, Las Vegas, Nevada, and after 20 years of writing Western fiction it is high time she gave us a mining story. B.M. Bauer is a woman but by no means a tenderfoot. Mary Roberts Reinhardt's account of her tenderfootage, in The Out Trail, is the most amusing record of a woman in the West on my shelf of recent books. But the most amusing record of America in general is, I think, Cobb's America Guidebooks, that series of small volumes with drawings by John T. McCutcheon, a book to each state. These attach themselves with a burr-like tenacity to the memory in a series of epigrams. You remember that Irvin S. Cobb said of New York City, "So far as I know, General U.S. Grant is the only permanent resident, and of Indiana, intellectually, she rolls her own, and of Kansas, a trifle shy on natural beauties, but plenty of moral Alps and mental Himalayas." Such priceless remarks are more to be cherished, and are more cherished, than state mots, but the guidebooks have a claim to respect as well as affection. Each presents, along with various state demerits, partly humorous and partly real, the honest claim of the people of one section to be considered as individual, characterizable, with a personality not lost in the American mass. And Mr. Cobb has not failed to give the people of each state credit for state achievement. Yet, because they contain humor, the guidebooks will always be classed as works of humor. A little leaven is a dangerous thing. On the other hand, a little knowledge leaveneth the whole lump. Donald Ogden Stewart has that little knowledge, and the result is the perfection of his new work, Mr. and Mrs. Haddock Abroad. It is the fault of authors of books of family life that they almost always know too much. Mr. Stewart, as reviewers say, has avoided this shortcoming. And in fiction, as in any other game, the element of surprise is invaluable. Surprise, conjecture, suspicion, especially suspicion. It was because she was above suspicion that Caesar's wife was not well received in the best Roman circles. Mr. and Mrs. Haddock Abroad would have helped her. But, all seriousness for once aside, Mr. Stewart's treatise on the American family unit is masterly. It will give Americans a new status in Paris. There are many irrelevances and illustrations throughout the book. 2.5, usually 5 and a fraction, % of the people in any community are confirmed fishermen. The greatest living authority on fishes is David Starr Jordan, for so many years president of Leland Stanford Junior University. He is the author of the most important book on its subject, a piscatorial Bible, in fact, which now appears in a new revised edition. It has 46 chapters, and 673 illustrations, of which 18 are full-page plates in color. It is by Dr. Jordan, now a man past 70. Its title is Fishes. It has no other title, and no subtitle. It needs none. This marvelous book makes the heart leap as the trout leaps. Nothing so delightful or complete is found elsewhere. One may know nothing about fishes, I don't, and yet turn these pages in a perfect enchantment. I suppose, in a way, it is the emotion of a first youthful visit to the aquarium, but an emotion incredibly magnified. Dr. Jordan speaks of his volume with what must seem to the reader a ridiculous modesty. He says it is a non-technical book that may still be valuable to those who are interested in the study of fishes as science. He says his chief aim has been to make it interesting to nature lovers and anglers, and instructive to all who open its pages. The fishes used as food and those caught by anglers in America are treated fully, and proportionate attention is paid to all the existing as well as all extinct families of fishes. This may be true, but it no more explains the book than a conjurer's account explains his magic. Beginning with the fish as a form of life, Dr. Jordan goes through every attribute of fishes and then, in an incomparable sequence, tells what we know of each species. There are chapters like that on the distribution of fishes which seem to transform the world in somewhat the fashion in which Jules Verne's Captain Nemo transformed it. Other chapters, like that on the fish as food, are of vital importance, and such a chapter as that on the mythology of fishes, including the sea serpent, have a charm irresistible and without equal. At length one plunges into the sea, swimming through a myriad of sea creatures whose very names, elasmobranchii or shark-like fishes, the salmonidae, the mailed cheek fishes, the dactyloscopidae, are as curious and as evocative as those strange shapes that float in green water behind aquarium glass. Dr. James A. Henshaw's book of the Black Bass, an acknowledged masterpiece, is practically a new book as the result of rewriting and enlargement. Nearly all the illustrations, including those in color, are new. In addition to a complete scientific and life history of the fish, Dr. Henshaw gives the last word regarding tools and tackle for catching what is inch for inch and pound for pound the gamest fish that swims. Let us continue for a little with the authorities on these very special subjects of sport. Dr. William Abrut is one on dogs. He is well known as the editor of Forest and Stream, and various particular books on the dog, or perhaps I should say, on particular dogs, preceded the complete dog book. There is not an opportunity for anything of its sort to follow it unless someone may be moved to write a canine encyclopedia in some number of volumes. For the complete dog book, illustrated with photographs, of course, describes the dogs of the world and very fully describes all the breeds recognized by the American Kennel Club. It is, throughout, a carefully comparative description, giving the standards for judging each breed and the good and bad points of each. The care of dogs in health and their treatment in disease, as well as their training and general management, are gone over in detail, but Dr. Brute's prime service is his wisdom on the subject of buying puppies. Here are the pages which will save the reader most, both in dollars and disappointment. Birds are hard to learn, not easy to observe, and must be taken largely on trust for an acquaintance. On the other hand, if you will take George Henry Tilton's The Fern Lover's Companion with its 188 illustrations, go over it carefully, use its glossary of terms and keep an eye about you in your walks, you may learn the names and the chief characteristics of our most common ferns in a single season. There is about ferns something of the fascination there is in fishes, a great variety of form, and forms of exquisite coloration and beauty of pattern. Mr. Tilton's handbook is progressive. If consulted attentively, it can be followed from beginning to end without confusion or the need of going again over the same ground. Ground in the book, I mean. When it comes to covering ground, Charles C. Stoddard's Shank's Mare is a superior article. This book about walking, really, about the joys of walking, moves without haste and with an easy rhythm of prose and sentiment. It is one of the few books that have the impelling quality of fine spring weather. As Stuart Edward White said, that is the main thing, to get 'em out. The remark occurred in a letter to Dr. Claude P. Fordyce, a letter which forms the introduction to Dr. Fordyce's capital book on trailcraft. "I am glad you are publishing the book," wrote Mr. White. "All your articles on the out-of-doors life have seemed to me practical, sensible, and the product of much experience, plus some discriminative thought." He followed his words about getting people out of doors with, "If, in addition, you can give them hints that will, through their interest or comfort, keep 'em out, the job is complete." Trailcraft will do a finished job for a good many who read it. Dr. Fordyce has the considerable advantage of knowing American wildernesses. He writes with equal knowledge of practical mountaineering and desert journeys, tenting, motor camping, the use of balloon silk in camp, camera hunting, medical improvisation, even the possibilities of leather working for the outdoor man are included in trailcraft. What percentage of American vacations are now accomplished with the aid of the automobile must be left for the census of 1930 to determine, but it is large, and will be larger then. In fact, motor camping is a distinct department of a magazine like Outdoors Recreation, attended to along with other editorial duties by F. E. Brimmer, whose auto-camping is rather more necessary than the Blue Book. For a missed road is remediable, but a non-existent hotel isn't. Besides, a hotel isn't camping. Having lived outdoors with his family, including small children, for as long as 5 consecutive months, Mr. Brimmer has met most of the contingencies you will have to meet. Auto-camping is the difference between a vacation and a disaster. Here are 2 short works of fiction by one of the best living storytellers whose subjects are drawn from sport. A Wedding Gift, by John Tainter Foote, is annotated by its subtitle, A Fishing Story. Mr. Foote's Pocono shot needs no recommendation to those who know his fine dog story, Dumbbell of Brookfield. A wedding gift is the tale of a confirmed fisherman, aged 40, who marries a young and beautiful girl. The story is told by a friend whose wedding gift to the pair consisted of hand-painted fish plates, each with a picture of a trout rising to take a fly. The bride had packed 3 trunks with frilly clothes in expectation of a honeymoon at Narragansett. She was wrong. She was taken to the Maine woods. The narrative of what followed is of such a character that the fisherman's friend, having heard him out and remembering the dozen plates, each with a trout painted on it, does not wait to meet the bride. A wedding gift is pure amusement, if you like, but Pocono Shot is written with an emotion that the reader feels whether he cares for dogs or not. It has also, owing, perhaps, to its being told in the first person, an accent of reality. The dog of the story is a black and white setter, the best bird dog in the Pocono Hills, and better on a scent than any hound in the country round about. It was this aptitude which got Pocono Shot into trouble. Tracking a man who had caused the death of a girl, the setter received a terrible axe wound from the fugitive's father. The dog is marked by a great shoulder scar. We make acquaintance with his history at this point, step back for a little to learn his career, go with him in the field and find out for ourselves his extraordinary qualities, and then follow him to his reunion with the master who had shot to kill when the setter's life was imperiled. 3. Surely the most exciting trail blazed in our day was the short and obscure one leading a few feet underground which took Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon into Tutankhamun's royal chamber. The second volume of Howard Carter's Undersea Maces, The Tomb of Tutankhamun, now impending, will round out the record of a discovery which exists, and is likely to remain, without parallel. The odds against a similar find are too great for anyone but a mathematician to calculate, and would be meaningless in any calculation. The first volume of The Tomb of Tutankhamun surpassed most other official and authentic records of its sort simply because the authors forgot they were archaeologists and told the story. In the presence of that priceless gift of fortune, standing where they had stood and breaching a blank wall to find it the threshold of the inner chamber with its nested gold shrines, who could have thought of anything but the supreme human and dramatic values of that scene and fateful moment? Not Howard Carter, certainly. He remembered then the 6 long and barren years of unrewarded searching, the first faint hint that he might be on the right track, the mounting excitement chilled at regular intervals by the worry of doubt and the littleness of disappointed hopes. Yet here lay a king of Egypt, his body cased in gold and his tomb and its seals protected by his gods. It was a story that could not be told except in all its simplicity. One could no more dress it up in lore and learning than permit the excesses of emotional description. The Tomb of Tutankhamun is the modern romance of the conquistador. While we are on the path of adventure in strange lands, I want to draw attention to a book which transcends the interests of sportsmen. A 14-year-old boy, a circus trainer of animals, Dr.W.T. Hornaday, of the New York Zoo, Courtney Riley Cooper, the novelist, and in fact persons of all ages and occupations will find themselves utterly absorbed in the pages of a Blaney Percival's A Game Ranger's Notebook. This handsome book, illustrated with photographs, has been arranged and edited by E.D. Cumming from the great mass of observations, both written and verbal, made by Mr. Percival during nearly 30 years spent in Africa, of which about 22 were passed in the game department of what is now the Kenya colony. It opens with 7 chapters on the lion, followed by 1 or more chapters apiece on the leopard, cheetah, serval and caracal, 1 chapter, hunting dogs, hyenas, elephant, rhinoceros, hippopotamus, buffalo, giraffe, swine, zebra, and antelope. Most of Mr. Percival's material about the antelope has had to be reserved for a separate volume, so copious is it. The book closes with chapters on hunting and photographing big game. It is utterly untechnical, extremely modest, occasionally humorous, and as meaty with thrills as with information about animal characteristics and habits. A Game Ranger's Notebook deserves as a pendant in reading Fred L. M. Was After Livingston, a story of adventure and hunting when big game were more numerous than now. The story is told by one of 2 brothers, businessmen who were pioneer traders in Africa. It has plenty of bush fighting and Mr. Mwa witnessed scenes of savage life that will probably never come within the experience of white men again. Going Out. Birds of America, edited by T. Gilbert Pearson, John Burroughs, Herbert K. Job and others. 3 volumes. Describes and pictures 1,000 species. Over 300 species shown in color from New York State Museum drawings. Eggs of 100 species in actual size and colors. The Outdoorsman's Handbook, by H. S. Watson and Captain Paula Curtis, Jr. tested wisdom on hunting, camping, fishing and woodcraft. Indexed. Lake and Stream Game Fishing, by Dixie Carroll. The author was at the time of his death recently probably the best-known fisherman in the United States. Going Fishin', by Dixie Carroll. Pungently written and especially good on the subject of baits. Equally interesting to the expert and the occasional angler. Streamcraft, an angling manual, by Dr. George Parker Holden. Endorsed by Stuart Edward White and pronounced by Henry Van Dyke the best of all modern books on the science of trout fishing. Casting Tackle and Methods, by O. W. Smith. 40 years' experience condensed by the fishing editor of Outdoor Life and author of Trout Law. The Saltwater Angler, by Leonard Hewlett, is an invaluable and complete compendium of information for saltwater fishermen. In the Alaska-Yukon Gamelands, by J. A. McGuire. The story of an expedition to gather museum specimens far off the beaten routes. Probably the best authority on the game resources of the territory. Fishing with a Boy, by Leonard Hewlett. The tale of a city man in search of health with, incidentally, much about the ways of the humbler fishes. Gist Huntin', by Ozak Ripley. Stories told by an expert guide who has fished and hunted from Alaska to the Gulf of Mexico. Breaking a Bird Dog, by Horace Lytle. Altogether unique is this fascinating account of the process of training, from the author's actual experiences. What Bird Is That? By Frank M. Chapman. The most recent Chapman bird book. Handily divided according to season, every bird pictured in colors. Handbook of Birds of Eastern North America, by Frank M. Chapman. A standard work, invaluable to the bird lover. 3. The Art of Melville Davis on Post I Who That Read in the Saturday Evening Post of the 18th of July, 1914. A short story called The Doomdorf Mystery forgets it now. No one, I think, and it was a very short story, and it appeared over 10 years ago. The magazine which published it, if one had read no others, has published 2,500 short stories since. The Doomdorf Mystery is 1 in 1,000, literally. The creature, Doomdorf, in his stone house on the rock brewed a hell brew. The idle and the vicious came with their stone jugs, and violence and riot flowed out. On a certain day 2 men of the country rode through the broken spine of the mountains to have the thing out with Doomdorf. Randolph was vain and pompous and given over to extravagance of words, but he was a gentleman beneath it, and fear was an alien and a stranger to him. And Abner was the right hand of the land. About the place were 2 persons, a circuit rider who had been rousing the countryside against Doomdorf and who had called down fire from heaven for the creature's destruction. A little faded woman was the other. In his chamber, the door bolted from the inside according to custom, Doomdorf lay shot to death. The circuit rider asseverated that heaven had answered his prayer. The little, frightened, foreign woman showed a crude wax image with a needle thrust through its heart. She had killed Doomdorf by sorcery. Randolph exclaimed with incredulity. Murder had been done, he was an officer of justice. But Abner pointed out that when the shot was fired, by evidence of Doomdorf's watch, the circuit rider was on his way to the place, the woman on the mountain among the peach trees. The door was bolted from the inside, the dust on the casings of the 2 windows was undisturbed and the windows gave on an 100-foot precipice as smooth as a sheet of glass. Had Doomdorf killed himself? And then got up and put the gun back carefully into the 2 dogwood forks that held it to the wall. Says Abner, the murderer of Doomdorf not only climbed the face of that precipice and got in through the closed window, but he shot Doomdorf to death and got out again through the closed window without leaving a single track or trace behind, and without disturbing a grain of dust or a thread of cobweb. Randolph, let us go and lay an ambush for this assassin. He is on the way here. This masterly tale, so far as the explanation is concerned, could doubtless have been chanced upon by Melville Davis on post in those old records which he, a lawyer, would need to consult. Its kernel or nubbin could spring from the simplest scientific knowledge, the acquisition of any boy in high school. Its marvelous art is another affair. One might have the explanatory fact and make no more of it than a curious coroner's case. One could narrate it without any use of imagination and the result would be a coincidence without meaning. The manner of Dümdorf's assassination depends very greatly upon coincidence. But given the series of coincidences, it was due to the operation of a natural law. Mr. Post had, initially, two difficulties to overcome. The first was fiction's rule of plausibility. The second was art's demand for emotional significance, a more than meets the eye, a meaning. Truth is stranger than fiction dares to be. Truth compels belief, fiction must court it. To overcome the handicap imposed by the manner of Dümdorf's killing with its conspiracy of chances, Mr. Post plunges his reader, 5, at once into coincidences far more improbable, the presence on the scene of the circuit rider, the double confession of circuit rider and the woman to having killed Dümdorf. He storms the reader's stronghold of unbelief, the wall is breached, and no Trojan horse is necessary later to bring his secret into the city. In fiction, there is no plausibility of cause and effect outside human behavior. The implausible, because unmeaning, manner of Dümdorf's death is superbly supported by two flanks, the behavior of the evangelist and the behavior of a terrified, superstitious and altogether childlike woman. Art's demand for meaning requires much more than a certain plausibility of occurrence. The manner of Dümdorf's death need not have been dependent on his evil-doing, it must be made to seem so. The glass water bottle standing on the great oak table in the chamber where he slumbered and died could as easily have held water as his own raw and fiery liquor. There are two kinds of chance or coincidence in the world. One kind is meaningless, our minds perceive no cause and effect. The other kind is that in which we see a desired cause and effect. The writer of fiction must avoid or overcome the first kind if he is to write plausibly and acceptably, but upon his ability or inability to discern and employ the second kind depends his fortune as an artist. In other particulars, the Dümdorf mystery exemplifies the artistry of the author. If I have not emphasized them, it is because they are cunning of hand and brain, craftsmanship, things to be learned, technical excellences which embellish but do not disclose the secret of inspiring art. The story is compactly told, tension is established at once and is drawn more tightly with every sentence, and the element of drama is much enhanced by the forward movement. Dümdorf is dead, but Randolph says Abner, "Let us go and lay an ambush for this assassin. He is on the way here." Not what has happened but what is to happen constitutes the true suspense. The prose style, by its brevity and by a somewhat biblical diction, does its part to induce in the reader a sense of impending justice, of a divine retribution upon the evildoer. But it is also a prose that lends itself to little pictures, as of the circuit rider, sitting his big red roan horse, bareheaded, in the court before the stone house, or of the woman, half a child, who thought that with Dümdorf's death evil must have passed out of the world, or of Dümdorf in his coffin with the red firelight from the fireplace shining on the dead man's narrow, everlasting house. The comparative loneliness, the wildness, and the smiling beauty of these mountains of Western Virginia are used subtly in the creation of that thing in a story which we call atmosphere, and the effect of which is to fix our mood. The tale is most economically told. The simplest and fewest means are made to produce an overwhelming effect. I have dwelt on it at length because it so perfectly illustrates the art of Melville Davis on post, so arrestingly different from that of any of his contemporaries, different, perhaps, from anyone's who has ever written. 3. Mr. Post is one of the few who believe the plot's the thing. He has said, the primary object of all fiction is to entertain the reader. If, while it entertains, it also ennobles him, this fiction becomes a work of art, but its primary business must be to entertain and not to educate or instruct him. The writer who presents a problem to be solved or a mystery to be untangled will be offering those qualities in his fiction which are of the most nearly universal appeal. A story should be clean-cut and with a single dominating germinal incident upon which it turns as a door upon a hinge, and not built up on a scaffolding of criss-cross stuff. Under the scheme of the universe, it is the tragic things that seem the most real. Tragedy is an imitation, not of men, but of an action of life. The incidents and the plot are the end of a tragedy. 6. The short story, like any work of art, is produced only by painstaking labor and according to certain structural rules. The laws that apply to mechanics and architecture are no more certain or established than those that apply to the construction of the short story. All art does but consist in the removal of surplusage. 7. And the short story is to our age what the drama was to the Greeks. The Greeks would have been astounded at the idea common to our age that the highest form of literary structure may omit the framework of the plot. Plot is first, character is second. 8. Mr. Post takes his stand thus definitely against what is probably the prevailing literary opinion. For there is a creed, cardinal with many if not most of the best living writers, which says that the best art springs from characterization and not from a series of organized incidents, the plot, which says, further, that if the characters of a story be chosen with care and presented with conviction, they will make all the plot that is necessary or desirable by their interaction on each other. An excellent example of this is such a novel as Frank Swinnerton's Nocturne or Willa Cather's A Lost Lady. Yet it is not possible to refute Mr. Post by citing such books, for he could easily point to other novels and stories if modesty forbade him to name his own work. Though there cannot and should not be any decision in this matter, for both the novel of character and the novel of incident are proper vehicles, it is interesting to consider plot as a means to an end. The Greeks used plot in a manner very different from our use today. At a certain stage toward the close of a Greek tragedy, the heavens theoretically opened and a god or goddess intervened, to rescue some, to doom others of the human actors. The purpose was to show man's impotence before heaven, but also to show his courage, rashness, dignity and other qualities in the face and under the spell of overwhelming odds. The effect aimed at by the spectacle of Greek tragedy was one of emotional purification, a purging away in the minds of the beholders of all petty and little things, the celebrated catharsis as it was called. 9. To the extent that modern fiction aims to show man's impotence in the hands of destiny or fate, his valiance or his weak cowering or his pitiful but ineffectual struggle, the use of plot in our day is identical with that of the Greeks. One may easily think of examples in the work of Thomas Hardy, Joseph Conrad, and others. The trend has been toward pessimism as an inscrutable destiny has replaced a set of scrutable, jealous, all too human deities in the Olympian pantheon. With Edgar Allan Poe the attempt was begun, indeed, was successfully made, for the time being, at least, to replace the divine with a human agency. Although the Greek drama had perished, all through the Middle Ages and afterward the effort had kept up to preserve the essence of miracle as an invaluable element in human drama. There were both miracles and miracle plays. In place of the Greek deus ex machina, the god from the machine with his interventions in human affairs, the world had its Francis of Assisi and its Joan of France. But for whatever reason the divine agency was gradually discredited. The force called providence or destiny came increasingly to be ignored, and even so great a dramatist poet as Shakespeare, unable or unwilling to open the heavens to defeat Shylock, could only open a law book instead. What men do not feel as a force in their lives cannot safely be invoked in an appeal to their feelings, and Poe, a genius, knew it. In some of his stories he used in place of the Greek deus ex machina the vaguely supernatural, impressive because vague. In other stories he took the human intelligence, sharpened it, and in the person of Monsieur Dupin made it serve his purpose. M. Dupin, not being a god, could not be omniscient. As the next best thing, Poe made his detective omniscient after the event. If the emotional effect of a Dupin remorselessly exposing the criminal is not as ennobling as retributive justice administered by a god from Olympus, or wrought by Christian miracle, the fault is not Poe's. It is we who limit the terms of an appeal. Melville Davis on Post, copyright by the Amorn Studio, Clarksburg, W.V. Mr. Post has himself commented on the flood of detective stories that followed Poe until the stomach of the reader failed. Disregarding merely imitative work, let us have a look at such substitutes as have been managed for divinity and fate. We commonly call one type of story a detective story simply because the solution of the mystery is assigned to some one person. He may be amateur or professional. From the standpoint of fictional plausibility he had, in most cases, better be a professional. Poe had his M. Dupin, Gaboriau, his M. Lecoq, Conan Doyle, his Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Post has Abner, his M. Jonquil, Prefect of Police of Paris, his Sir Henry Marquis of Scotland Yard, his Captain Walker, Chief of the United States Secret Service. If we are looking for Mr. Post's difference from Poe and others, we shall not find it here. The use of a detective is not inevitable. When there is none, we call the tale a mystery story. The method of telling is not fixed, and it is doubtful if anyone will surpass the extreme ingenuity and plausibility of Wilkie Collins in a book like The Moonstone, where successive contributed accounts by the actors unfold the mystery at last. one of the few American writers whose economy of words suggests a comparison with Mr. Post was O. Henry. And O. Henry was also a believer in plots, even if the plot consisted, as sometimes it did, in little more than a few minutes of mystification. Poe had replaced the god from the machine with the man from the detective bureau, but further progress seemed for some time to be blocked. All that anyone was able to do was to produce a crime and then solve it, to build up a mystery and then explain it. This inevitably caused repetition. The weakness was so marked that many writers tried to withhold the solution or explanation until the very end, even at the cost of making it confused, hurried, improbable. Even so, no real quality of drama characterized the period between the crime at the commencement and the disclosure at the finish of the tale. I do not know who was the first to discover that the way to achieve drama was to have the crime going on, to make the tale a race between the detective and the criminal. The method can, however, be very well observed in Mary Roberts Rinehart first novel, The Circular Staircase, 1908. And of course it is somewhat implied in the operations of Count Fosco in Wilkie Collins's The Woman in White, many years earlier. But this discovery constituted the only technical advance of any importance since Poe. As a noticeable refinement upon this discovery, Melville Davis on Post has invented the type of mystery or detective mystery tale in which the mysteriousness and the solution are developed together. Not suitable for the novel, which must have action, this formula of Mr. Post's is admirable for the short story, in which there is no room for a race with crime but only for a few moments of breathlessness before a denouement. This refinement of Mr. Post's whereby repetition is avoided, the development of the mystery and its solution side by side, is usually hailed as his greatest achievement. I happen to think that he has in certain of his tales achieved something very much greater. It seems to me that in some of his work Mr. Post has put the deus ex machina back in place, has by a little lifted the mere detective story to the dignity of something like the old Greek tragedy, and in so doing has at least partially restored to the people the purge of pity and the cleansing of irreverent terror. For whatever tribute one may pay him on the technical side, and every book of his increases the tribute that is his due, the thing that has remained unsaid is his use of plot for ennobling the heart and mind of the reader. He is right, of course, when he says that the primary business of the writer must be to entertain, but more rightly right when he adds that it is possible to do the something more in a work which may aspire to be called a work of art. Anna Catherine Green once wrote, "Crime must touch our imagination by showing people like ourselves but incredibly transformed by some overwhelming motive." The author of the Leavenworth Case and all those other novels which have entertained their hundreds of thousands, despite appalling technical shortcomings which she never ceased to struggle with but was never able to overcome, was one of the terribly few to command our respect and our admiration in this crucial affair. She was one of the few with whom plot was never anything but a means to an end, and that end, the highest. Of others, it is easy to think at once of O. Henry. It is in this that I would compare him with Mr. Post, and not in any lesser detail such as the power to tell a story with the fewest possible words. All the emphasis that has been put on short story construction in America, all the trumpeting that has proclaimed American writers as the masters of the short story on the technical side will ultimately go for nothing if the fact is lost sight of that a short story is a cup to be brimmed with feeling. And as to the feelings poured into these slender chalices, by their effects shall ye know them. There is a curious parallel between Mr. Post and another contemporary American writer, Arthur Train. Both began as lawyers, and both showed unusual ability in the practice of the law. Both are the authors of books in which the underlying attitude toward the law is one of that peculiar disdain which, perhaps, only an experienced lawyer can feel. Mr. Train's stories of Ephraim Toot display an indignation that is hot enough under their surface of weathered philosophy and levity and spirit of farce. But as long ago as 1896 Mr. Post had published The Strange Schemes of Randolph Mason, his first book of all and one that must detain us a moment. His career up to that time may be dealt with briefly. Born in Harrison County, West Virginia, the 19th of April, 1871, the son of I.A. Carpenter Post and Florence May Davison Post, he was graduated, A.B., from West Virginia University in 1891 and received his LL.B. from the same institution the year following. He was very shortly admitted to the bar of the Supreme Court of West Virginia, of the United States Circuit Court of Appeals, and of the Supreme Court of the United States. He served as a presidential elector and secretary of the Electoral College in 1892. A young man not yet 25, he conceived that the high ground of the field of crime has not been explored, it has not even been entered. The bookstalls have been filled to weariness with tales based upon plans whereby the detective or ferreting power of the state might be baffled. But, prodigious marvel! No writer has attempted to construct tales based upon plans whereby the punishing power of the state might be baffled. And he reflected that the true drama would lie in a duel with the law. He thereupon created the figure of Randolph Mason, a skilled, unscrupulous lawyer who uses the law to defeat the ends of justice. Of these stories the masterpiece is probably the Corpus Delicti. Well constructed, powerful, immensely entertaining, surely these dramas are of the essence of tragedy, surely they replace Post Detective with somebody far more nearly approaching the Greek god from the machine. In considering the effects of these remarkable tales we can hardly lose sight of their moral purge of pity and terror, their sense of the law man makes as a web which man may slip through or break or brush aside. Why, a true god from the machine, Mr. Post implies, is not necessary to us, we can destroy ourselves, heaven has only to leave us alone. This, in its turn, produces the much stronger secondary effect, the cry for a true God to order and reward and punish us. Uncle Abner, 1918, has been well contrasted with the strange schemes of Randolph Mason. He has demonstrated that wrong may triumph over man-made laws, which are imperfect after all the centuries, but that right must win under the timeless providence of God. 10. In Uncle Abner the Deus Ex Machina is fully restored. When it was known how Doomdorf had died, Randolph made a great gesture, with his arm extended. "It is a world," he said, "filled with the mysterious joinder of accident." "It is a world," replied Abner, "filled with the mysterious justice of God." Mr. Post married, in 1903, Anne Bloomfield Gamble, of Roanoke, Virginia. Mrs. Post died in 1919. The political career which seemed possibly to be opening before him in his 20s has been neglected for one more fascinating as an author, although he has served as a member of the Board of Regents of State Normal Schools, as chairman of the Democratic Congressional Committee for West Virginia in 1898. And as a member of the Advisory Committee of the National Economic League on the question of efficiency in the administration of justice, 1914–15. He lives at the Chalet, Lost Creek, RFD2, West Virginia, rides horseback and enjoys the company of his dog, and reads the classics. He is the author of other books besides Uncle Abner which reveal his love for the West Virginia countryside and his power to make his stories take root and grow in that setting. Of his Dwellers in the Hills, 1901, Blanche Colton Williams says, "In our short story writers, to read it is to ride in memory along a country road bordered by sedge and ragweed, to note the hickories trembling in their yellow leaves, to hear the partridges call, the woodpeckers tap, and the golden-belted bee booming past, to cross the stream fringed with bulrushes, to hear men's voices reaching half a mile to the grazing steers on the sod knobs, to meet a neighbor's boy astride a bag of corn, on his way to the grist mill, to stop at the blacksmith's, there to watch the forging of a horseshoe, or at the wagoner's to assist in the making of a wheel, to taste sweet corn pone and the striped bacon, and to roast potatoes in the ashes, with the exchange of West Virginia for Kentucky. This is also the background and the mood of the Mountain School Teacher, 1922, but this short novel is an allegory of the life of Christ. A young school teacher appears in a mountain village. We first see him striding up a trail on the mountain, helping a little boy who is having trouble with an ox laden with a bag of corn. In the village the school teacher finds men and women of varied character. Some welcome him, and they are for the most part the poor and lowly, some regard him with suspicion and hate. The action parallels the life of Christ and is lived among people who are, despite 19 centuries, singularly like the people of Christ's time. In the end comes the trial of the school teacher on trumped-up charges. If he came again, the author seems to say, it would happen as before. Such fiction does not come from a man who is primarily interested in railroads and coal, education and politics, nor from one whose final interest is to provide entertaining fiction. 6. In recent books Mr. Post has allowed his fiction to follow him on his travels about the earth. The Mystery at the Blue Villa, 1919, has settings in Paris, Nice, Cairo, Ostend, London, New York and Washington. The War of 1914–18 is used with discretion as an occasional background. Mr. Post's mysticism can be quickly perceived in certain stories. the tragic quality is ascendant in such tales as The Stolen Life and The Baron Starkheim, and humour is not absent from Lord Winton's Adventure and The Witch of Lucca. A story of retributive justice will be found in the new administration. The scenes of most of the episodes in The Sleuth of St. James's Square, 1920, are in America. The central figure about whom all the cases turn is Sir Henry Marquis, Chief of the Investigation Department of Scotland Yard. The material is extremely colourful, from all over the world, in fact. Monsieur Georges, Prefect of Police of Paris, 1923, has the same characteristics with the difference of the central figure and with various settings. The reader will observe in these books that the narrative standpoint is altered from story to story. To take Monsieur Jonquil, some of the tales are related by the chief character, some by a third person, some by the author. The reason for the selection inheres in each affair and is worth some contemplation as you go on. Walker of the Secret Service, 1924, is pivoted upon a character who appears in The Reward in The Sleuth of St. James's Square. This new book of Mr. Post's is a brilliant example of his technical skill throughout. It has also a special interest in the fact that the first 6 chapters are really a compressed novel. Walker, of the U.S. Secret Service, is introduced as a mere boy of vigorous physique who falls under the influence of 2 expert train robbers. The several exploits he had a share in are related with a steady crescendo of interest. At the end of the 6th chapter we have a clear picture of the fate of the 2 chiefs he served. The peculiar circumstances in which young Walker was taken into the Secret Service are shown, and the rest of the book records some of the famous cases he figured in. The motivation is that of Uncle Abner. Crime always fails. There never was any man able to get away with it. Sooner or later something turns up against which he is wholly unable to protect himself, as though there were a power in the universe determined on the maintenance of justice. 2 of the most striking stories, The Expert Detective and The Mysterious Stranger Defense, are developed from courtroom scenes. Indeed, The Expert Detective is a single cross-examination of a witness. Probably this tale and one called The Inspiration must be added to the shorter roll of Mr. Post's finest work, along with the Corpus Delicti and the Doomadorf Mystery. The general method has been said, correctly, to combine the ratiocination of Poe's stories with the dramatic method of the best French tellers of tales. The details of technique will bear and repay the closest scrutiny. But in certain stories Melville Davisson Post has put his high skill to a larger use than skill can accomplish. For those of his accomplishments an endowment and not an acquisition was requisite. When one says that of the relatively few American writers with that endowment in mind and heart he was able to bring to the enterprise in hand a skill greater than any of the others, one has indeed said all. Books by Melville Davisson Post 1896, The Strange Schemes of Randolph Mason 1897, The Man of Last Resort 1901, Dwellers in the Hills 1909, The Corrector of Destinies 1910, The Gilded Chair 1912, The Nameless Thing 1918, Uncle Abner, Master of Mysteries 1919, The Mystery at the Blue Villa 1920, The Sleuth of St. James's Square 1922, The Mountain School Teacher 1923, Monsieur Jonquel, Prefect of Police of Paris 1924, Walker of the Secret Service, Sources on Melville Davis on Post, Mr. Post's own 2 articles on the short story are of the highest value, not only to an understanding of his method, but as a contribution to the theory of literary structure, a contribution, unlike most, allied to and realized in practice. His first article appeared under the title, The Blight, in the Saturday Evening Post for the 26th of December, 1914. A shorter article on the mystery story appeared in the same magazine, the 27th of February, 1915. In April, 1924, while in New York for a short time, Mr. Post dictated the following notes which amplify a little his written articles. The modern plan for the mystery or detective story can no longer follow the old formula invented by Poe and adopted by Gaboriau, Conan Doyle, etc. All life has grown quicker. The mind of the reader acts more quickly. Our civilization is impatient at delays. In literature, and especially literature of this type, the reader will not wait for explanations. All explanations must be given to him in advance of the solution of the mystery. It became apparent upon a very careful study of the mystery story that something must be done to eliminate the obvious and to get rid of the delay in action and the detailed and tiresome explanation in the closing part. It occurred to me that these defects could be eliminated by folding together the arms of the Poe formula. Instead of giving the reader the mystery and then going over the same ground with the solution, the mystery and its solution might be given together. The developing of the mystery and the development toward the solution would go forward side by side, and when all the details of the mystery were uncovered, the solution also would be uncovered and the end of the story arrived at. This is the plan which I followed in my later mystery detective stories, the Uncle Abner series, Monsieur Jonquel, and Walker of the Secret Service. This new formula, as will at once be seen, very markedly increases the rapidity of action in a story, holds the reader's interest throughout, and eliminates any impression of moving at any time over ground previously covered. It requires a greater care and more careful technique, for every explanation which the reader must receive in order to understand either the mystery or the solution must be slipped into the story as it proceeds without any delay in its action. There can be no pause for explanation. Each explanation must be a natural sequence and a part of the action and movement. The reader must never be conscious that he is being delayed for an explanation, and the elements of explanation must be so subtly suggested that one receives them as he receives the details of a landscape in an adventure scene, without being conscious of it. In undertaking to build up a story on this modern formula, one must first have a germinal or inciting incident upon which the whole story may turn as upon a hinge. Out of this controlling incident, the writer must develop both the mystery and its solution and must present them side by side to the reader in the direct movement of the story to the end. When the mystery is finally explained, the story is ended. There can be no further word or paragraph, there can be no added explanation. If a sufficient explanation has not preceded this point, the story has failed. If the reader has been compelled to pause at any point in the story long enough to realize that he is receiving an explanation, the story has failed. But it will not be enough if the writer of the mystery detective story is able cleverly to work out his story according to this formula. He must be able to give this type of story the same literary distinction that can be given to any type of story. To do this, he has only to realize a few of the primary rules of all literary structure. He must remember that everything, every form of character, has a certain dignity. This dignity the writer must realize and respect. Flaubert told Maupassant that in order to be original he had only to look at the thing which he wished to describe long enough and with such care that he saw in it something which no one had seen in it before. That rule ought to be amended to require the writer to look at every character and every situation long enough and with sufficient care to realize the dignity in it, that element of distinction which it invariably possesses in some direction, and when he has grasped that, to respect and convey it in his story. It may as well be said that no one form of literary structure is superior to another. The story dealing with the life and action of our highest types does not in itself result in any better literature than the story dealing with the lowest or most abandoned types, nor are physical adventures to be graded below metaphysical adventures. The mystery detective story may be structurally so excellent and its workmanship so good that it is the equal of any form of literature. The obvious is at the base of all boredom. The thing that provides our perpetual interest in life is that the events lying just ahead of us cannot be determined. It is the mystery in the next moment, the next hour, the next day that we live to solve. If by any mental process we could ascertain the arrival of events ahead, no human being could endure the boredom of life. Something of this mystery, this uncertainty, must be caught up for the reader in the short story if his interest is to abide to the end. The skill of the author in preserving this uncertainty and mystery in events, in this imitation of life, will indicate the place to be assigned to him in the art he has undertaken. To an interviewer, by letter, who asked for the principal events of his life, Mr. Post once made a suitably whimsical answer: "I was born like the sons of Atreus in the pasture land of horses. I was reared by a black woman who remembered her grandmother boiling a warrior's head in a pot. I was given a degree by a college of unbeautiful nonsense. I have eaten dinner with a god. And I have kissed a princess in a land where men grind their wheat in the sky." For Geoffrey Farinol's a jest is a great exploit or an heroic achievement, the thing that has today pretty generally dwindled to a gesture. But although the fiction of Geoffrey Farinol is full of gestures, of ladies who cry, la, and of ladies who swoon, of gentlemen who draw swords as naturally as they draw breath, or even more so, the succession of his work is a series of gestes. For one point, he followed his bent in the teeth of literary fashion and scored, at the outset, an enormous popular success. For another point, he kept his head when success was upon him. Although a favorite scene in his stories is one full of lightning fence, swifter guard and dexterous riposte, the true portrait of the author is decidedly different. It shows him in the patient and laborious attitudes of his own Black George, in the toil the young Farinol was himself committed to for a period in his youth, the heavy work of the forge and the foundry, the slow heating to malleability and the shape hammered out before cooling. After the broad highway had captured the fancy of England and America, in an incautious moment Farinol the smith, Farinol the patient artificer, contracted to furnish his next tale as a serial in an American magazine. The editor blithely began publication with only part of the manuscript in hand. Dissatisfied with his work, the author at one stage tore up 10 completed chapters. For several months he worked under pressure. In the end he kept the editor supplied. The experience did not lead him into the misconception that his smithy was a Ford factory. Nor has the fact that he can write one kind of tale ever led him to suppose that he ought to succeed with another variety. He followed the definite object with our admirable Betty. It is surprising to reflect that he made his first hit by reviving a species of romance when romance of that species, and of pretty nearly every species, was justly considered to have breathed its last, but it is vastly more surprising to realize that he has continued to succeed by the same tactics. Almost 10 years later another young man, similarly self-willed, was to score an equal success in America, though not in England, by the same sort of reckless behavior, only the title of the book was to be Main Street and not the Broad Highway. But Sinclair Lewis, although unaware of his advantage, was setting a fashion, not defying one. Both Mr. Lewis's novel and Mr. Farinol's were the products of that kind of saturation which, while it cannot be relied upon to produce enduring literature, can nearly always be counted upon to produce literary phenomena. Such a phenomenon, certainly, was the Kentish tale of Peter V. Butt, Charmian, the Tinker, Black George, and the Ancient, appearing as a book early in 1911 and rolling rapidly up to a sale of 500,000 copies in England and America. And though perhaps not a portent, as Main Street has been a portent, it was a sign of far more significance than the appearance on the scene of a new individual writer. But let us tell the story of that story in orderly fashion. It begins with 2 little boys in their nightshirts listening furtively but eagerly outside the door of a room in which their father was reading aloud to their mother, whose eyes were on her needle. The book was The Count of Monte Cristo. The name of the older boy, he was 8, was John Geoffrey Farinol, of the younger, who was to fall in the Boer War, Ewart Farinol. The family had removed from Birmingham, where Geoffrey was born, to Lee, in Kent. The reading proceeded until a sneeze betrayed the boys. But after that they were admitted for an extra hour to the evening readings. The senior Farinol read excellently, varying his voice to suit the characters. He made the stories live, for Geoffrey at least. From Cooper, Scott, Dickens, Dumas, Thackeray and Stevenson heard at home, Geoffrey became a schoolboy who invented tales to entertain his fellows, In particular, he started a story which he carried on for 3 months, winding it up with the close of term. When he had finished school, he wanted to become a writer, but as there was not money to send him to one of the universities, his father thought the ambition foolish, and at 17 the boy was set to work in Birmingham with a firm of engineers and brass founders. Manual labor at the forge was varied by a great deal of fighting with fists. He was short and thick-set. He spent the lunch hour either telling stories to the other men, stories from the classics as he says, vividly touched up, no doubt, or making a rough drawing of some scowling diffident sitter. As he sat drawing one noon, a man of the crowd looking over his shoulder remarked, "Ah, that's all very well, but drawing ain't manliness." A test of manliness, inquiry developed, was the feat of a chap who had climbed up the inside of the big chimney. Farinol laid 5 shillings to half a crown that he could duplicate the deed. Says one account, the chimney towered up, 120 feet of blackness, choked with the soot of 4 years and with insecure stanchions, several of them broken. He fastened his handkerchief at the top for all to see. It is easy to believe that the worst of the thing was the climb down with soot tumbling in his eyes. The men refused to pay their bets. He had to fight one of them, though sick and giddy, and was beaten. But a climax was near at hand. Farinol kept a notebook in which he was forever jotting down ideas and impressions. The foreman most reasonably objected to these interruptions of work. There were blows. Leaving the foreman reclining in a daze against an anvil, the words aren't Farinol's. The last Farinol saw of the place was his handkerchief fluttering from the chimney top. No good for work, always writing. How singularly right the foreman's verdict had been, some years were required to prove. For a time Farinol stayed at home and wrote stories, poems, what not. A few stories got printed. His father was unimpressed, except by the unanimity of family relatives in declaring that he was encouraging Geoffrey to grow into an idle fellow. It seemed as if something might be constructed from his son's natural aptitude for drawing. Geoffrey began the study of line and figure drawing under Loudon at the Westminster Art School. He found everybody else at the school so much more clever that he became discouraged. "I think I'll write." "You can't write," said his father. "You've not had a university education." He went into his father's business, but as he continued to write stories, and as some of them continued to get accepted, this arrangement was a failure. At this time his favorite recreation was cycling. All the highroads and byroads of Kent, Surrey and Sussex became familiar to me. I wheeled between the flowery hedgerows and quenched my thirst at the wayside taverns. It was then, while watching villagers wending their way to church, that I first saw the ancient. There he was, tall hat, smock frock, shrewd, wrinkled face, and gnarled hands grasping his knobbly staff just as I have described him in the broad highway. And that was the first inception of the book, though it was not until several years afterward that it came to be written. Black George was fashioned out of his own time spent at the Birmingham Forge. Farinol wasn't yet 21 when he married Blanche Hawley, daughter of F. Housen Hawley, a New York artist. The pair set out for America. The bride of 17 had been sent to England on a visit. It was hoped that Mr. Hawley would take the news well. It was also hoped that Geoffrey might sell stories more successfully in the United States. He had a negligible amount of money. The 7, and more than 7, lean years were beginning. 3. Mr. Hawley received them well. In an interview a year ago, 11, Mr. Farinol, recalling the New York period, is quoted as saying, "I hadn't a cent in the world. My wife had paid for the wedding ring and the honeymoon, and it seemed to me that after that it was up to me to do something." It has been said that her father remained adamant when we arrived, but that isn't true. I'm expecting a knock on the bean from him when he reads that. On the contrary, I found him a delightful old cove, and we were forgiven. Geoffrey Farinol, photograph by E. Hopp, London. After that I went to work, living alone in a room at 38th Street and 10th Avenue. One night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, I came across a man down by the river whose face was all covered with blood. "What's the matter?" I asked him. "I'm dying, kid, I'm dying," he told me. I took him home and fixed him up. It turned out that he was the leader of a notorious gang. I've never known a finer chap than he. I've found out in this life that if you scratch deep enough you'll always find true worth. About a week after that night he came around and took me to a notorious saloon. He took me into the back room and introduced me to the bunch. Several of them have gone to the chair since, but they were good fellows. 12. I've gone into that saloon without a nickel in my pocket, and looking it. I've had one of the gang say to me, "Stony up against it, kid. Will a fiver help?" And before I could know what happened the gang would have taken up a collection of $25 and given it to me. 13. My wife was living with her family at that time, but often she would come to bring me baskets with chicken and all sorts of delightful little delicacies. The neighborhood was a terrible one in those days, and I was afraid at first to have her come there. I told some of the boys about it. They told me never to worry again. They arranged that an unseen bodyguard should follow her from the streetcar and escort her to my room and back again when she was ready to leave. She believed in me even then when it meant more to me than anything in the world. People don't know it, but I am naturally a timid man. She gave me confidence in myself, and with it came the ability to succeed. The room at 38th Street and 10th Avenue was a studio, dismal, rat-haunted, where a job as a painter of theatrical scenery compelled him to spend a great many of his nights and days. In intervals of scene painting he began the broad highway. I met O. Henry several times in the offices of Ainsley's magazine. I think it was Will Irwin who introduced us. O. Henry was unusually taciturn for an American, and I am an Englishman. So though we saw each other frequently, never more than how do ye do passed between us. The pleasantest recollections I have of those old days was the time I spent in dabbling in painting and theatricals at the old Aestia Theatre. One day a down-and-out young man got past the doorkeeper and strolled on the stage. "I've got a fortune here in my pocket," he said. "We all have that," I replied. The young fellow said he had been a cub reporter in Chicago, but now he was hungry and looking for a job. Finally he got the attention of the producer at the theater. He pulled out a manuscript and began reading. The producer at first paid no attention, but gradually became more and more interested. When the first act had been read, the producer said, "All right, I'll take it." The starving dramatist was Eugene Walter and the manuscript was that of Paid in Full. 14. Farinol wrote in the studio and also at Mr. Hawley's home, in Englewood, New Jersey. When The Broad Highway was the bestseller, Mr. Hawley rounded out the picture of the New York period. 15. Farinol, he said, is a dreamer and a bookworm, and has just about as much practical idea of time and money as that type is popularly supposed to have. He kept right on writing, and night was the time he had to do it. Many a time when I've been detained late with a press of work, I'd get home at midnight or thereabouts to find a light supper waiting for me and Jeffrey up working, only waiting to be called to entertain me while I ate. For he is the most entertaining talker I've ever known and loves to talk. His natural speech is the phraseology in The Broad Highway. 16. It has become natural to him through many years of living with the characters in the books of that period he loves so well. And he is a born storyteller. He always kept us sitting overtime at meals, just as he used to keep me sitting up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning on the occasion of the midnight suppers. When he gets to spinning a yarn, whether telling it or writing it, he loses all knowledge of the flight of time. Often when I've come down to breakfast before catching my early train to New York, I've found him just finishing his night's work, fresh and enthusiastic. Even when his days are full of leisure, he likes best to work at night. Then, he says, his brain is clearer, and there are no interruptions. His power of concentration and absorption is the most marvelous thing I've ever encountered. I remember once taking him to the Players' Club with me for luncheon. After luncheon he wandered into the library and was delighted to see the work of Aphra Behn, an early writer I'd never heard of, but belonging to his favorite period and well known to him. I left him there renewing her acquaintance with delight. I forgot all about him, but chancing to go back for dinner, on entering the library to my amazement I saw him sitting there in exactly the same posture in which I'd left him hours before. He didn't know whether 10 minutes or as many hours had elapsed. Farinol succeeded in selling a number of short stories and had some work as an illustrator. He wrote 2 light romances, My Lady Caprice and The Money Moon, which magazines bought. For 2 years he put all his spare time on The Broad Highway, the history of which is among the curiosities of book publishing. For like Main Street a decade later, the broad highway was possibly conceived and certainly executed in a spirit of revolt. Such rebellions are common, and the only wisdom that can be uttered in respect of them is embodied in that proverb which says that one man's meat is another man's poison. Editors and publishers endeavor to give the public what the public wants. The public, very naturally, never knows what it wants until it tastes it. The public is like a husband sitting down to his wife's dinner. He may like everything or nothing, he may enormously relish the unexpected, placed before him with inward perturbation and in a spirit of desperate doubt. He may pounce with appetite upon, and sing loudly the praise of, some dish denounced by him and refused by his palate the week before. If a writer attempt to please editors or publishers, who, in turn, are attempting to please their publics, he will be successful with the entrepreneurs and possibly with the audiences. And his temperament may make such a course the very best thing. If his temperament is otherwise, sooner or later he will please himself, and if he can then get published, a large public may just possibly discover that he greatly pleases them. The completed manuscript of The Broad Highway was submitted to the Century Company and Charles Scribner's Sons in New York, both of whom failed to come to terms and returned it shortly. It was then submitted to Dodd, Mead and Company, who indicated a conditional acceptance and asked the author to come in and discuss possible changes. The firm's readers offered their suggestions and Farinol took notes. The principal result was that he cut 20,000 words out of the book, which still remained of 200,000 word length, or twice the length of the usual full-length novel. The alterations were not enough to give the publisher the necessary confidence. The year was 1907, the year of the money panic, and the manuscript was finally returned to Farinol with a definite declination. The reasons were sound. There had been a bad slump in Wall Street, the book was formidably long, the author was unknown, the interest of the tale might be almost wholly for English readers. But there was another reason in the nature of the novel to which a few words should be devoted. Robert Louis Stevenson had died in 1894. His work spawned a school of historical fiction, much of it pseudo-historical, which had dominated the American book market for years. The public taste did not discriminate during that decade between the good and the bad, to have and to hold, and when knighthood was in flower were equally hailed as masterpieces and alike elevated to the top of the heap. From that day, indeed, dates the name and the peculiarity of the bestseller. The term remains, but it has only in very recent years begun to undergo a transformation of meaning, the idea of relativity having crept in. With a truer perception and a better sense of proportion, we now tend to speak of a book as a bestseller in its class, or in relation to the literary merit of the work or the record of the author, or generally with an eye to what sale could be expected in the circumstances. The fact of a sale in so many figures remains, but the estimation in which the fact is held is quite different. A sale of 20,000 copies that would have passed unregarded 20 years ago is now likely to be accounted as of the greatest significance. What was fundamentally the trouble in 1907 was not to be stated with vigor until 1914, when Frank Swinnerton's critique of Stevenson, 17, was to appear with such concluding sentences as these: Stevenson created a school which has brought romance to be the sweepings of an old costume chest. If romance rests upon no better base than this, if romance is to be conventional in a double sense, if it spring not from a personal vision of life, but is only a tedious virtuosity, a pretense, a conscious toy, romance as an art is dead. And if it is dead, Stevenson killed it. Such, even in 1907, was in various quarters uneasily felt to be the fact. In 1907, it is true, George Meredith was spending his declining years in poetry, and Thomas Hardy was at work on The Dynast, but The Way of All Flesh had been published 4 years earlier, Shaw's plays were being staged, the dead George Gissing was at last coming into attention. Mr. Galsworthy had just given us The Man of Property, Mr. Wells was brewing Tono Bungay, and Mr. Bennet was at work on The Old Wives' Tale. If the lid of the costume chest was still raised, it had every appearance of being propped most insecurely. All cogent and immediate reasons aside, the publisher of books had every psychological and intuitive reason for doubting the appeal of a volume of 500 closely printed pages, much of it in dialect and all of it concerned with Kentish scenes of 100 years earlier. To return to the broad highway, an actor with whom the author had become acquainted at the Astor Theatre was about to play an engagement in Boston, and offered to show the manuscript to friends in the office of Little, Brown and Company. Farinol waited for some word in vain. After several months he learned that the actor had returned to New York, and sought him out. The actor had visited the publishing house but had completely forgotten the manuscript. It was taken from the bottom of his trunk, where it had lain all the while, and Farinol was minded, first to sell it, with all rights, for $500. Mr. Hawley said Farinol would do no such thing, if I have to buy it myself. Farinol's next impulse was to burn the cumbersome bundle. He finally gave it to his wife, and Mrs. Farinol sent it to her husband's mother in England. Shirley Byron Jevons, at that time editor of The Sportsman, was the next to see it. He took it to the publishing house of Sampson Low, Marston and Company, introducing it with, "Here is another Lorna Doone," Blackmore's novel having been the firm's greatest fiction success. The publishing house accepted the book and had drawn an agreement with Mr. Jevons as Mr. Farinol's agent when the author appeared unexpectedly. In fact, Farinol, discouraged by his fortunes in America, had simply got on the boat with his wife and little daughter. A new agreement was drawn with him direct, and signed. Then, but some time before the book was set up in type, the publisher showed it to Clement K. Shorter, editor of The Sphere, whose devotion to the work of George Borrow was well known. Mr. Shorter's account of the incident embodies an interesting estimate of the book. Sad Smiley 18, I read The Broad Highway with avidity, and recognized at once, as who would not have done, that here was a striking addition to picaresque romances, that the author had not read Don Quixote, Gil Blas and the best stories by Defoe and Fielding for nothing, nor had he walked along the broad highways of England without observation and profit any more than had the creator of Lavengro and Romany Rye. For the vast multitude of readers of each epoch the dictum of Emerson stands, every age must write its own books. It is of no use for the pedantic critic to affirm, with pontifical fervor, that Cervantes and Le Sage and Defoe are masters of literature and that our contemporaries are but pygmies in comparison. The great reading public of any age will not be bullied into reading the authors who have reached the dignity of classics. The writer who can catch some element of the spirit of the masters and modernize it is destined to win the favor of the crowd. And thus Mr. Geoffrey Farinol has entered into his kingdom. The broad highway sold in hundreds of thousands. It is a breezy, healthy book, as unpretentious as it is sincere. Neither its author nor his friends need to worry themselves as to whether it is a masterpiece of literature. For our day, at least, it has added to the stock of harmless pleasures. To the critic who complains that it is but an exercise in archaeology and that the author has never felt what he has written but has gathered it up from books, one can reply in the language of Goldsmith's Mr. Burchell, fudge. It is still possible in England, in spite of its railway trains and its mechanical development, to feel the impulse which inspired Charles Dickens, George Borrow and all the masters of the picaresque romance, who have in days gone by travelled with delight through the countryside, seeking adventures and finding them. I felt some desire, says Lavengro, to meet with one of those adventures which, upon the roads of England, are as plentiful as blackberries in autumn. Mr. Farinol has a talent for recreating such adventures, and he is perfectly frank with his readers, anticipating a certain type of criticism. Whereas the writing of books was once a painful art, he makes Peter V. Bart say in The Broad Highway, it has of late become a trick very easy of accomplishment, requiring no regard for probability and little thought, so long as it is packed sufficiently full of impossible incidents through which a ridiculous heroine and a more absurd hero duly sigh their appointed way to the last chapters. Whereas books were once a power, they are of late degenerated into things of amusement, with which to kill an idle hour, and be promptly forgotten the next. The letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life. On a famous occasion the late Maurice Hewlett tore to shreds the historicity of the work of James Branch Cabell, and Mr. Cabell completely lost his temper. Mr. Farinol's hero in Beltane the Smith finds himself in an England which from the internal evidence of friars, bowmen, arms and armour we might vaguely describe as Edwardian, Edward I, II, III. The pikes he appears to have borrowed from a later period. And yet it is not Edwardian either, for there is no hint of a king in it all, and never was there such an anarchical England, save in the reign of Stephen of Blois. 19. Mr. Farinol's Latin, says J. P. Collins, gives one the shivers. He mixes his these and his ye's, and precisians may murmur at his forms of archaic diction. But, if Farinol makes a slip in the way of detail, or lapses into excess, he preserves the most important thing, and that is atmosphere. 20. Everyone will recall Scott's inaccuracies in Ivanhoe, of which the most serious was the depiction of a state of feeling between the Saxons and Normans existing a century earlier than the time of the novel. Mr. Shorter has made us longer. It remains to say that the broad highway, accepted in England, was offered by the English publisher in America, in one instance to Dodd, Mead and Company, who again declined it. Little, Brown and Company were the acceptors, learning for the first time of the actor's delinquency a few years earlier. The book was published on both sides of the ocean and sprang into instant success. In the midst of the smother of applause, appeals, money and golden prospects, Mr. Farinol had a moment. He ejaculated, "Just think. I've lost 4 years of my life." 21. He was 33, 10 years older than it has been done, and 30 years younger than it has been done, also. 22. Mr. Henry Sydnor Harrison achieved cute at 31, Sinclair Lewis was 35 when Main Street appeared. On the whole, the 4 years seem not an excessive price to have paid for a coup, nor 33 years long to have found oneself. The point was neither in the success nor the time taken to reach it. It was in Mr. Farinol's ability to keep his head on his shoulders. This he proceeded to do, although he sold, while yet unwritten, the serial rights to his next work. Pressure upon him did not prevent his destroying 10 unsatisfactory chapters, as has been related, and although, as he said at the time, "I really cannot blame the magazine people," he was emphatic in saying, "I never wish to undergo such an experience again." 23. 2 years elapsed after the publication of The Broad Highway before the appearance of The Amateur Gentleman, and except for the publication of a piece of work written before The Broad Highway, 24, and his effort to help in the war, Great Britain at War, he has had only 9 books brought out in the dozen years since he raised the curtain. And of these one, The Jest of Duke Jocelyn, a romance in prose, blank verse and rhyme, is a novelty written for his daughter, Gillian, published because what had entertained one girl might very conceivably entertain others. Mr. Farinol's method of keeping his head on his shoulders has been to practice industry without becoming industrial. Although homesick at first on his return to England, he settled in Kent, at Lee, with a den at the top of the house where he could work from midnight to breakfast. Old English books lined 2 walls of this refuge. Another wall was given up to a collection of old pistols and sabres, and on the desk there usually lay a dictionary of slang dated 1812. More recently the Farinols have lived at the seashore at Brighton, but the winters are generally spent at Ospedaletti, which is on the Italian Riviera. Except for a short visit to report for the London Daily Mail the fight between Jack Dempsey and Georges Carpentier in 1921, 25, Mr. Farinol had not revisited America until autumn, 1923. At that time visitors met a shortish man, anything but a figure of romance, whose outstanding trait was his genuine friendliness, a friendliness which is not an affectation with which he tries to put strangers at their ease, but an actual part of him. 26. To see him rehearse and enact, rather than merely outline, His next novel was an exceptional experience, for at such times he suits his voice to his characters and displays a considerable range of dramatic skill. Interviewers developed evidences of a struggle in the romancer's mind between the type of women he writes about and the types more usual today, however, chivalry, or perhaps the romantic vision, enabled him to come through the ordeal by newsprint without dishonor. He denied the possibility of platonic love and friendships. After a certain point, such friendships are bound to be no longer platonic. Mark me. I know they wouldn't be in my case, anyway. 27. A subject he did not tire of discussing was the wonder of America. 28. To several who talked with him he expressed the intention of writing another novel about New York City. 29. New York should be called the City of Great Adventures, he said, with characteristic enthusiasm, because anything might happen in New York. 30. More expressive of the man is the story of how his slightest novel came to be published. He was discussing with his mother the advisability of bringing out work written before the broad highway. "Look here," he said to her, "why not rout out Mr. Tornish? You have been very good to me, and I can never properly repay you, but if you can do anything with Mr. Tornish you shall have it." The tale, one that reminds most readers of Tarkington's Monsieur Beaucaire, was taken out of a drawer, touched up and added to, and accepted for book publication. The advance royalties, constituting a generous gift, were handed over to Mrs. Henry Farinol. This was in the autumn of 1913. 6. In an article appearing at the height of Mr. Farinol's first success, Henry Keats wrote, "The broad highway has seemed to the critics to invite comparison with so many different masters of the English novel, George Borrow, Blackmore, Le Sage, Dickens, Stevenson, Thackeray, to mention a few, that I asked him about his foster father." Mr. Farinol smiled. "I would not know my own literary parent if I met him out here in the broad highway of Kent," he exclaimed. Judging from his subsequent confessions, the creator of Peter v. Bart and Charmian is under greater indebtedness to Laurence Sterne than to any of the immortals named above. And that was owing to the friend of his boyish ambitions to whom the broad highway is dedicated. Mr. Shirley Byron Jevons was the first, some years since, to call Mr. Farinol's attention to the supreme difficulty of writing a book dealing with the abstract, citing, as a rare example of success in that line, Sterne's Tristram Shandy. A copy of that unusual book was speedily procured by Mr. Farinol, and he recalls as though an impression of yesterday the manner in which he was enthralled by its pages. Then he adds, "I went on to the Spectator and the Tatler, the reading of which showed me how great is the loss of those who are unacquainted with the Queen and essayists." 31. This settles the matter of style. Certain books by Mr. Farinol, The Honourable Mr. Tornish, Great Britain at War, and The Jest of Duke Jocelyn, each outside the true succession of his work, have been incidentally characterized. A descriptive note on his principal novels may perhaps fittingly conclude this account. The Broad Highway, 1911, has probably already been sufficiently described, as it must be familiar to many who may read these lines. The Amateur Gentleman, 1913, has for hero Barnabas, son of a retired and famous boxing champion of England. Having come into a legacy, the young man resolves to journey to London to become a gentleman. The period is that of the Prince Regent. There is a rapid series of adventures on the journey. Barnabas meets Clean, the heroine, he acquires a valet and establishes himself with the quality, and the fashionable world loses him, for he returns home again. Beltane the Smith, 1915, concerns a golden-haired giant and matchless swordsman whose odyssey of adventure is lived in a much earlier England. The Definite Object, 1917, is the story of a young New Yorker whose wealth has taken from him all incentive to action. For want of a definite object in life, he is toying with the thought of suicide when he surprises a youthful burglar in the act of entering his rooms. Then, as Mr. Jeffrey, he takes up lodgings with the housebreaker in the Old Hell's Kitchen district of New York, which was the region between 34th and 42nd Streets and west of 6th Avenue. Our Admirable Betty, 1918, is a return to the dimension of the broad highway and the amateur gentleman. Black Bartlemy's Treasure, 1920, and Martin Conisbee's Vengeance, 1921, are tales of piracy and the Spanish Main, the second novel completing the first. Peregrine's Progress, 1922, more closely than any other book approximates the scenes and action of the broad highway. It is laid in Kent. It relates a boy's adventurings on the road and by the roadside, and it reintroduces the tinker. Sir John Doing, 1923, keeps to the same period. A skilled swordsman who has incurred the enmity of the Lady Herminia Barrisdale is forced to fight duel after duel which she has instigated in the hope that he will meet his death. The dictum of Mr. Shorter best fits the case of this friendly writer and honest workman. We have already quoted the words, "The great reading public of any age will not be bullied into reading the authors who have reached the dignity of classics." The writer who can catch some element of the spirit of the masters and modernize it is destined to win the favor of the crowd. The love of a fairy tale, delight in action, pleasure in such characterizations as Black George, the Tinker, and the Ancient, picturesque, in outline broadly simple, have been potent. Stevenson was dead. The good as well as the bad of his legacy had been swallowed up in a flood wherein the sound could no longer be distinguished from the meretricious. What we loosely call realism was in the ascendant. Years were to go by before realism could be seen to be the necessary clearing of paths to an exploration of the romantic impulse, more intelligent as well as more subtle. In the meantime, an age-old thirst found these draughts to quench itself. On the porch of the Bull at Sissinghurst the readers of Mr. Farinol have sat for many an afternoon, washing the dust from their throats with a pleasant ale and enjoying the surprising procession of knights, scholars, gypsies, gallants, pirates and simple maids and ladies of fashion which has passed before them, coming from and returning to a world without end, truly. Books by Geoffrey Farrenall 1907 My Lady Caprice in England, The Chronicles of the Imp 1911 The Broad Highway The Money Moon. Earlier, in point of composition, than The Broad Highway. 1913 The Amateur Gentleman 1913 The Honourable Mr. Tornish. Earlier, in point of composition, than The Broad Highway. 1915 Beltane the Smith 1917 The Definite Object 1918 Great Britain at War in England, Some War Impressions 1918 Our Admirable Betty 1920 The Jest of Duke Jocelyn 1920 Black Bartlemy's Treasure 1921 Martin Conisbee's Vengeance 1922 Peregrine's Progress 1923 Sir John Doing Sources on Geoffrey Farrenall The Novels of Geoffrey Farrenall. Booklet published by Little, Brown and Company, Boston, 1923. The Country of the Broad Highway by Henry C. Shelley. The Book News Monthly, October, 1912. Geoffrey Farrenall's Life and Career, by Herbert F. Jenkins. The Book News Monthly, September, 1911. How I Began, by Geoffrey Farrenall. Booklet published by Sampson Low, Marston and Company, Limited, London. The text is reprinted from TPS Weekly of 14 February 1913. Love still ruling motive in life of the modern youth and maiden. Interview by Marguerite Dean in the Evening World, New York, 28 June 1921. Note especially, as a matter of fact I knew a charming fellow who did, in real life, just what my hero did in The Definite Object, took a little girl from the New York slums, educated her, loved and married her. Other references will be found in the footnotes to the text of this chapter. They do not include, by any means, all the interviews in newspapers. 5 adults please skip, 32, I not that age has anything to do with it. A man is as young as he feels and a woman is as young as her imagination keeps her. The idea of never growing up is a mistake. Everyone wants to grow up, but that's no reason for not keeping youthful. There's something in fellows like Irvin S. Cobb and Owen Johnson and Ralph Henry Barber which is just as good at 40 as at 14, maybe better. And there's something in books like Little Women that you keep coming back to. Suppose we'd better begin with the bedtime story man. Half the children in the United States of America are willing to call it a day when Thornton W. Burgess says the word. Mr. Burgess owes his success to the fact that he was born in a place called Sandwich in the state of Massachusetts. It made him realize that something was needed between the dark and the daylight, as Longfellow said. Having splendid eyesight and some excellent connections, he was able to enter the best animal circles, and early met Peter Rabbit, Lightfoot the deer, and loads of others. The way to meet them is by all means under Mr. Burgess's auspices, in the Burgess Animal Book for Children. Sammy J., Bob White and the Feathered Companions who have more or less dealings with Striped Chipmunk and Johnny Chuck are introduced in the Burgess Bird Book for Children. It is a point of honor with Mr. Burgess always to let his animal friends tell their own stories. Louis Agassiz's Fouerts illustrates these books with pictures in full colors. For example, he shows 58 birds in all their glory. The Burgess Bird Book for Children brought cries of joy from Dr.W.T. Hornaday, who is America's leading naturalist and who presides over more animals at the New York Zoo than went into the Ark with Noah. But wait. Here's a third volume to put with these two, the Burgess Flower Book for Children, also illustrated in color and black and white and showing 103 flowers. You should see the color pictures, for instance, of the yellow adder's tongue and the wild columbine. Let it be stressed, the books by Burgess are the most popular and most successful published for little children. Their interest and joy is communicable to the child of 4 years, and they are read and reread by boys and girls up to 12, and sometimes by their elders. Rose Philemon, with fairies and chimneys, the fairy flute, and the fairy green, won some time ago chief honors as the children's poet, and now she seems to be on the path to distinguished honors for her prose stories. The Rainbow Cat, whose color scheme included orange hind legs and a red tail, gave the greatest satisfaction, and so will 40 Good Night Tales, in which errant fairies explain themselves. But probably the most ambitious book is the new Rose Philemon's Fairy Book. Rose Philemon for Fairies, as the advertisers would say. Did you see number 1 Joy Street, ever? At any rate, you will see number 2 Joy Street, won't you? Like the first book, it has a jolly cover and end papers, and plenty of illustrations in color and otherwise. The collection of prose and verse for boys and girls in number 2 Joy Street is from writers whose names will make even older people prick up their ears: Gilbert K. Chesterton, Walter de la Mare, A. Milne, Hilaire Belloc, Hugh Walpole, Lawrence Houseman and Rose Philemon are some of them. With such an array of contributors, you will have very hard work to keep your copy of this book for your very own. It will be necessary to speak nicely but firmly to older people. You will also need to explain that you must be left alone with Edna Geister's new book, What Shall We Play? Grown-ups are almost certain to think that they ought to stick around and tell you how to go about the 50 best games in this book. They are wrong. Miss Geister herself says so. She says she took the very best out of her hundreds of inspirations for play and took pains to explain them so that children can play them without help or direction, and at sight. Let's Play is another one of her game books written especially for boys and girls. It is to laugh is a little more grown up, not a great deal. The Velveteen Rabbit, by Marjorie Williams, has remarkable pictures. As you look at William Nicholson's drawings, they were made on stone, which gives them their peculiar texture. You can really see the sawdust hero come to life and leap for joy. We will come in a moment to other books with glorious pictures, but first let us see if we have 1 or 2 more books for 4 and 5 and 6 years. Yes. Here is Mother Hubbard's Wonderful Cupboard, by Maud Radford Warren and Eve Davenport, who also wrote Tales Told by the Gander and Adventures in the Old Woman's Shoe. The scheme in each of these books is the delightful one of continuing the Mother Goose stories. Mother Goose, with her unfinished tales, is extremely tantalizing. Probably the good woman told all she knew, but it is by no means enough. For instance, she appeared to know nothing of the circumstances in which Mother Hubbard acquired her dog. They were highly interesting. You see, she needed someone to work for and be interested in, and as no child was available she took Daikon, who was a trained, performing dog attached to a circus, but so ill that his owner thought he wouldn't live long anyway. Sia Federer has made the many illustrations, some of them in color. The Wiggly Weasel and Other Stories, by Mabel Marlowe, is another book with many pictures that is full of the fun of clever animals, brownies, and their kin. Perhaps you take part in plays. Then, if you are young enough, I think you will be enthusiastic over the 7 Gay Masks in the Magic Seashell and Other Plays, by John Farrar. There is probably a place in the garden that looks as though a play were about to begin there, or a spot down the meadow or a roomy chimney corner in the house. Homemade music and costumes, please. For seriousness, and in moments when you want to know more about the world you live in, and how men came to live in it, anyway, the 2 most helpful books are likely to be Frederick Arnold Cummer's The First Days of Man and The First Days of Knowledge. These relate the true fairy story of creation and man's coming to know. Moreover, it is told in such a way that any boy and most girls can make for themselves the simple tools that man first began by making. 2. I spoke of books with pictures. If you are so lucky as to have the fairy tales by Hans Andersen, illustrated by K. Nielsen, or those other books for which he made the illustrations, The 12 Dancing Princesses and East of the Sun and West of the Moon, I hope you will say a word to your older friends about this artist. They are likely to be as ecstatically happy as yourself, in the contemplation of the pictures, but not to know what it is they admire. Then you must tell them that K. Nielsen is a Dane, the son of an actor and a famous actress, who was brought up in a home where the rich furnishings and beautiful colors came from Constantinople and the East. He went to London and saw drawings by Aubrey Beardsley in which all the lines combined elegance, suavity, or great smoothness, power, or sureness and ease, and a certain austerity, bareness, simplicity. And so, by what he had seen and by the nature received from his parents, he became a great artist who could do fiery work with an occasional effect of grim strength, but in these pictures you know he is riotously playful with his lines and his colors alike. Edmund Dulac and Arthur Rackham are other great artists who have done much of their finest work in illustrating children's books. You may have Hawthorne's A Wonder Book, illustrated by Rackham, or Edmund Dulac's Fairy Book, or stories from the Arabian Nights, The Sleeping Beauty and Other Fairy Tales, or stories from Hans Andersen, each with Dulac's pictures. Perhaps the most wonderful of all Dulac's books is the edition of Shakespeare's comedy of The Tempest. 3. You are old enough to be thinking about going away to school. You can't get too many school stories. In particular, you are keen for a new book by Ralph Henry Barber. Nobody writes better school sport books. The Fighting Scrub, Mr. Barber's latest, is a picture of life at a famous New England school, and the fellows and the incidents of the tale are just as actual as the setting. Cliff Bingham and Tom Kemble are boys everyone can recognize among his friends, and while Loring Dean, a cripple confined to a wheelchair, is a new character in a story of boys, his splendid headwork in planning a forward pass play that makes the winning touchdown for the school is proof that a boy need not be an athlete to count. There are some very pretty points about the Fighting Scrub. It has been usual to write only about a fellow who made the team. The Scrub team has been an unsung, unhonored aggregation on which the first team sharpened its teeth. Mr. Barber's hero is only a scrub, but even a scrub has been known to play in the big game and with crucial results. Here's another thing. People have begun to recognize the fact that we are in danger of losing sight of football and other games as sport, and of thinking only of winning. Nothing could show better than the history of Cliff Bingham and Tom Kemble in the Fighting Scrub that the real joy of football lies in the spirit in which you play. Every fellow can see himself in Cliff or Tom or Loring Dean. Again, there are thousands of boys who will be able to see themselves in Joe Kenton, the hero of Mr. Barber's Follow the Ball. Joe is a fellow who is far from having things all his own way, but he is a sticker. He has to earn the money to get through school, and that never made it easier to make a record in athletics. But he shows up well, and Follow the Ball has baseball, skating, hockey and camping in its pages as well as football. The proved classics in the way of school stories are assuredly Owen Johnson's. It is 16 years since the first publication of his first book of Lauren Seville stories, but Hickey Hicks, Dink Stover, Doc McNuder, Hungry Smead, The Gutter Pup, The Tennessee Shad and Lovely Mead are as generally and specifically bully as when Booth Tarkington hailed them. Mr. Johnson's success in The Prodigious Hickey, The Varmint and The Tennessee Shad is as great as Mr. Tarkington's own in Penrod, immeasurably greater than Kipling's effort in Storky and Company. It is true to say that the Lauren Seville stories blend speed, surprise, mischief and humor with a smoothness and a perfection untouched by anything else of their sort. They avoid the utter priggishness and complacency of Tom Brown's school days, while having the same positive value of a real school, under its own name and with its own tradition, as their background. The only real prep school story ever written, said George Ade, crisply, after reading The Varmint. Why? No doubt the fact that the Lauren Seville stories are semi-autobiographical has much to do with it. For Johnson was a Lauren Seville boy in the 1890s. There is extant a picture showing him with the original, but somewhat older, Brian de Boru Finnegan, Turkey writer, The Old Roman, and The Prodigious Hickey. Johnson himself it was who held the skeleton while Hickey attached it to a rope hung from a ventilator. Johnson sat on the roof when old Ironsides, afterward a New York real estate broker, slid off and got filled with gravel. It was Johnson who experienced the agony of muffing a ball and being attacked by the whole baseball team, which he has described as the varmint's first discouraging experience with Lawrenceville athletics. And after a dozen years, Mr. Johnson recently returned to the Lawrenceville scene in Skippy-Biddle, which tells how Skippy planned to invent a foot regulator for bathtubs and of certain deplorable experiments which were to produce mosquito-proof socks. Skippy-Biddle is largely the story of a sentimental progression and includes the first dress suit and Skippy's first girl. In the days when professional ball players still had mustaches and you could give people a thrill by riding down the post office steps on a high-wheel bicycle, Irvin S. Cobb was going on 14. And in Going on 14, his new book with pictures by Worth Brehm, the artist for Tarkington's Penrod stories, Cobb has cut a few cross-sections out of a year in the life of an average boy. Now, without in any respect being literal reminiscences, these chapters accurately and joyously reflect a scene and a period and a boy most unmistakably American. For Johnny Custer, otherwise John C. Calhoun Custer, Jr., is neither Tom Sawyer nor Penrod Schofield, though perhaps more like Tom and Huck Finn than Penrod, but he is as instantly recognizable and as entirely boy as either. And Johnny Custer was his own trained investigator. He did not depend upon others to tell him what would happen in untried circumstances. No, sir. The account of how he and Mr. Simons short-circuited the fowls of a chicken fancier should be read with caution. It is likely to leave you in the same condition of happy helplessness in which it left Johnny. Albert Pison Terhune, like John Tainterfoot, 33, writes a capital dog story, and Mr. Terhune's stories of collies, Buff and Lad and the others, are known wherever the dog has his due. In the Heart of a Dog, Terhune's new book, there are one or two tales in which a collie is not the hero, but Lad and Buff and Trev and Lo Shinvar Bobby are familiar friends of the breed which Mr. Terhune himself raises and takes prizes with. Marguerite Kerms has made the 8 pictures in color and others in black and white. This is another book that grown-ups will borrow and neglect to return, if you don't watch out. Every boy and girl knows how hard it is to find a good, readable history. The difficulty was pointed out to Sidney Dark, who set to work at once to do something about it. And so far he has done magnificently, producing, in the Book of Scotland for Young People, the Book of England for Young People, and the Book of France for Young People, 3 histories more clear and interesting to boys and girls of 10 to 16 than any similar accounts. I do not even accept Charles Dickens's A Child's History of England, which is one-sided in spots. Each of Mr. Dark's books has 16 illustrations from famous paintings of historic scenes. For there is an Everyman's Library, why not an Ever I Killed's Library? Well, one has been begun. It is called the Beacon Hill Bookshelf and already 8 volumes are to be had. One of them, The Boy Whaleman, has never been published before, the others are all established favorites stamped with the approval of librarians and parents as well as of children themselves. But even the old ones are printed from new type and all the books are illustrated in color by well-known artists, 5 to 8 color plates apiece. The first book on the Beacon Hill bookshelf is the book that still is first on children's bookshelves everywhere throughout America. It is the book which, in a recent wide competition conducted by the Bookman, led all other juveniles. Its author was Louisa M. Alcott, and its title is Little Women, or Meg, Jo, Beth and Amy. Nowadays when you ask people like Hugh Walpole and Frank Swinnerton what American books they have read, they have a way of recalling at once that Louisa M. Alcott was one of the first, and, without prejudice to other writers, has remained one of the most memorable. The Beacon Hill Little Women has pictures by Jessie Wilcox Smith, and is properly companioned in the series by its sequel, Little Men, Life at Plumfield with Jo's Boys. Reginald Birch has done the pictures for Little Men. Of the other 6 books, I must draw your attention especially to 2, the one which is published for the first time and one by John Masefield. George F. Tucker's The Boy Whaleman has a place in the series because it deals with the experiences of an American lad more than 60 years ago, almost as far back as Richard Henry Darner's 2 years before the mast. Based on fact, Mr. Tucker's book is a thrilling account of a New Bedford boy's 3 years' voyage on a whaling ship. Mr. Masefield's book, Martin Hyde, The Duke's Messenger, is illustrated by T.C. Dugdale, and is a spirited story of a boy who served the Duke of Monmouth in his attempt to gain the throne of James II. The tale is therefore one of the Monmouth Rebellion, as the Rebellion of 1685 in England is most often called. Owing to the distinction with which Mr. Masefield writes, this book is one of the very best of adventure stories for boys or girls reading. Besides the 4 books of which I have tried to tell something, the Beacon Hill bookshelf also holds these 4 to date, What Katy Did, by Susan Coolidge. This is the most popular of Susan Coolidge's books, the story of a girl who would not let illness and invalidism keep her from doing things. The Story of Rolfe and the Viking's Bow, by Alan French. Rolfe avenges his father's murder and earns the Viking's bow in a story with incidents drawn from the Icelandic sagas. Nellie's Silver Mine, by Helen Hunt Jackson. This book by the author of Ramona is as popular today as 40 years ago. It is the story of Rob and Nellie, twins in New England, who take a long journey to a new home in Colorado, where Nellie finds the mine of the title. A Daughter of the Rich, by Mary E. Waller. The story is a great favorite with girls, who never fail to be interested in the account of a year spent on a farm in Vermont by a rich young city girl. Elizabeth Shippen Green Elliott has made the pictures in color. And here are a few others. Billy Mink, by Thornton W. Burgess, illustrated in color by Harrison Cady. The first volume in a new series of Burgess books which deals with the animals living in and around the Smiling Pool. For boys and girls of 4 to 12. Ruffs and Pompoms, by Beulah King, illustrated by Maurice Day. Finny Foo, the clown doll in the toy shop, goes out into the world to find a smile for the little Chinese lady and has the strangest adventures that ever happened to a toy. For boys and girls of 6 to 10. The Valley of Color Days, by Helen B. Sandwell, illustrated in color by Alice Bolam Preston. The Strange Adventures of Jane and David, who were taken in charge by the fairy, while their parents were away for a few days. For boys and girls of 6 to 10. Round the Year in Pudding Lane, by Sarah Addington, illustrated by Gertrude K. 12 original and whimsical tales of the adventures that happened to the Mother Goose children who lived in Pudding Lane. For boys and girls of 6 to 12. The Goblin's Glen, A Story of Childhood's Wonderland, by Harold Gaze, illustrated in color by the author. Ruth and Norman and their uncle Hal are taken by the fairies to unusual regions, the heart of Japan, Cloudland, the Arctic Circle and the Happy Isles. For boys and girls of 7 to 12. The Friends of Diggeldy Dan, by Edwin P. Norwood, illustrated in color by Conway Payton. The Wonderful Circus Clown and his animal friends go to visit the King of Jungleland. For boys and girls of 7 to 12. 50 new poems for children. Here are verses about the things every child knows, such as dandelions, swallows, the wind, and the scissors grinder, mixed with poems about the things of every child's wish and fancy, cloud houses, magic wallpaper, goblins and ring-a-ring fairies. The poets include Robert Graves, Catherine Tynan, Eleanor Fargian, Edith Sitwell, Wilfrid Blair and Madeleine Nightingale. Egyptian Tales of Magic, by Eleanor Myers Jewett, illustrated in color by Maurice Day. The oldest stories in the world, full of magic and mystery, which make the kings and sailors and priests and peasants of ancient Egypt come alive again before our eyes. For boys and girls of 10 to 15. Medicine Gold, by Warren H. Miller. A story of adventure, of big game hunting and fishing and life in the open in the Great North Woods. Indians figure in the story and there is an exciting mystery ingeniously solved. Mr. Miller is known as a writer of boys' fiction and of outdoor books for boys. Scott Burton in the Blue Ridge, by Edward G. Cheney. You can read this book alone or as the fourth of a series about a young forester assigned to government service in North Carolina. Scott plays an exciting part in the settlement of a mountaineer's feud. The author has worked with the United States Forestry Service and is a professor in and director of the University of Minnesota College of Forestry. Rat's Castle, by Roy Bridges. The fascination of pirate gold hangs in the background of a slashing, well-told story. 14 Years a Sailor, by John Kenlon. The chief of the New York Fire Department tells the picturesque story of his boyhood and young manhood on deep water, including shipwreck on the desolate Crozet Islands. The Listening Man, by John Amoroso. A companion volume to the author's Cap Fallon, Firefighter. This book shows how a retired detective of the New York City Force still takes an interest in and aids in solving mysteries and in bringing criminals to justice. Cap Fallon is one of the characters. Mr. Moroso is a novelist who, as a New York newspaper reporter, covered many big police stories. The Boy Scout's Own Book, edited by Franklin K. Matthews. This gathers into one volume those articles and stories from volumes I-4 of the Boy Scouts yearbook having to do particularly with scouting. A book of especial interest to boys who expect to become scouts. Joseph R. Altshuler, Henry Van Dyke, Robert E. Perry, Dr. Grenfell and Warren H. Miller are a few of the authors represented in the book. The Boy Scouts Yearbook, 1924, edited by Franklin K. Matthews. This year's book features fiction, though the special article and handicraft features are well maintained. Dan Beard's How to Make It articles, and stories by P. G. Wodehouse, Homer Croy, Dr. T. Hornaday, Joseph B. Ames, Richard Connell, Raymond L. Spears and William James are included. David Blay Eyes of Kings, by E. F. Benson. The story of David Blay Eyes, hero of Mr. Benson's David Blay Eyes and David Blay Eyes and the Blue Door, at Cambridge. The story Key to Geographic Names, by O. D. von Engel and Jane McKelway Urquhart. Takes geography out of the boredom of lists and figures and tells the stories back of place names. And for parents, New Roads to Childhood and Roads to Childhood, Views and Reviews of Children's Books, both by Anne Carroll Moore, Supervisor of Work with Children in the New York Public Library, and A Century of Children's Books, by Florence V. Barry. 6. The 20th Century Gothic of Aldous Huxley. In that closing chapter, classical in its quality, which rounds off his antic hay, Aldous Huxley writes, Shewater sat on his stationary bicycle, pedaling unceasingly like a man in a nightmare. From time to time his dog-faced young friend, Lansing, came and looked through the window of the experimenting chamber to see how he was getting on. The sweat poured off him and was caught as it rained down in a waterproof sheet, to trickle down its sloping folds into a large glass receptacle. Lansing expounded to the visitors all the secrets. The vast, unbelievable, fantastic world opened out as he spoke. There were tropics. There were cold seas busy with living beings. There were forests full of horrible trees, silence and darkness. There were ferments and infinitesimal poisons floating in the air. There were leviathans suckling their young. There were flies and worms. There were men, living in cities, thinking, knowing good and evil. And all were changing continuously, moment by moment, and each remained all the time itself by virtue of some unimaginable enchantment. In his hot box Shewater sweated and pedaled. He was across the channel now, he felt himself safe. Still he trod on, he would be at Amiens by midnight if he went on at this rate. He was escaping, he had escaped. He was building up his strong light dome of life. Proportion, cried the old man, proportion. And it hung there proportioned and beautiful in the dark confused horror of his desires, solid and strong and durable among his broken thoughts. Time floated darkly past. This is not the Aldous Huxley, you will say, of Limbo, or of Chrome Yellow, nor even of the collection of tales called Mortal Coils. No, it isn't. The intelligent child, the studious Oxford youth, the young man in maiden meditation fancy-free, have gone somewhere. we need not mind where. The person that emerges in their place has a mind vaulted and full of pointed arches. His thoughts are lighted through stained glass, glass that singularly resembles the colored microscopic slides with which Grandfather Huxley was intently preoccupied. It is a Gothic mind with a special 20th century illumination through the windows of applied science. The lighting is not very satisfactory, nor is the source entirely congruous, but this mind place is one of many and singular pleasures. A sense of airy spaciousness exists, and there is a comfortable feeling that one is not too closely observed, except by God. The delight of sanctuary would be perfect if one were not forced to go outside, now and then. However, there is the sense of escaping, of having escaped, from Grandfather, with his courage and his science and his controversies, from Aunt Humphrey Ward with her formula for writing novels, from Lafayette and the French school, from Oxford and the English school, from applied religion, and this goes some way to compensate for the necessity of living in London and struggling to build up a strong light dome of life with stories, critiques, poems, books, essays, feuilletons. To understand Aldous Huxley's work, it is only necessary to have been born too late. This includes practically everybody. But to appreciate his writing requires more of a background than is possessed by those who would make a cult of him. He has nothing to do with cults, though perhaps something with literary cultures. His roots are very far back, the smallest at least as far back as the Elizabethans. Not many can identify the passage in Marlowe from which are taken the 2 lines on the title page of Antic Hay. There is more than a suspicion that the grandson of T.H. Huxley is acquainted with Greek and Latin literature and with the spectacles of the Renaissance. But the alcoves of the Bodleian Library are well lined and not too much frequented. The truth is that Huxley is the child of the 19th century far more than of the 20th, or the 17th, or even the 1st. And the 19th century is so much in the foreground as to be most unfamiliar ground for many readers of today. Their backgrounds are too far back, and their foreground is too far forward, the scene is lost in the middle. One of the most significant facts about Aldous Huxley is his almost indiscriminate fondness for the works of Charles Dickens, just as another in his nephewship to Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Consider his 2 grandfathers. The renowned scientist, Th., whose name is still anathema to the simple fundamentalist, was yet a human, an all too human creature, who, as he told Henry Holt, tried vegetarianism but had to abandon it because he found he could no longer think. The father of Julia Arnold, who became Mrs. Leonard Huxley, Aldous's mother, was the subject of considerable conversion and reconversion by the Church of England and the Church of Rome. Julia Arnold was a niece of Matthew Arnold, whose doctrine of sweetness and light wasn't wasted on a desert air, was, indeed, caught up and echoed with diminishing but sympathetic outcries. As for Mary Arnold, who became Mrs. Humphrey Ward, the author of Robert Elsmere was by taste and temperament a scholar whose true monument is possibly her encyclopedia articles on theologians in Spain. What, then, is the character of a man barely 30 whose horoscope belongs to 1894. His sisters and his cousins and his aunts are not to be left out of the reckoning any more than those of W. S. Gilbert's Admiral. Brought up to admire Wordsworth, Mr. Huxley has lived to enjoy him winking sad smiley 34, a child of eminent Victorians. He has a perspicacious eye for the limitations of Lytton Strachey as a biographer. 35. The inner truth, of course, is something more important than these details of taste, which might be accidental. The inner truth is itself an accident, quite possibly an accident in design. And it is due to the shape of Huxley's head, not the outer shape but the shape inside, as we have said, all curious vaultings, pointed arches, medieval, constructed for all the rites of a ceremonious mysticism but constrained by the circumstances of his era and the exigencies of daily living to be used rather as a laboratory than a cathedral. One must eat. When Grandfather Huxley gave over eating meat, he was unable to think, and his grandson, obliged to use a beautiful brain in journalism and letters, can hardly dedicate it to worship. Worship. The word may seem strange to be used in speaking of the author of Antiquae, in which there is much genial blasphemy, but what the careless reader may not see is the bitter cry beneath the surface of a stony contempt. The cry is there, nor is it always embittered. God as a sense of warmth about the heart, God as exultation, God as tears in the eyes, God as a rush of power or thought, that was all right, reflected Theodore Gumbrell Jr. But God as truth, God as 2 + 2 = 4, that wasn't so clearly all right. 36. And a few moments later the young man is recalling, with passion and pain, the death of his mother. Those familiar with the story of the two dwarfs, Sir Hercules and Philomena, in Chrome Yellow, 37, know what pathos and tenderness Huxley can command in a narrative of entire simplicity undisturbed by the self-conscious tendency of much of his work. For it is true, as Michael sadly said some time ago, that there have been, several Huxleys. 38. But although the artificer in words who is almost omnipresent will never vanish, the amateur in garbage, Pierrot Lunaire, the cynic in ragtime, the fastidious sensualist are numbered of days. The young man in his 20s who provoked consternation and respect knows as well as Mr. Sadly that he has no time to waste. His position is clear, being that of a man whose time is being wasted, not by himself but by others, and a man whose impatience is becoming very great. The portrait of Coleman in Antiquae is perhaps the most concentrated expression of that impatience. Of the several attitudes assumed in the world today by gifted writers whose core of feeling is mystical, Huxley's, I think, has the most courage to commend it. Mr. Sinclair Lewis clicks the shutter of a mental camera. Mr. James Branch Cabell tries to glue our eyes to a series of romantically colored stereoscopic slides. Mr. Joseph Hergeshima paints in oils. Mr. James Joyce uses chalk on the sidewalks or even on the walls of less advertised, but not less public, places. Huxley, however, has learned from Dickens the art of caricature. As he draws, his really vast erudition comes crowding through the aisles of his strange and beautiful mind. Like little imps, like twisted gargoyles come to life, figures of the past fling themselves on the haft of his pen, to move it this way and that. A heavier stroke here, to show the semblance of a satyr, this curve a little thinned by pity, a blot here for the spirit made flesh. So you have gradually assembled his company, grotesque, exaggerated, wretched, bizarre, inhuman human, like drawings by Cruikshank or Phiz, like illustrations to a new Nicholas Nickleby, or Pickwick, repulsively true, their meaninglessness carrying their deepest meaning. That meaning is so significant that only a mystic can be expected to grasp it. It goes back to the struggle between paganism and Christianity which led into what we call the Dark Ages. Mr. Huxley has looked at his world and seen with disgust, but also with anguish and pity, how the wheel has come full circle, how for the mystical mind a dark age is again come upon us. Must, then, the old and crucial warfare be waged all over again? If we are to worship at Greek shrines, he will remind us that Priapus was the god of gardens. And he quotes the Latin of Odo of Cluny, 39, to show how excess breeds counter-excess. The whole point with Huxley is his perfect grasp of the historical analogy to the present mood and tense, or tension. He is savage in his picture of London, the modern city, in Antiquae, unsparing in his representation of the manifestations of the spirit we affect, jazz, prevailing dances, rages in new art, stupidities in experimental science. Possibly his comprehension of the last is his most relentlessly hostile view. He is the grandson of a scientist, a very great thinker, pathetically dependent upon a flesh diet for intellectual accomplishment. Grandfather's thinking, though possibly not futile, seems to have got no farther than the god of 2 + 2 = 4. For such a god, the grandson has little use. For such an age as impends over us, he has even less. This young man has been everywhere and seen everything. He writes, not that he who runs may read, but that he who reads may run. He subtly, but more and more urgently, invites us to flee, the wrath to come. No, the madness already here. Does his generation fancy itself as pagans and revel in its paganism? He will show them their precedents and quote for them their texts, which they may ponder before passing out to the vomitorium. One might divide Aldous Huxley's work to date into two classes, and if one class is juvenilia, most certainly the other division, led by Antiquae, is juvenalia. The Goth laid waste, even as this young Goth from Oxford is laying waste, and then the Goth build churches. They are the incomparable, those edifices. The son of the Arnolds and the Huxleys, the Oxford scholar, the pupil of London, is preparing for us his 20th century Gothic. 3. Huxley, Aldous Leonard, writer recites Who's Who, born the 26th of July 1894, third son of Leonard Huxley, whom C. and Julia Arnold, married, 1919, Maria Nys, one son. Educated at Eton and Balliol College, Oxford. Worked on the editorial staff of the Athenaeum, 1919 to 1920. Dramatic critic of the Westminster Gazette, 1920 to 1921. Publications: The Burning Wheel, 1916. The Defeat of Youth, 1918. Limbo, 1920. Leader, 1920. Chrome Yellow, 1921. Mortal Coils, 1922. Recreation, Reading Club, Athenaeum. A short private letter dated 13/7/22 adds one or two details. I was educated very conventionally at Eton and at Oxford, the only break in the process being 2 or 3 years of partial blindness, from 17 to 19 and a half, when I learned to read Braille embossed writing. I took English literature at Oxford, under the professorship of the late Sir Walter Raleigh. I have worked on a good many papers, doing literary journalism, art criticism, music criticism and dramatic criticism. I am a close student of French literature and have many acquaintances in Paris. I travel as much as I can, which is not nearly so much as I should like. My ideal at the moment is to be completely idle for 3 years, but, alas, I see no prospect of its being fulfilled. The letter also says, in answer to a specific inquiry about mortal coils, like Chrome Yellow, was chiefly written in Italy last summer, though there are 2 stories in it of considerably earlier date, in extreme heat by the Mediterranean. Here is a reminiscence of Huxley written in June, 1922. Aldous Huxley had tea with me at the Savoy in February, 1922, when London was being raided by a series of particularly nasty fogs. All the salt exhaled by the neighbouring sea is sucked in by these fogs, which apply it patiently to the eyes of London, causing the people sore eyes and a weary outlook. Out of one of these fogs Huxley stepped into the writing room of the hotel, where I instantly recognized him. He is very tall and thin, walks with a visible stoop, and looks about him with the uncertainty of those who are new to the extreme of nearsightedness. One of his eyes is almost all white. He is very much interested in America and professes to envy us our exuberance and Henry L. Mencken, which seems to me sheer affectation. He also entertains the view that the invasion of Europe by American soldiery during the late war has caused a revolution in European social intercourse, which is a little more reasonable. I have made a complete record of this conversation in a manuscript book of mine entitled In Georgian England, which is unlikely ever to find a publisher. About him personally I know only what one can gather from a purely impersonal discussion. He has a slight income, and that was why he was leaving for Italy with his wife. And that was why he was very anxious about an American market, and that was why he was writing some plays which, judging by some play work of his I saw, must be pretty bad. But it should interest you to know that at a luncheon of young Oxford poets to which I was invited he was referred to several times as the most learned man in England. 40. Huxley's personal appearance and agreeable manner have been frequently described. 41. and his conversational gift is not aptly epitomized by that very famous English novelist who recently said of him, "He looks clever. He says nothing, he has no need to say anything. It suffices for him to sit silent, looking clever." The same novelist, a very penetrating analyst of literary powers, added, "But this young man is almost the only white hope in English literature at present. Huxley is at his best, conversationally, in a small company." One of his close friends is Frank Swinnerton, whose judgment of Huxley's gifts as a writer strongly confirms the novelist's estimate just quoted. For The Burning Wheel, 1916, and The Defeat of Youth, 1918, were volumes of poems, as was Leda, 1920. Only Leda has been published in America. Although it is not 10 years since the appearance of Mr. Huxley's first book, the first, London, editions of all of them are held at a premium by dealers and collectors. One may pay, for a particular item, anywhere from £10 to £15 in some instances, or certainly not less than $60 or $75 in New York. A first edition of a new Huxley is something to put aside carefully. The distinction is unusual among living writers and, in the case of a man under 30, possibly unique. The title poem of Leda is an affair of nearly 600 lines, iambic pentameter with an occasional variant, written in rhymed couplets as a continuous narrative with the occasional paragraphing usual in narrative blank verse. The subject is the classical myth of Jupiter's disguise as a swan. Couched on the flowery ground young Leda lay, and to her side did press the swan's proud arching opulent loveliness. And over her the swan shook slowly free the folded glory of his wings, and made a white-walled tent of soft and luminous shade to be her veil and keep her from the shame of naked light and the sun's noonday flame. The poems which follow, including the first philosopher's song, are among the earliest and most perfect expressions of Huxley's perception of the futility of science, but oh, the sound of simian mirth. Mind, issued from the monkey's womb, is still umbilical to earth. The deliberate attempt, with a delicate savagery, to hold the mirror up to his generation was begun in Frascati's. Bubble-breasted swells the dome of this my spiritual home, from whose nave the chandelier, Scaphozen frozen, tumbles sheer. We in the round balcony sit, lean o'er and look into the pit where feed the human bears beneath, champing with their gilded teeth. What negroid holiday makes free with such priapic revelry? What songs? What gongs? What nameless rites? What gods like wooden stalagmites? What steam of blood or kidney pie? What blasts of Bantu melody? Ragtime. But when the wearied band swoons to a waltz, I take her hand. And there we sit in blissful calm, quietly sweating palm to palm. A number of poems written in prose form, though without the special effects of Amy Lowell's polyphonic prose in Can Grande's Castle, follow. Of these Soul's Oxidaria it Redia Possunt is the only one arranged as verse. Preceded by a short foreword, it offers us the record of a day in the life of John Ridley. Ridley was an adolescent, and suffered from that instability of mind produced by the mental conflict forced upon man by his sensitiveness to herd suggestion on the one hand and to experience on the other. I quote from Mr. Trotter's memorable work on herd instinct. It is a study in the anguish of thinking ill of oneself, misery, he said, to have no chin, nothing but brains and sex and taste, only amissively to sin, weakly kind and cowardly chaste. But of these prose poems the most significant is Gothic fashioned around the nursery couplet, upon Paul's steeple stands a tree as full of apples as can be. From the opening sentence, sharp spires pierce upwards, and the clouds are full of tumbling bells to the evocative closing image. He had it in turn as an alms from the grave knight who lies with crossed legs down there, through the clouds and the dizzy mist of bell ringing, where the great church is a hollow ship, full of bright candles, and stable in the midst of dark tempestuous seas. The piece is a true glimpse into that mind which no more resembles the other minds of its day than street. Paul's resembles a shop on Bond Street. Much unwisdom has been uttered concerning Huxley's prose. The applausive enthusiasm of the ordinary Huxley devotee may be dismissed without comment. Superficiality, not to say shallowness, may call for pity but certainly not for censure. A misapprehension of what the author was doing in Antiquae, though common enough and a more serious matter, will rectify with time. A comparison of such poetry as led to Keats is better ignored than made the subject of delicate differentiation, but what shall we say of these? The wittiest man, after Beerbohm, now writing in English. 42. His humor is hot as well as shining. 43. He is finished and fastidious, sophisticated and diverting. 44. There's no doubt about it. Huxley is brilliant. 45. Mr. Clement K. Shorter, in the London Sphere, pronouncing Mortal Coils the best book Huxley had yet written, said, "There's a great deal of brilliancy in it, although one or two of the stories are too chaotic for my taste, and one, Nuns at Luncheon, is too morbid. The best are the Jocundar Smile and the Tillotson Banquet." One thing is clear, that Mr. Aldous Huxley has a career in front of him and some of his gifts are hereditary. Mrs. T. H. Huxley had distinct gifts as a poet, and I have a volume of her verse I highly value. The son, Mr. Leonard Huxley, is a man of varied talent and the editor of the Cornhill magazine. Mr. Aldous Huxley's talents have taken a widely different turn, but they should carry him far. If they are to carry him much farther, one grieves for Mr. Shorter, already lagging a little. It was commonly remarked that chrome yellow derived from peacock, a modernized headlong hole with the slapstick eliminated and the addition of overtones on the, then, current sex motif. Let us glance at the prose and test some of these characterizations. Limbo opens with a novelette, farcical history of Richard Greenough, the account of a young man whose mental hermaphroditism explained the fact that in certain states he was Pearl Belez, a highly sentimental novelist. The lady takes increasing possession of his faculties, he dies, a conscientious objector to war service, engaged in writing perfervid patriotic appeals to the girls and women of England. Happily Ever After deals with an inveterate feminine propensity toward the disguise of love by allurements. Eupompus gave splendor to art by numbers is a historical precedent offered to cubists and other innovators in art. Happy Families, Cynthia and the Death of Lully are all studies in the immature, adolescent attitude toward sex and love, and The Bookshop is a study in pity. In Mortal Coils, the Jocunda smile deals with Miss Spence, who poisons her rival quite vainly. Permutations Among the Nightingales in Former Play is a study in promiscuity. The Tillotson Banquet, though longer, is of the same genre as The Bookshop in Limbo. Green Tunnels is the episode of a young girl's heartbreaking disappointment. Nuns at Luncheon is the effective portrait of a writer of fiction whose god of realism identifies himself to the worshipper only in his aspect of brute. The original, like most Huxley originals, is a composite. For Mr. Huxley is not so much engaged in hitting heads as in hitting what is in the heads. The novels, Chrome Yellow and Antic Hay, exhibit the same characteristics and underlying intention as the shorter pieces. They have the added value of unity of form, in Chrome Yellow, of time and place as well. Chrome Yellow is more varied in its emotional presentation as well as lenient. Antic Hay is sterner, more peremptory, the rapier driven home. But where is the likeness in all this or in any of this, to Max Beerbohm? Mr. Huxley is witty, incidentally. His humor, described as hot as well as shining, is no more humor than the work of Mark Twain in The Mysterious Stranger. No doubt his prose is a finished prose, but fastidious, sophisticated and diverting. The picture conjured up by such adjectives is one of an elegant trifler. Yet hardly a man writing can use such uncompromising, Old Testamentary speech, and if the bulk of Huxleyan is diversion, then Savonarola should be considered with reference to his possibilities as a vaudeville entertainer. And brilliant. It is a word from the outermost darkness, spreading darkness around. 6. Perhaps as a result of these singular misapprehensions, the remark was general, when Huxley's book of essays, On the Margin, appeared, that here was a volume which might be the work of any gifted young man. Not quite. The display of learning was rather too great for gifted young men to manage, as it were, without parade. Yet the very ones who made the comment, and this writer must number himself among them, could have learned more concerning what a conventional biographer would love calling the real Aldous Huxley from a reperusal of On the Margin than from any other of his books. Said one reviewer, Mr. Huxley can be fantastic enough, though his is never the fantasy of the cloudy dreamer, but the fantasy of a thinker whose mind is enchanted by the logical development of a happy thought, but his clarity was never better shown than in this collection. Even in his lesser marginalia, he has a winning and graceful conversational manner, whether he be commenting on a quaint book, on pantomime songs, on the contrast between amorous poetry, of the second class, in French and in English, or upon boredom as a literary inspiration through the ages. The one thing which Mr. Huxley cannot stand is mistiness and insincerity, and what he means by clarity and sincerity he amply shows in his essays on Edward Thomas, Sir Christopher Wren, Ben Jonson, Chaucer, and the centenary of Shelley's death. 46. Here is a greater degree of percipience than has been shown since Mr. Sadley offered his criticism, now perhaps obsolescent, but penetrating at the time. In fact, the essay on Sir Christopher Wren in On the Margin is the single most self-illuminatory bit of writing Mr. Huxley has offered us. Like the great architect of London, Aldous Huxley is a designer who prizes in his work a quality peculiar and individualizing, and as with Wren, the quality is not aesthetic but moral. It is explicit, for all its unobtrusiveness, in the title story of his new collection, Young Archimedes and Other Sketches. Comedy and irony in various proportions are the material of 5 of the 6 tales, but the principal story, in length a novelet, is a charming narrative of a child in Italy, a child with a beautiful forehead and eyes that could flash ripples like the sunshine on clear pale lakes. The young Guido showed an extraordinary penchant for music, but when he was a little older, like Archimedes, his mind turned to the theorems of mathematics. It was evident that his genius was larger. The tragedy of his life in the hands of a grasping woman is told with an affectionate sadness. Undoubtedly this piece of his fiction, austere and tender, will give to thousands of readers a new conception of Aldous Huxley. They will perhaps see that the mind of the child, Guido, is a miniature of the mind of the one who writes about him, and that there is even a profound likeness between both those minds and the one of which Emerson wrote, "The hand that rounded Peter's dome, and groined the walls of Christian Rome, wrought in a sad sincerity." Books by Aldous Huxley 1916 The Burning Wheel. Published in England only. 1918 The Defeat of Youth. Published in England only. 1920 Limbo 1920 Leather 1921 Chrome Yellow 1922 Mortal Coils 1923 On the Margin 1923 Antic Hay 1924 Young Archimedes and Other Sketches in England, Little Mexican and Other Stories. Sources on Aldous Huxley. In addition to the sources referred to in the text of the chapter or in footnotes, the reader should consult the Reader's Guide to Periodical Literature for the years since 1920. 7 In Every Home, a chapter for women. In addressing this chapter to you, I do what I can to notify other men that they may find it uninteresting. Indeed, as you and I know, if all the truth were told they would find it, many of them, most unpalatable reading. There are things we need not go into, such as the indubitable fact that the success of the home depends solely upon the woman. A man may contribute to it, but he cannot make it, and whatever his behavior, if the woman is steadfast, he cannot absolutely wreck it. The home is a form of government and a form of human society. We are familiar with the larger forms of government men have tried, the best of them only partly successful. But the home has been a complete success, times innumerable. Men may call it a benevolent despotism, but the fact remains. It is perhaps significant that the government of the home is not conducted by the use of the Australian or the Massachusetts ballot. Women have accepted the vote and will use it, but their grasp of certain essentials of society is more clear than men's, and if the ballot cannot safeguard the home, and the health and welfare and opportunity of children, then government will have to be transformed into something that will. But this is understood. My purpose is simply to tell of a few books which are, in type, indispensable to the homemaker. The types are really only two, the cookbook and the handbook of motherhood. It so happens that there is one volume of each type so complete, so thoroughly tested, so practically perfect that it stands alone on an eminence above all others of its sort, and the best of the others make no pretensions to do more than add wings, columns, buttresses, and chapels to the main edifice. If I could talk about the Boston Cooking School cookbook and the care and feeding of children in the same breath, I should do so. I can, anyway, talk about them in the same chapter. The Boston Cooking School Cookbook, by Fanny Merritt Farmer, first appeared in 1896 and was most recently revised last year. It has over 800 pages and still is a volume of little more than ordinary size, no thicker than a rather long novel. The 122 illustrations are so treated as to be intelligible, and if you have ever tried photographing food, you will appreciate what this means. The pictures have been used to show what the words of the text could not make so clear. One sees at a glance the differences between kidney lamb chops, rib chops and French chops, or the precise effect of capon in aspic, rather elaborately garnished with cooked yolks and whites of eggs cut in fancy shapes, pistachio nuts, and truffles. The book opens with a simple scientific account of the kinds of food being anything which nourishes the body, and follows with a chapter on cookery including invaluable timetables. After a chapter on beverages with its recipes, there are chapters on everything from bread to ice cream, from soup to jam and jelly making and drying fruits. Then comes a long selection of menus, a chapter on food values with the necessary tables, and a 48-page index which has all the utility of an absolute, all-inclusive bill of fare. The chief thing, of course, is that every teaspoonful and every direction in the book is exact and standard. Nor, without going into the more recondite French cookery, or into special Italian, Spanish, German and other foreign dishes, is it possible to think of any dish which the Boston Cooking School cookbook omits. The variety of each kind of dish is often extraordinary. For example, I have just counted 70 hot puddings. In every case there is first the table of ingredients, then the simple directions. If a personal word will add anything to the force of what has been said, I will say that the superb cook who honored me by becoming my wife tells me that in no case when following the Boston Cooking School cookbook formula has she failed to cook with success. Specialized, or partly specialized, cookbooks are many, and one of the best and most recent is Fanny Fox's cookbook, by Fanny Ferber Fox, with the assistance of Lavinia S. Schwartz. Mrs. Fox is a sister of Edna Ferber, and the novelist has written an introduction for Fanny Fox's cookbook which has all the richly human interest of her own fiction. In a paragraph which need hurt no feelings, Miss Ferber points out the tendency to overemphasis in one or another direction which characterizes the cookery of most lands, and she gives with humorous eloquence her personal tribute to the toothsome tort, that cake of rich and crumbling particles which is included in Mrs. Fox's recipes. This is a cookbook that covers all kinds of foods but is distinctive by its preservation of the finest recipes from Jewish cookery. Another valuable addition to the kitchen bookshelf is Bertha E. L. Stockbridge's Practical Cookbook, in which a notable feature is the great number of practical suggestions for menus. To the Care and Feeding of Children appeared in 1894 and was also revised last year. More than 1 million mothers have used it, and beyond question it has saved thousands of lives in infancy. Within the last half-dozen years, a generation which was raised on the book has, in turn, begun to raise its own children with its aid. It constituted its author, Dr. L. Emmett Holt, the foremost authority on babies in America, and as the years passed he returned to the book, in its various revisions, the fruit of a wonderful experience which its prestige had brought to him. Physicians have for years bought the Care and Feeding of Children in quantity to present to their patients. The hundreds of questions that every mother must have answered are all answered in this marvelous work. Bathing, nursing, artificial feeding, changes in food, substitutes for milk, undernourishment, health habits, weaning, diet after weaning, the training of older children, children's diseases, nothing is left out. This, to be sure, is largely possible because of the nationwide and prolonged use of the book, and the constant additions and slight reconstructions it has undergone. The book has always been kept of handy size and at a low price. The thought of what Dr. Holt's book has done and is doing tempts to eloquence. But the only eloquence which is tolerable is the eloquence of the immense fact. We talk about services to humanity, but the writing and publishing of this book was possibly the greatest service to humanity in our time. The Home Care of Sick Children, by Dr. Emmeline Lincoln Coolidge, is likely to be as helpful to mothers who have the care and feeding of sick children as Dr. Holt's book has been to mothers generally. Dr. Coolidge lived for many years in the Babies' Hospital, New York, and worked there under the personal direction of Dr. Holt. As editor of the Department on Babies of the Ladies' Home Journal, she has had an enormous correspondence with mothers throughout America and even in foreign countries. And the Home Care of Sick Children has one great merit: it does not stop where most other books of its kind stop, with "give a dose of castor oil, and call a doctor." It tells in every instance what a mother can and should do, and it invariably tells when to call the doctor in. Not only does it avoid calling the doctor unnecessarily, but it gives many detailed instructions that a physician generally has not time to give. Recipes to tempt the sick child's appetite, amusement, clothing and the hygiene of the sick room are all dwelt upon. There is a book with which it would be wise to precede Dr. Holt's. Healthy Mothers is by Drs. Josephine Baker, Consulting Director, Children's Bureau, United States Department of Labor, an authority on babies, whose articles regularly appear in the Ladies' Home Journal and who is constantly asked for advice by women throughout the country. Healthy Mothers deals almost entirely with the mother's care of herself, and tells explicitly how she may best meet her responsibility to her baby, how she may have better health for herself, and the finer mental attitude that comes with physical well-being. The relation of a mother to her unborn child implies a responsibility greater than that entailed in any other human relationship. It is very largely within the power of the mother to determine not only her own condition and future health, but to decide whether or not her baby is to be healthy and strong. Healthy Mothers, without going into technical discussion, sufficiently explains the general course of pregnancy and childbirth so that the mother may have an intelligent understanding of how to care for herself, safeguard her child, and make every requisite preparation. 3. And the Growing Child. Child Training, by Angelo Patri, is the book for parents who look unhappily at the child and ask themselves despondently, what in the world makes him do that? Or, what is the matter with her now? Or, why does he disobey me? Or, why does she have such bad manners? Or, why doesn't he study? And, at one or another time, practically all parents are faced with these questions. Angelo Patri has been training children, and helping fathers and mothers to train them, for 25 years. He is principal of Public School 45, New York. This school faces a garden centered about a sundial and fed by a tiny greenhouse. Across the street is a whole block given over to a playground, its cinder floor padded firm by the play-winged feet of thousands of children who play on it every day. The school is unusual in having a great variety of shops and workrooms as well as the usual classrooms, a swimming pool, and a library. It is constantly visited by teachers from all over the world, men and women who are anxious to see the principal and talk with him. Some of them have heard him talk to audiences, big and little, some have read his widely published articles on children, others merely know of the remarkable way in which he has brought home and school together, so that parents constantly come to him to work out the problem of their child. There are about 200 chapters or sections, chapterettes, rather, in Angelo Patri's child training. Each of them is so short that it can be read in 5 minutes or less. Each carries pointed wisdom about the child, and not only for the father or mother but for the uncle, aunt, teacher, or anyone having to do with children. Very often the point is conveyed by an anecdote. There are a good many smiles and chuckles in the book. But Mr. Patri can speak out with definiteness. Perhaps his finest wisdom is shown in a point that he makes more than once. Children do certain things that bother us because it is time for them to do these things. When this is true, Mr. Patri is bent on showing just what should be done to help the youngster over a hard place. Talks to Mothers is another treasury of Mr. Patri's helpful wisdom. Another new book on child training which will appeal to all those who believe in the power of suggestion is Autosuggestion for Mothers, by R.C. Waters, lecturer in English to the Nancy School of Applied Psychology. This is a practical book on the application of Émile Coué's method. The technique to be used is explained clearly and simply. The possibilities of Coué's method of autosuggestion when applied to the correction of habits, to disease, to education and play are set forth and examples are cited. Autosuggestion for mothers has been translated into French by Mme Coué and has been adopted by the Coué School as a text. For every home should have one or more books on keeping well. The old family medical book, A Chamber of Horrors, has been made obsolete by a few general books with, thank heaven, a greatly different emphasis. But among recent books on the art of keeping well, I know of none more satisfactory than Dr. M. Reinhardt's The Common Sense of Health. Dr. Reinhardt, who is the husband of Mary Roberts Reinhardt, was a general practitioner in Pittsburgh for over 20 years. Later he was in charge of tuberculosis hospitals in western Pennsylvania, and during the war he was put in charge of all Army tuberculosis hospitals in the United States. Recently he has been in the United States Public Health Service. His book is wholly popular in character, cheerful, good-natured, and not in the least afraid of an occasional joke. It is precisely the thing for general reading by both sexes at all ages. Common and worse ailments, such as colds, are dealt with, as well as certain fairly common and serious diseases, like pneumonia and tuberculosis. But the range of the book is wide, and there are discussions of nerves, how hard one should work, and besetting fears. The information is sound and the style is entertaining. One class of unfortunate will be particularly helped by the book, the unhappy man or woman termed by Dr. Reinhardt a symptom hunter. We each know at least one. I cannot close this chapter without a short word about books and the home. You who make the home, you women who are overwhelmingly the book readers of America, know how necessary books are to make the home complete. Read yourself, and discuss what you read. Never urge or compel a child to read a book. If you read the right books and talk about them afterward, they ought to move you to talk about them. The boy or girl will read them also. Buy books. In general, never buy them in sets. You ought to know an author, even a classic author, a little better than to have to do that. Keep abreast of the new books, one of the easiest things in the world to do, and one of the most fascinating. It is fair that you should ask that at least as much money go into the purchase of books for the home as goes into the purchase of magazines, or radio apparatus, or as is expended in mere diversions such as the picture shows. Last year 30 cents per person was spent for books in America, far too little. You can change all that. And no simple change that I can think of will pay you better. Books for the Homemaker Choice Recipes for Clever Cooks, by Lucy G. Allen. More than 500 original recipes for those who already know how to cook and appreciate the best in food and flavor. By the director of the Boston School of Cookery. Illustrated. Table Service, by Lucy G. Allen. A concise exposition of the waitress's duties by the director of the Boston School of Cookery. New revised edition, with illustrations and diagrams. The Candy Cookbook, by Alice Bradley. A new edition, revised, containing over 300 recipes and covering the subject completely. By the principal of Miss Farmer's School of Cookery. Illustrated. One-Piece Dinners, by Mary D. Chambers. Recipes for dinners where the meat, vegetables and other accessories are cooked all together and make a complete, well-balanced and sufficient meal. Directions are also given for optional salads and fruit desserts. Illustrated. Cooking for Two, a Handbook for Young Housekeepers, by Janet Mackenzie Hill. Instructions for young housekeepers and a collection of practical recipes for two, grouped according to food values. Fully illustrated. Colette's Best Recipes, a Book of French Cookery, by Marie Jacques. This new cookbook, by a Breton whose culinary achievements have won her renown in France, contains recipes for the most delicious and palate-tickling dishes, from French consomme to the French pastries, of crispness or creaminess unsurpassed. Illustrated. The Science of Eating, by Alfred W. McCann. A comprehensive book by an authority on foods, what to eat and why. What to Eat and How to Prepare It, by Elizabeth Monaghan. This combines very definite information on food values with many recipes and instructions for cooking. What to Drink, by Bertha E. L. Stockbridge. Recipes for several hundred beverages, ads, punches, fizzes, shrubs, milk drinks, ice creams, sundaes, sherbets, etc. Food and Cookery for the Sick and Convalescent, by Fanny Merritt Farmer. A book for those whose duty it is to care for the sick, and of equal importance to those who see incorrect nutrition the way of preventing much of the illness about us. Important chapters on infant and child feeding and suggestions as to diet in special diseases. By the author of the Boston Cooking School Cookbook. Illustrated. Canning, Preserving and Jelly Making, by Janet Mackenzie Hill. Aims to present the latest ideas on the subject using the methods found to be simplest and shortest by the experiments of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, state universities, and cooking experts. Booklist of the American Library Association. Illustrated. Marketing and Housework Manual, by S. Agnes Stenhan. Clear and concise information on these everyday subjects. Spending the Family Income, by S. Agnes Stenhan. A guide to wise use of the family or personal income by means of a carefully thought out and tested budget. Principles are laid down which apply equally well to large and small incomes. Booklist of the American Library Association. Illustrated with 8 pages of charts in color. The Prospective Mother, by J. Morris Slemons, M.D. written especially for women who have no knowledge of medicine by a physician who has made this subject his specialty. Food, exercise, clothing, the adaptation of daily work, and recreation are fully covered. Healthy Babies, by S. Josephine Baker, M.D., Consulting Director, Children's Bureau, U.S. Department of Labor. The methods and advice given are intended to be used in keeping babies well, from the minute they are born until they are past the babyhood stage. The book shows how mother love can be directed into the wisest and sanest channels. It contains 3 sets of baby record forms. Illustrated. Healthy Children, by S. Josephine Baker, M.D., Consulting Director, Children's Bureau, U.S. Department of Labor. Deals with the period of childhood between babyhood and school age. As its purpose is to accentuate health, it shows the mother how she may give the child of preschool age the same health care available for the baby. Illustrated. The Mothercraft Manual, by Mary L. Reed. A young mother's guide written by the former director of the School of Mothercraft, Peoria. Some of the chapters are on heredity and eugenics, the care and feeding of children, home nursing, education of the child, games, toys, and storytelling for children. Illustrated. Nutrition and Growth in Children, by William R. P. Emerson, M.D. Dr. Emerson has won nationwide recognition by his pioneer work in organizing nutrition clinics in American cities. His study of the malnourished child is of the highest importance alike to the mother, the social worker and the public official. Illustrated. How to Know Your Child, by Miriam Finn Scott. A book that should be in every home where there are children. It is comprehensive and authoritative, and represents years of experience and study by a foremost expert. The very best manual on its subject obtainable at any price. Ladies' Home Journal. A Textbook of Nursing, by Clara S. Weeks Shaw. A book on home nursing which gives the non-professional nurse full directions for the hygiene of the sick room, bathing, observance of symptoms, medicines and their administration, disinfection, surgical nursing, the care of sick children, etc. Illustrated. Sewing and Textiles, by Annabelle Turner. All the stitches, seams and finishes which go to make up the fundamentals of good sewing. Patching, sewing and darning are taught on samplers, but otherwise the methods are applied on useful garments. Materials are also studied and tests for shoddy are given. The author is instructor in home economics in the University of Wisconsin. Tinkering with Tools, by Henry H. Saylor. Comment on tools and their care, with many suggestions as to their use for those who like to set their hands to such crafts as woodworking, painting, plumbing, masonry, electric wiring, etc. With illustrations and diagrams. 8. A Great Impersonation by E. Phillips Oppenheim. The other evening I picked up a novel called The Lighted Way, which, although it was published in May, 1912, I hadn't chanced ever to read. The page blurred slightly before my eyes, I think, because in going back over it some of the names and particulars seemed entirely changed. But this, as I took it in first, was the way it ran. Mr. E. Phillips Oppenheim, sole proprietor of the firm of E. Phillips Oppenheim and Nobody, wholesale entertainers of London and Europe, paused suddenly on his way from his private office to the street. There was something which until that second had entirely slipped his memory. It was not his title, for that, tastefully chosen, was already under his arm. Nor was it the plot, for that, together with the first chapter, was sticking out of his overcoat pocket, the shape of which it completely ruined. As a matter of fact, it was more important than either of these. It was a commission from his conscience. Very slowly he retraced his steps until he stood outside the glass-enclosed cage where 12 of the hardest-worked clerks in London bent over their ledgers and invoicing. With his forefinger, a fat, pudgy forefinger, he tapped upon a pane of glass, and an anxious errand boy bolted through the doorway. "Tell Mr. Reader to step this way," his employer ordered. Mr. Reader heard the message and came hurrying out. He was an undersized man, with somewhat prominent eyes concealed by gold-rimmed spectacles. He was possessed of extraordinary zest for the details of the business, and was withal an expert and careful adviser. Hence his hold upon the confidence of his employer. The latter addressed him with a curious and altogether unusual hesitation in his manner. "Mr. Reader," he began, "there is a matter, a little matter, upon which I, wish to consult you." "Those American serial rights, nothing to do with business at all," Mr. Oppenheim interrupted, ruthlessly. "A little private matter." "Indeed, sir." Now, as I say, at this point I went back and found to my bewilderment at first, but perfect satisfaction afterward, that Mr. Oppenheim seemed to be Mr. Weatherly, a worthy provisioner, the title, an umbrella, the plot, a copy of the London Times, and the alarming commission from Mr. Oppenheim's conscience, a possibly no less embarrassing commission from Mr. Weatherly's wife. Thereupon everything went smoothly and excitingly through 37 chapters. But afterward it occurred to me that perhaps, after all, my blunder, visual or mental, was not an unnatural one. Who has not had in his mind's eye a picture of Mr. Oppenheim with a plot, or plots, bulging from his pockets, and with as many titles in his mental wardrobe as most men have neckties? And what one of his readers has not felt himself, time and again, personally summoned by the author to the consideration of a matter, a little matter, a quite private matter just then upon the author's conscience? Too, it is the secret of Mr. Oppenheim's success, not detected as such by his readers, very probably not a trifle of which he himself is consciously aware. This engaging gift of confiding something, this easy air, this informality of his beginnings, disarms us and interests us as could no elaborately staged effort to arrest our attention and intrigue our minds. Even when he commences his story dramatically with such a confrontation as that which opens his "The Wrath to Come," the air of naturalness is upon the scene. And the source of this effect? It comes from the fact that Mr. Oppenheim is imparting to you all that he himself knows at the given moment. Yes, literally. For our notion of him as a man with plots distending his pockets is entirely a mistaken notion. He has no plots, at least, he has no ready-made plots, he does not, so to say, plot his plots. Just the first chapter, and an inkling of something to follow was his answer to someone who asked him how much of his leading character he saw when he began a novel. 47. What other method, when you stop to reflect upon it, would be possible for the author of 86 published novels? Certainly no one could map out his tales, even in essentials, and then write them to that number, not if he were to do the plots one by one, as occasion arose. He would be a slave, and the book, as written, would soon come to be lifeless. Nor, by such a method, would 38 years afford time. In 38 years the pace would be lost. Only spontaneity is capable of guaranteeing such a record as stands to Mr. Oppenheim's credit. 2 or 3 people in a crowded restaurant may arouse my interest, and the atmosphere is compelling. I start weaving a story around them. The circumstances and the people gradually develop as I go on, dictating to my secretary the casual thoughts about them that arose in me while I was looking at them and their surroundings. First of all I must have a congenial atmosphere, then the rest is easy. 48. And again, writing for the movies is a ghastly business. I speak from experience. I shall never do it again. The picture people came to me and said, next time you have a novel in your head, why not, instead of writing 80,000 words, write a 5,000 word synopsis and let us have it. Then write your novel from the synopsis. Well, they paid well and I did it. I wrote the synopsis first and then set to work on the novel. I have never had a harder job in my life. Some writers, no doubt, do sketch out their plots beforehand, but I never work that way. When I start a story I never know just how it is going to end. All I have to start with is an idea. As I go along the idea grows and develops. So do the characters. I sort of live with them through the story and work out their salvation as it goes along. It is like a game. But when you write for the movies you have to reverse the process. In my case, it is fatal. Novels, even the kind that I write, and they are solely for amusement, must have some soul, something that gives them a human quality. This the author puts into the story as he goes along. When, however, he writes a synopsis and then sits down to enlarge and expand it into a novel, the spell is broken. He has a cold and rigid plan to follow. It nearly killed me to novelize my first scenario. 49. He dictates his novels, revising the sheets as they come from the typewriter, sometimes redictating a passage or chapter. In summer he works outdoors, in winter he may pace up and down his study. Many a time, earlier in life, when I used to write my stories with my own hand, I have found that my ideas would come so much faster than my fingers could work that I have prayed for some more speedy method of transmission. My present method is not only an immense relief to me, but it enables me to turn out far more work than would have been possible by any other means. 50. Story writing, he believes, is an original instinct, just as it is an original instinct with a sporting dog to sniff about in every bush he passes for a rabbit. One writes stories because if one left them in the brain one would be subject to a sort of mental indigestion. As to plots, there are only about a score in the world, and when you have used them all, from A to Z, which he pronounced Z for this was in an after-dinner speech, you can turn around and use them from Z to A. 51. A favorite illustration with him is taken from A Day's Walk in London. You can take the same walk every day in the year and you will meet a different crowd of people. These people contain the backgrounds of 365 stories a year. One person a day will keep the typewriter in play, for I create one more or less interesting personality. Try to think of some dramatic situation in which he or she might be placed, and use that as the opening of a nebulous chain of events. What he said of himself at 55 is still, 2 years later, true without abatement. Even if, like one of the heroes of fiction, I should make $1 million out of a 10-cent piece in Wall Street, I should still continue to write stories so long as I can sit in an easy chair and my voice will carry as far as my secretary before a typewriter. Which is reminiscent of Hugh Walpole's remark in conversation the same year, that he was perfectly sure if a beam fell on his head and made him imbecile, he would continue to write novels for the pleasure of writing them. 3. Mr. Oppenheim was born in 1866 and went from school into his father's leather business at Leicester, but he had started writing stories before that. He began to write them at 15, and showed his first to the headmaster of the school, who, instead of giving me the birching I deserved, wished me luck and encouraged me to persevere. The leather business was successful and was bought up by Blumenthal's, a large American and Paris leather firm, who appointed young Oppenheim their director at Leicester. His experience in that trade, asserts Mr. St. John Adcock in his Gods of Modern Grub Street, 52, has proved immensely useful to him. It has not only helped him to material for his tales, but it was through the American head of Blumenthal's that he had his chief incentive to the writing of the type of story that has brought him such success as a novelist. This gentleman introduced him to the proprietor of the Café de Rat Mort, the once famous Montmartre haunt, for Oppenheim was frequently in Paris on the affairs of his leather company, and at the café he acquired his taste for the mysteries of those international intriguings and rascalities that figure so largely in several of his books, for the proprietor used to tell him all manner of thrilling yarns about political and international adventurers, some of whom had been among his customers, and his listener formed a habit of weaving stories around the more striking personalities in the cosmopolitan crowd that he met in the Dead Rat. He was 18 years old when his first short story was published, and only 20 when his first novel appeared. Before he was 30 he married Miss Elsie Hopkins, of Chelsea, Massachusetts. Mr. Oppenheim and his wife called their cottage in Sheringham, Norfolk, Winnizimette, which was the Indian name of her Massachusetts hometown. The house overlooked the North Sea. Perhaps this detail, as much as another, led the author to the construction in the years before the World War of that series of stories in which, as an element of his plots, Mr. Oppenheim kept repeating Germany in the role of the villain. Legend has it that during the war itself his name was on the list of Britons to be shot if captured, although lists of that sort are usually myths. There was one period he has commented since, in the autumn of 1918, when a well-directed bomb upon the Ministry of Information might have cleared the way for the younger novelists at the expense of Arnold Bennett, John Buchan, Dion Calthrop, E. Temple Thurston, Hugh Walpole and myself. 53. He visited America in 1911 and again in 1922, when Mrs. Oppenheim came with him. On the latter occasion he made by far the wittiest comment of any visitor in reply to the usual question, what he thought of prohibition. "My only fear," with a smile, "is that it may make me a drunkard." 54. Those who met the victim of this reasonable dread saw a sturdy, broad-shouldered figure developed by air and outdoor exercise, and those who played golf with him respected his handicap of 7 strokes only. His large, florid face seemed to kindle into laughter from the constant humorous gleam in his blue eyes. Among his own titles he confessed to a fondness for a maker of history, The Double Life of Mr. Alfred Burton, the great impersonation and, perhaps influenced a little by its then impending publication, The Great Prince Shan. At this time he was subjected to one of those sets of questions from the answers to which one may construct a totally wrong picture of the person. However, we may note that his idea of happiness was tied up with his work, and that he gave as his notion of unhappiness, no ideas. His particular aversion, he said, was fog. 55. Fog. Yet he has said, "I would be perfectly content to spend the rest of my days in London." Half a dozen thoroughfares and squares in London, a handful of restaurants, the people whom one meets in a single morning, are quite sufficient for the production of more and greater stories than I shall ever write. 56. He describes himself as no great traveler. He has, though, been in most European countries, and he pretty regularly spends his winters at his villa in Knus on the Riviera. He divides his time in England between the house in Norfolk and his rooms in London. For Mr. Oppenheim does not take himself seriously in the role of prophet. Large numbers of people have noted the fact that in certain of my earlier novels I prophesied wars and world events that actually did come to pass. In The Mysterious Mr. Sabin, I pictured the South African Boer War 7 years before it occurred. In The Mischief Maker, The Great Secret, and A Maker of History I based plots upon the German menace and the Great War that did actually occur. The romance of secret diplomacy has enthralled me for years. In writing my novels I have had no particular advance knowledge of world affairs. I have reasoned to myself, this nation is aiming toward this and that nation is aiming toward that. Then I have invented my puppets representing these conflicting ambitions and set them in action. It was the story first of all that appealed to me, and not any burning desire to express political convictions and lay bare great conspiracies. 57. He takes himself seriously only in the role of entertainer, of storyteller. If you tell him you like his books, says Gerald Cumberland, in Written in Friendship, he is frankly pleased, but if you pay him high-flown compliments he will begin to yawn. There need be no paying of compliments in a consideration of Mr. Oppenheim's work, but no analysis of his method could fairly withhold considerable praise. We have spoken of his confidential, easy manner with the reader as a secret of his toward establishing plausibility for the things he is about to tell. But there is more to be noted. Like the best writers of his sort among his countrymen, and like far too few Americans in the same field, he is unhurried. He is never afraid to pause for the amplification of sentiment, the communication of the moment's feeling, a bit of characterization or a passage of pure description. And these are the matters which give an effect of rondeur, and not infrequently touches of charm, to a story of whatever sort. At the moment I can think of only one American, Hulbert Footner, who has had the wisdom, or perhaps the temperament, to follow British practice in this by no means negligible affair of workmanship, and it is significant that Mr. Footner, an American, has so far had a better reception in England than in his own country. Apparently we value this certain leisureliness when it comes to us from abroad, for Mr. Footner, re-exported to us, is making distinct headway. What the American writer generally does is to accelerate his action to the pitch of implausibility, if he only knew it. This does very well, and may be indispensable, for all I know, with the readers of a certain type of American magazines. Unfortunately, the habitual buyers and readers of books demand something more careful. The other interesting point of excellence in Oppenheim's work derives from his method of spontaneity. He once said, "The lure of creation never loses its hold." Personally, I cannot account for the fact. Perhaps it springs from the inextinguishable hope that one day there will be born the most wonderful idea that has ever found its way into the brain of a writer of fiction. 58. For the creator, the superlative never arrives, but certainly for the reader Mr. Oppenheim has materialized more than one wonderful idea. The Great Impersonation, deservedly one of his most successful books, is a fairly recent illustration. But I would like to call particularly to attention an earlier story, both for what seems to me to be its astonishing merit and for its interesting light on the method of spontaneity which is Oppenheim's special technique. This is the way of these women, now 10 years old. That it still sells is evidence that its merit is recognized, that one never hears mention of it in any offhand mention of its author's work shows that the recognition is by no means wide enough. Sir Jermyn Annerley, a young man of fine taste and high honor, though certainly inclined toward priggishness, is a playwright of the intellectual type. Sybil Cluley, the actress who has aroused London by her performance in Jermyn's drama, comes to Annerley Court as his weekend guest. They are to discuss his new play in which Sybil is to appear. Ainsworth, Marquis of Lakenham and Jermyn's second cousin, chances to pay a visit at the same time. Another distant cousin of Jermyn's, Lucille, who has divorced a French nobleman, is Jermyn's hostess. Lucille is in love with Jermyn. During the visit Jermyn surrenders to his love for Sybil, they announce their engagement to the others. Sybil is obviously afraid of Lakenham to a degree not to be accounted for by his reputation for excesses, and after some time Lakenham confirms and shares with Lucille his knowledge of a discreditable episode in Sybil's career before her success on the stage. Lakenham is murdered at Annerley Court. Suspicion points directly to Sybil, but Lucille has aided Sybil and Jermyn in the removal of very incriminating evidence. As the price for protecting Sybil, Lucille requires Jermyn to marry her within 2 months. The story is developed with admirable intervals and suspense. The point of the first quarter of the book is Lakenham's knowledge of something in Sybil's past, and Lucille's determination to fight Sybil for Jermyn. Then Lakenham is killed. Almost half the book lies between the murder and its solution. It is evident that as he wrote, Mr. Oppenheim saw, what he may not have grasped at the beginning, that Lucille was his most striking character. As the novel proceeded, he became absorbed in the possibilities Lucille offered. If, as may well be the case, he vaguely contemplated solving the murder and bringing Sybil and Jermyn happily together for a quick curtain, he deliberately abandoned so conventional and easy an ending. Jermyn and Lucille are married under the hateful terms Lucille has imposed as the price of Sybil's safety. It is this that lifts the way of these women out of the run of Mr. Oppenheim's work. Did Sybil kill Lakenham? If she did not, who did she think killed him? If Lucille used fraud with Jermyn, why not annul the marriage for fraud and bring down the curtain? And in putting these questions I decline responsibility for your wrong inferences as to the answers. In any case, the solution of the murder would seem to end the story. But something larger and more fateful, something of very near universal significance, had by this time lodged in Mr. Oppenheim's mind. The wonderful idea had come. The last quarter of The Way of These Women is the material, intrinsically, for a very great novel. And Mr. Oppenheim handles it with touches of greatness. He could, of course, by slashing off most he had already written, by adopting some such technical device as W. B. Maxwell used in The Devil's Garden, have made it a masterpiece, for his knowledge of his theme and his appreciation of its character are plain to be seen. I do not know whether this novel has ever been dramatized, but it is incredible that it should not have been dramatized. The possibilities of Lucille are greater than those of Camille, for they are less artificial and they are not either sentimental or cheap. Why did Mr. Oppenheim not rework it? Why did he let it go as the book is, a mixture of several possible extenuations? I think the best is that by leaving it alone he probably was able to take the reader who sought merely to be entertained into a very high place whither that reader could not have been lured directly. And it is an elevation to which the writer of ready-made plots never leads. Books by E. Phillips Oppenheim. Note: the reader is referred to the bibliography by Mr. Houling C. Brown appearing in the Boston Evening Transcript for 5 May 1923. Mr. Brown's arrangement of the titles is alphabetical, including both English and American titles. His list includes Mr. Oppenheim's 5 serials of book length, not given below because not published in book form. Mr. Brown also gives the publisher, except in a few cases where no record exists. In the list below, books that have been published in America are starred. Those that have been published in America and were recorded by Mr. Brown as in print are double-starred. Books written under the pseudonym Anthony Partridge are so indicated. 1887 Expiation 1894 A Monk of Crusoes 1895 *** A Daughter of the Marioness. First title in America was To Win the Love He Sought. 1895 The Peer and the Woman 1896 False Evidence 1896 A Modern Prometheus 1896 * The Mystery of Mr. Bernard Brown 1896 The Wooing of Fortune 1897 The Amazing Judgment 1898 * As a Man Lives. First title in America was The Yellow House. 1898 A Daughter of Australia 1898 * Mysterious Mr. Sabin 1899 * Mr. Marx's Secret 1899 The Postmaster of Market Dayton 1899 * The Man and His Kingdom 1900 * A Millionaire of Yesterday 1900 * The World's Great Snare 1901 * The Survivor 1902 * A Sleeping Memory in England, The Great Awakening 1902 * Enoch's Throne in England, Master of Men 1903 * The Traitors 1903 * A Prince of Sinners 1903 * The Yellow Crayon 1904 * Anna the Adventuress 1904 * The Betrayal 1905 * A Maker of History 1905 * The Master Mama 1906 * A Lost Leader 1906 The Tragedy of Andrea 1907 * The Malefactor in England, Mr. Wingrave, Millionaire 1907 * Berenice 1908 * The Avenger in England, The Conspirators 1908 * The Great Secret in England, The Secret 1908 * The Distributors, by Anthony Partridge in England, Ghosts of Society. Another title in America was The Plunderers 1908 * Passers-by, by Anthony Partridge 1909 * The Governors 1909 * The Missioner 1909 * Genie of the Marshes 1909 * The Kingdom of Earth, by Anthony Partridge in England, The Black Watcher 1910 * The Long Arm of Manister in England, The Long Arm 1910 * The Illustrious Prince 1910 * The Lost Ambassador in England, The Missing Delaware 1911 * The Moving Finger in England, A Falling Star 1911 * The Golden Web, by Anthony Partridge 1911 ** Havoc 1912 ** Peter Ruff and the Double Four in England, The Double Four 1912 ** The Lighted Way 1912 ** Those Other Days, Short Stories, 1912 ** The Court of Saint Simon, by Anthony Partridge 1913 ** The Mischief Maker 1913 * For the Queen, Short Stories, 1913 Mr. Laxworthy's Adventures 1913 ** The Tempting of Tavernock in England, The Temptation of Tavernock 1914, The Amazing Partnership 1914 *, The Double Life of Mr. Alfred Burton 1914 *, The Way of These Women 1915 *, An Amiable Charlatan in England, The Game of Liberty 1915 *, Mr. Grex of Monte Carlo 1915 *, The Black Box 1915 *, A People's Man 1916 The Mysteries of the Riviera 1916 *, The Vanished Messenger 1917 *, The Hillman 1917 *, The Kingdom of the Blind 1918 *, The Double Traitor 1918 *, The Cinema Murder in England, The Other Romilly 1918 *, The Pawns Count 1918 *, The Zeppelin's Passenger in England, Mr. Lessingham Goes Home 1919 *, The Wicked Marquise 1919 *, The Curious Quest 1920 *, The Great Impersonation 1920 *, The Box with the Broken Seals in England, The Strange Case of Mr. Jocelyn Thew 1920 *, The Devil's Pawn 1920 Aaron Rod, Diviner 1920 Ambrose Lavendale, Diplomat 1920 Honourable Algernon Knox, Detective 1921 *, Jacob's Ladder 1921 *, The Profiteers 1921 *, Nobody's Man 1922 *, The Great Prince Sean 1922 *, The Evil Shepherd 1923 *, The Seven Conundrums 1923 The Mystery Road 1923 *, Michael's Evil Deeds 1924 *, The Wrath to Come 1924 *, The Passionate Quest Sources on E. Phillips Oppenheim in addition to those referred to in the text and in footnotes. The reader is urged to consult the full-page interview and account appearing in the Boston Evening Transcript for 8 March, 1924, Oppenheim the Master Maker of Plots by James Walter Smith. This is by all odds the best and most interesting single article. It quotes Mr. Oppenheim's amanuensis as saying that he dictates 5,000 words a day on good days and about 4,000 words on an average day, a phenomenal speed. In summer he dictates out of doors and I take it down in my notebook. In winter, he dictates direct to the machine. He likes a low easy chair while working. It's amazing to me how sure he is in his dictation, and what a grip he has on his plots. Occasionally he has 2 or more stories moving at the same time, but no matter what the number of characters or of the places where the action occurs, he rarely becomes confused. When he is held up, sometimes by a trifling detail, or by the more important one of getting a character out of a difficulty, he simply says, 3 dots, like that, and moves on. This may happen several times in the course of a sitting, and I usually can divine, as the story proceeds, when I'm going to hear that 3 dots. When the dictation is finished, he goes out for a game of golf, perhaps. Then next day he takes up the typescript where the suspension points appear and unerringly fills in the bits which bothered him. This would be easy if the case were single, but where there are several three-dot cases it demands skill and concentration to get out of the bunker. 9G Stanley Hall, psychologist in describing a novel course he gave at Clark University and which he called Psychogenesis, the Birth and Evolution of the Soul. G. Stanley Hall remarks in his autobiography, Life and Confessions of a Psychologist, interest, like steam in an engine, must be developed over a large surface, although when put to work it has to be applied to a small one. That is true of this chapter. The large surfaces of Dr. Hall's long and unusual career can be depended on, I think, to develop interest in my reader, although whether that interest will apply itself to psychology, methods of teaching, child study, or the central figure of the Christian faith is uncertain and perhaps immaterial. A developed interest, before passing on to any of these things, does well to linger for some time on the man himself, who had so many vicissitudes and whose account of his life, outside and inside, is the best of a certain type since Benjamin Franklin's, which it most nearly resembles. Both Franklin and Dr. Hall were Yankees. Both were much abroad and transcended their Puritan beginnings on the intellectual side, though in the sphere of conduct each was a tree inclined as the twig had been bent. Both were zestful of every human experience, each alike, though for a somewhat differing purpose, has gone far and deep in the matter of self-examination, writing down his confessions and conclusions for the world to read. If Franklin is more clear and practical and personal, Dr. Hall takes the reader to greater levels and to vistas of fresh woods and pastures new. His Life and Confessions of a Psychologist is a book of more than ordinary account simply for this reason. It has distinct faults. Its material is a little diffuse and not too well organized. It is far from lucid in places and lapses into technical language where it need not do so. In addition, Dr. Hall's particular interests are allowed to override the literary, and sometimes the human, interest. The introductory chapter perplexes and dismays the ordinary reader with a series of conclusions couched in scientific lingo. The second chapter repels him with its dullness. Yet, if he persist, he will soon find himself unable to stop until the book is finished. Certain chapters and parts of chapters will absorb his whole attention, and in the end he will have a sense of having had glimpses into many mansions, all spacious, of having come in touch with largeness and nobility of soul. 2 Granville Stanley Hall, who died on the 24th of April, 1924, was born the 1st of February, 1846 in Ashfield, Massachusetts. His father was of impetuous temperament, his mother a rather submissive and devoutly pious woman. There were 3 children, all brought up on a farm. From the first, Stanley Hall was keenly interested in animals. But he was also one of those boys whose imagination is strongly exercised by the figures of frost on a windowpane, the broken march of clouds across the sky, the shapes and images seen in dancing firelight and the visions excited by musical sounds. He was sensitive and both brave and timid, pacifistic by temper. He could persist in a course once taken. He was essentially a lonely child, as such children often are, and this loneliness was to become more pronounced as he grew older, developing a habit of isolation which was to be his salvation in the greatest crisis in his career. His schooling culminated in Williams College, which gave him his A.B. in 1867. He was a classmate of Hamilton Wright Maby. Mark Hopkins, he of whom it was said that a university was Mark Hopkins on one end of a log and a student on the other, was president of the college and also professor of moral and intellectual philosophy. An important friendship of this time was with Charles Eliot Norton. A single year in New York followed. Young Hall was a student at the Union Theological Seminary, but he was also 21, in New York for the first time, full of a healthy curiosity and bound to satisfy it. He went to the theater as well as all manner of churches and was one of a number employed by the City Missionary Society to invite women of the street to attend the midnight mission. Through the friendly act of Henry Ward Beecher, money was provided for Hall to go abroad and study, the lender being Henry Sage, the benefactor of Cornell University. It was already apparent that Hall had no vocation to the ministry. He dreamed of becoming a professor. Darwin, Spencer and Tyndall, Renan, Strauss, Emerson and Carlyle had profoundly influenced him. In the summer of 1868 he went to Germany, first to the University of Bonn and then to that of Berlin. Here he dabbled in all manner of subjects, from theology to surgery and mental clinics. On his return to America he wished to teach the history of philosophy but was unable to lest he should, in the opinion of a college president, unsettle men and teach them to hold no opinions. Private tutoring was followed by a spell of teaching at Antioch College, Yellow Springs, Ohio. It was at this time that the first volume of Wundt's Physiological Psychology was published. In a sense, psychology as we know it began with this work, so definite in its experiments and conclusions. Here was something one could lay hold of. Hall read it, was amply fascinated, and left Antioch, resolved to go to Leipzig and study under Wundt. But at Cambridge he was met by the offer of an instructorship at Harvard and stopped to teach for a year, going on to Leipzig in 1876. He spent a year in Berlin, some time in Paris and England, and came home to resume his friendship with William James and others, to lecture on education under Harvard auspices, and to cast about. He was much in debt and had no prospects. He had married. Having spent 3 years in Germany between the ages of 22 and 25, and 3 more from 32 to 35, the narrow, inflexible orthodoxy, the Puritan eviction of the joy that comes from amusements, from life, the provincialism of our interests, our prejudice against continental ways of living and thinking, the crudeness of our school system, the elementary character of the education imparted in our higher institutions of learning, all these seemed to me depressing, almost exasperating. I fairly loathed and hated so much that I saw about me that I now realize more clearly than ever how possible it would have been for me to have drifted into some, perhaps almost any, camp of radicals and to have come into such open rupture with the scheme of things as they were that I should have been stigmatized as dangerous, at least for any academic career, where the motto was safety first. But he must teach or go back to the farm. 3 luck was with him. In 1881 he was invited to lecture on psychology at the Johns Hopkins University, toward which all ambitious young professors were looking wistfully. He was then asked to teach a half-year, after which he was appointed full professor for 5 years at a salary then very generous. The 7 fat years, for he remained until 1888, had begun. The great Gilman was president of the university. Gildersleeve taught Greek and Roland taught physics, Simon Newcomb, astronomy, Spencer, Huxley, Kelvin, Matthew Arnold, James Bryce, Freeman the historian, James Russell Lowell, D.R.S. Weir Mitchell, and William James were visitors and, for the most part, lecturers. Among Dr. Hall's pupils were John Dewey, J. McKean Cattell, Joseph Jastrow, James H. Hislop, and one young man who took a long Sunday afternoon walk with the professor in which he debated with me the question of majoring in psychology, although I felt that his mind was already made up not to do so, for his previous studies and his Southern instincts and family traditions already inclined him too strongly toward the historical and political field. This was Woodrow Wilson. Had he chosen psychology, comments Dr. Hall, he might never have been president, but, on the other hand, if he had, he might have learned to do better teamwork and have been more ready to compromise and concede. When he was just 42, Dr. Hall's lean years began. Lean in the sense that he gave up highly congenial work and surroundings and a maximum salary which was offered him to embark on a new and untried enterprise, in which he was to endure a degree of distress and anxiety and an amount of difficulty and odium hard to describe. The history of his relations with Clark University, first publicly told in Chapter 7 of his Life and Confessions of a Psychologist, is likely without a parallel. Certainly it throws more light on human nature than any psychologist could hope to do by a lifetime of experiment and reasoning. Briefly, this was what happened. Jonas Gilman Clark, 1815 to 1900, a successful wagon maker, had made a fortune in California in 1849 by selling mining implements. He was one of the active vigilantes and a friend of Leland Stanford. After attaining importance in San Francisco, he moved to New York and increased his wealth by dealing in real estate. But with the passage of years he returned to his native county in Massachusetts. The example of Leland Stanford, his own childlessness, and a desire to do something for his native county led him to resolve to found Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. Dr. Hall was asked to be president and accepted the post. Mr. Clark immediately gave a building and grounds and his note for $600,000 for the university, with a note of $100,000 for a library. This, a total value of something like $1 million, was the largest single gift that had ever been made to education in New England. The outlook was of unprecedented brilliance, for Mr. Clark's expressed intention was to leave all his wealth to the institution, and his fortune was variously estimated at from $8 million to $18 million or even $20 million. The founder readily agreed to Dr. Hall's suggestion that he, Dr. Hall, spend a year abroad studying the universities of the world. Surely no one has ever had an opportunity equaling the year which followed. Dr. Hall omitted to visit no university of importance in Europe. The mere recital of the places he saw is impressive enough. When the imagination tries to take in the educational panorama unrolled before his eyes, the task becomes impossible. One small cloud darkened the horizon. Mr. Clark had instructed him to bring to this side several of the best German professors. Dr. Hall was put in a painful situation by engaging von Holst of Freiburg and then having his act disowned. He did not suspect that it was to be only the first of a series of bitter and terrible disappointments. Clark was opened as a university for graduate students only, with few pupils but high hopes and splendid prospects, on the 2nd of October, 1889. A few simple figures, as Dr. Hall remarks, give the key to the near tragedy that followed. During the first year we spent for salaries and equipment $135,000. The second year, Mr. Clark contributed $50,000 above the income of the $600,000 that had actually been transferred to the Board of Trustees, making a total income of $92,000. The third year, he gave $26,000, making it $68,000. The fourth year, $12,000, making it $54,000, and the fifth and subsequent years of his life he gave nothing, so that the whole institution subsisted upon the income of its funds, namely, the $600,000 for the university and $100,000 for the library. What was wrong? Mr. Clark couldn't or wouldn't say. He seems to have been a singularly inarticulate individual. Whether he lost heavily in the misfortunes that overtook the British firm of Baring Brothers, or on his own account, remains uncertain. It may be that he had, all along, much less money than was supposed, or it may be that a university cost more than he expected. There was consternation over his dwindling annual gifts and a deeper anxiety over his failure to add to the permanent endowment. Collectively and individually the trustees implored him to say what the university might expect. At least, they would know where they stood, but Mr. Clark remained silent. He sanctioned every engagement and knew exactly the liabilities we were incurring, and the optimistic view, says Dr. Hall, was that he could not possibly bring men here or start departments and then fail to sustain them. It was too optimistic. Men were let go because there was no money to keep them. After a personal quarrel with a professor, Clark compelled the board to request the man's resignation, which they did. The founder would smilingly listen to instructors who asked for supplies, refer them to Dr. Hall, and then order Dr. Hall to deny the requests. A personal tragedy at the beginning of this time befell Dr. Hall as he was convalescent from an attack of diphtheria so severe that for weeks he could not speak, but had to write on a slate. He had been sent to the country when, one night, through an accident in a gas fixture, his wife and the younger of his 2 children, aged 6, were smothered to death. As the second year drew to a close and the trustees fully realized that Mr. Clark would almost certainly not maintain expenditures on the basis on which they had been begun, and as there was already much discontent in the faculty, their anxiety focused on the future, and I was instructed to do everything possible not to alienate Mr. Clark to such a degree that he would bestow elsewhere the remainder of his fortune, still believed to be very large. To this end I must, with what grace and tact I could, accept the situation, and when asked, as I often was when I was trying to get his wishes carried through with the faculty as a whole or individually, whether it was my will or the founders that I was trying to enforce, must give them to understand it was my own and thus shield Mr. Clark. This was most humiliating to my honor and even to my conscience, but the situation demanded nothing less, for the entire future of the institution seemed to hang upon this. The foreseen result was a faculty revolt. A majority of the staff offered their resignations because they had lost confidence in Dr. Hall. The trustees left the affair in Dr. Hall's hands, but as those hands were tied by the necessity of keeping a close secret the financial situation and by the necessity of shielding Clark from censure, he could explain but lamely. At this point President Harper of the new University of Chicago came to Worcester, secretly engaged a majority of the faculty at double the Clark salaries, and then tried to hire Dr. Hall for a salary larger than he was receiving. Under Dr. Hall's threat to make the facts public and to appeal to John D. Rockefeller himself, Mr. Rockefeller being Chicago's backer, Harper receded a little. Dr. Hall managed to salvage a few of his men from the raid. Clark University was now reduced to living on the 4% income from its $600,000 and waiting for its founder to die, when it would be clear to us whether we must close up, live along feebly, or enter upon the realization of our large and high initial hopes by finding that, after all, he had vast means and had not diverted them to other sources. Andrew Carnegie promised $100,000 if an equal amount were raised, when only $37,000 could be raised, and Mr. Carnegie was told why he dropped the condition and gave his $100,000 outright. Somehow, the next half-dozen years were got through. There was a continuous false position for Dr. Hall and continuous and heavy censure to be borne. He had to suppose that the end would justify the means, and the end, when it came, gave him only partial satisfaction. Clark had got to spend a good deal of time in Europe, perhaps as an aid to his disgusting reticence. He was at outs with the trustees, all men of distinction and all sustaining Dr. Hall as well as they could. The founder was also in disagreement with Dr. Hall over a collegiate department, which he wanted and which Dr. Hall, one would think, very naturally, in the acutely trying circumstances, didn't want. The 10th anniversary of Clark was celebrated with a brave spirit in 1899. It was that darkest hour before the dawn. The perverse clerk died the year following, leaving a nasty will with 5 codicils and expensive litigious possibilities, most of which were realized. In the last of the codicils, Clark revoked certain strictures upon Dr. Hall contained in the will itself. However, a collegiate department was provided and university and college came at once into possession of nearly the whole estate, the rest to follow at Mrs. Clark's death. Dr. Hall, who had been teaching and lecturing and worrying, was free at last from his scapegoat role. 4 years later he was to publish in 2 volumes his masterly study of adolescence, and every few years after that were to see an important book come from his hands. He was in his 50s and at last comparatively free and unhampered. Not only his interest in child study but his wide knowledge of methods of teaching, pedagogy, of psychology and philosophy, of the vast amount of experimental work in hand everywhere and his novel conceptions of the soul's progress were to bear fruit. For he had always been interested in genetics, beginnings. His psychology, as it matured in a long lifetime of study and reflection, is different from the psychology of other men chiefly in this respect. The one word of science which always had the power to fire Dr. Hall's imagination is evolution. Let not the fundamentalist rage, at this point of this chapter, nor the reader imagine a vain thing. It is greatly doubtful if, deep in his heart, G. Stanley Hall cared 2 sticks about Darwinian evolution as such. But evolution as an idea was to him a psychic reality. Let me explain, as well as I can, in the simplest terms. A psychic reality is something in which one's faith is so strong that one neither needs nor wishes proofs. It is what you firmly believe, what you believe in so firmly that, so far as you are concerned, it exists. The thing may not exist, but if it did you would order your life just as you do now. Those who live under the shadow of such a belief need no umbrella of evidence spread over them. To take an important and timely instance, one of the main points in Dr. Hall's work, Jesus, the Christ, in the Light of Psychology, 1917, bears directly on the controversy now active between the fundamentalists and the liberals. That dispute has been hottest on 2 points, the virgin birth of Christ and the resurrection. Dr. Hall holds that both sides are living and disputing in a pre-psychological age, that they are both right in all that they affirm, wish and mean, and are both wrong in all that they deny. He says that both the virgin birth and the resurrection are psychic realities to great numbers of people. He believed in both himself. As a scientist familiar with physiology, the issues offered as many obstacles to his mind as they can possibly offer to any human mind. Nevertheless, he believed, to him the virgin birth and the resurrection are both psychic realities. There are psychic realities that are truer than fact, and I wonder if it would not degrade rather than spiritualize faith if we were to discover a motion picture of the resurrection. Now whether Darwin was right or not, whether the law of natural selection is true, false or meaningless, evolution is the word to cover Dr. Hall's idea of what has happened and what is happening to the spirit of man. Although he studied under Wundt, He thought it unfortunate that one whose influence has been so far-reaching was trained in physics and physiology chiefly. Biology, says Dr. Hall, would have given Wundt and his disciples less positiveness. They would have been less set on explaining all things of the spirit by occurrences in and to the body, and the idea of growth and change would have been more elastic and more hopeful. Again, Dr. Hall was one of the few American psychologists of standing who had gone deeply and impartially into the discoveries of Freud and the whole field of modern psychoanalysis. What are his conclusions on this fascinating development of science? Freud has himself said that there are three great culture epochs marked for us, so far, by what we call science. The first dawned with Copernicus's discovery that the sun, not the earth, was the center of our universe. The second was initiated by Darwin. The third is Freud's own work. Dr. Hall was by no means an extreme or convinced Freudian, but seemed inclined to believe that Freud's estimate of his work may not be much out of the way. Copernicus revolutionized our ideas of space. Darwin transformed the concept of time. Freud is dealing with our idea of eternity. For the world that Freud may be said to have discovered, the world of the unconscious, is a piece of eternity and the only piece that science can lay claim to having captured. If it exists at all, it exists and has existed forever. In the main, the Freudian theories seemed to Dr. Hall genetic and vital. They put beginnings farther back than we have been used to put them. Many of the explanations really do explain, and Dr. Hall was convinced that they saved several of the most gifted of his pupils from mental wreck. If the Freudian claims of the all-dominance of sex were excessive, as they certainly seem to me to be, it was only a natural reaction to the long taboo and prudery that would not look facts in the face. If the gross and morbid phenomena here were taken as the point of departure, the conclusions here drawn were from a solid and wide basis of clinical facts which no one could dispute, however much they might criticize the methods and interpretations. There was, however, always the danger of measuring the normal mind and spirit by standards got from studying abnormal minds. And Dr. Hall did not believe in the methods of healing practiced by Freudian physicians. Such psychoanalytic treatment, he thought, leaves the patient often unduly sexually minded. Where a cure or real benefit results, he believed, it is not the result of a confession of dreams, etc., tortured into this or that meaning. It is because the patient has come to the conclusion that he is a dead giveaway, that everybody sees in him what the psychoanalyst sees: shame, dread, and modesty assert themselves and make him do better. But the emphasis of Freud's teachings is on feeling. It is not a psychology of muscular twitchings as that of Wundt and his followers tended to be. There is a theory, brilliantly expounded by William James and called the Lang-James theory, which explained that we feel sorry because we cry. There is also what is called the psychophysic law, which says that a sensation is increased by a constant amount when the stimulus is increased by a constant multiplication. But the psychophysic law broke down at extremes. For example, a very slight increase in tickling doubles and redoubles the sensation felt. It almost seems as if the law were then the other way about. And the sorry because we cry theory cannot be proved where thoughts only are in question. A murders be very likely he murders him in thought before he does so in fact. Now possibly the murder in thought is preceded by some microscopic or passing changes in a brain. But it is yet to prove, and it is very likely unprovable. In the same way, men are now engrossed with their dawning discoveries about the glands of the human body. As Dr. Hall pointed out, the attempt is now well underway to make psychology a mere matter of secretions. The thyroid gland does this, the pituitary gland controls that. The thing will be carried too far and we shall have to retrace many of our steps and, to some extent, start all over again toward fresh conclusions. We make these mistakes, said Dr. Hall, because we are too eager to find a solution for the mystery of the soul. We want to believe that the mind can be understood from the body. But the explanation of the mind must be sought in the things of the mind. It is likely that history, for example, with its record of human institutions, throws at least as much light on the human mind that made the institutions as anything we can get in a dissecting room. Like James Harvey Robinson, Dr. Hall was unhappy over the increasing tendency of psychologists and other students to go off in a corner and never thereafter to relate what they are doing to the rest of knowledge. The genetic nature of everything bearing on the mind is constantly overlooked. Why? Well, men have fallen into a habit of thinking that psychology must be handled as fossil bones are handled. From a thigh bone found in the ground we can reconstruct, perhaps, the entire skeleton of some prehistoric animal. It is not possible, however, from this experiment or that to reconstruct, infer or measure the mind. This is because the mind is creative, or, at least, reproductive. It can only be studied from what it begets. The child's revolt from the parent both explains and is explained by the historic revolutions and revolts against authority. Hysteria is an escape from some intolerable reality. Certain men have a dread of being shut in by beliefs and opinions because earliest man had a dread of being shut in his cave in the rocks. But every man must have something to believe in, though it change from time to time, because his remote ancestor, when challenged, sought a wall at his back. What, then, is the hope of being exact or final in psychology? None. Would it be desirable to be exact or final? No. The reader may inquire, what about the tests that are increasingly popular for everything from marriage to hunting the proper job? Dr. Hall refrained from using the short and ugly word. I will use it for him, they are bunk. But I will quote his own recorded experience with them. Some 50 years ago as an impecunious student I paid $5 to have my bumps charted at the Fowler and Wells Phrenological Institute, then on Lower Broadway. Mr. Sizer, who did the job, told me that he would rather feel for 5 minutes through a cat hole the skull of a girl he thought of marrying than court her 5 years. His findings were so pleasing to my self-esteem that 2 or 3 years later I went again, with even more satisfaction, so that I had the exhilarating sense that in the interim I had every day and in every way been growing wiser and abler. Some 30 years later I chanced to meet the great Shiro, handsome, magnetic, and in his day the pet of the New York 400, and I submitted my palm to him. But this time with very depressing results. He found my lifeline so broken that I should have been dead about that time. The line of intellect was very faint, indicating low mentality. By my wealth line I ought to be rich, and from his fee he probably thought me so. I was an incorrigible bachelor, 59, and my character was a complex of incongruities. In a word, my hand gave the flat lie to what my bumps had said. Lombroso has several score of physical and psychic traits which he deems characteristic of criminals, and of these I was found to have 7 more or less well developed. At the Bernheim Institute in Paris I had my fingertips taken and interpreted. Later yet a Blackfordist tested me on all the, I think, 21 points in that system and at the close asked me if it was worth $10. It was. In Portland, Oregon, I found an expert who had worked years with the McAuliffe-Sorrell group of anthropologists. I began to psychoanalyze myself but, finding the task too hard, called in an expert to finish the work, with results which nothing would ever tempt me to tell. Still far too ignorant of the one I ought to know best, I took all the Yerkes Army tests and the dozen or so shorter series devised for adults, and even put myself through the Binet-Simon series and their modifications by Terman. Also the De Sanctis Fool-Finding series and at least a score of the tests for special avocations. In fact my friends have spoken rather slightingly of my passion for collecting and trying out tests, of which I have some hundreds. Judged by the Edison stunts, I was a near moron, and in the Stenquist series much below the average, while I cannot even yet understand the Royce ring. Some college entrance tests would bar me from entering the freshman class, while in many of the simpler ones my intelligence quotient indicated a mental age of at least 100. In Hammond's test of the higher mental processes and the Borner reasoning test, for example, I was surpassed by a girl of 11. The results of all seem, thus, so confusing that I recall the chameleon which, when placed on a red cloth turned red, on blue, green and yellow, turned these colors, but when placed on a bit of Scotch plaid died trying to make good. Time limit tests are not only the hardest but tend to discredit the slow but sure type of person who really does so much of the world's best work. The tests merely test a kind of superficial mental quickness. They do not, and cannot be made to, exclude accidental advantages due to special experience or special knowledge. We have no way of testing the testers, some of whom have only enough brains to ask questions and write down other people's answers. There is no way of testing native ability. Persons old enough to take the tests have acquired much of their abilities from experience, and there is no way of separating what they were born with from what they have learned or acquired. Dr. Hall says, on the other hand, that the tests he found trustworthy in estimating a young man's chances for success are these: 1. Health. It is true that Darwin fought neurasthenia all his life, that Nietzsche was always fighting megalomania, that Spencer was everlastingly coddling himself, that Stevenson contended with tuberculosis. But health was required to make the fight great, excessive vital force, and particularly was the psychic health exceptional and the psychic force strong so to have held off the bodily enemy while great work was done. The study of 200 biographies shows that the list of great original minds who were supernormal in health is about 14 times as large as the list of great invalids. 2-second breath corresponds to second wind in athletics. A state of mental exaltation, inspiration or ease, often coming after we have worked long and hard and past our usual hour of sleep at night. No one is likely to succeed who does not learn while young to tap this mental reservoir. 3. The ability to pass quickly and easily from one extreme of feeling to the other. What is called the pleasure-pain scale extends all the way from despair and suicide up to the most transcendent happiness. Settled moods of long duration are bad. If the soul cannot run up and down the scale frequently, swiftly and flexibly, it will have its pressures relieved in some other way, usually by setting up a dual personality, Jekyll Hydeism, insanity, etc. 4. Sympathy. Confucius called it reciprocity, Buddha, pity, Aristotle, friendship, Plato, friendship, Jesus, love, Paul, charity, Adam Smith and Darwin, sympathy, Comte, altruism, Renan, the enthusiasm of humanity, Kropotkin, mutual aid, Matthew Arnold, humanism, Giddings, consciousness of mankind, Trotter, the herd instinct. It is a power to feel for others and must be sufficiently strong to influence action at times. 5. Love of nature. This is the root. There are many flowers, poetry, music, literature, art of whatever form, religion. The mind first feels love and awe, then worship, then a desire for cold, outward study. The order is always the same. But in spite of the mind's insistence on going to extremes, the feeling must be kept alive and must be adequately fed. 6. Sublimation. Teeth, lips and tongue were created or developed to eat with. We have made them serve us to speak with, also. The senses first served to warn us of danger and to find and test food. We now use them in 1,000 ways. Anger began as blind rage, but we have gone some way to control and direct it. We cannot be too angry if we are angry aright. As for love, which began on the physical plane, every real interest sets a backfire to lust. 7. Activity as against passivity. Although a given person or nation may be predominantly active or passive, doers or knowers, leaders or led, the two forces must be controlled and balanced for success. Do not make the mistake of thinking that activity is all to the good. Energy without intelligence is worthless. 8. Loyalty or fidelity. In the first instance, this is loyalty to oneself, creating self-respect. The various loyalties to parents, husband or wife, children, friends, country, etc., follow. These tests cannot be applied to large groups. They are tests of the individual. They cannot be made within set time limits. They cannot be made by asking a man or woman questions and writing down the answers. They require observation in favorable circumstances, and these cannot always be secured by prearrangement. But they are the only tests worth making. They require in the tester something which psychology requires very much, in Dr. Hall's estimation, in many psychologists, common sense. Dr. Hall's attitude toward educational theory and practice was derived from his special interest in child study. In the nature of childhood itself and its different stages of development, he says, must be found the norm for all the method and matter of teaching. One very general defect of our schools is that the teacher does not teach enough, but gives, or is required to give, too much attention to setting, hearing, and marking lessons. He thought the weakest spot in the American system to be from about the 4th to the 9th grades. Drill and authority can really do most with the child just at this stage. Whatever may be the possibilities eugenics offers in the future, it is a far-off future. For a long time to come we must depend on education to make the best of our child material. Although it was necessary to exclude religious teaching from the schools, it should be restored as soon as a gradually widening tolerance makes that possible. Education without it lacks heart and soul. Protestant though I am, I would far rather a child of mine should be trained to be a good Catholic, Jew, or even Buddhist, Confucianist, or Mohammedan than allowed to grow up with no religion at all and made an early skeptic toward all faiths. Not absolute truth but efficiency for the conduct of life is the supreme criterion of all values here. The highest interpretation of the most vital human experiences must always take the religious form. Motion pictures have more cultural possibilities, wrote Dr. Hall, than anything since the invention of printing, but we have not learned to develop them. Broadcasting may have similar possibilities, but the educational value of our newspapers has deteriorated. The general problem of education as stated by Dr. Hall is somewhat as follows: overpopulation and a use of the Earth's resources so wasteful that we can now date the exhaustion of many of them are the first term of the problem. There is not now in the world 1/100th of the wealth necessary to satisfy the demand for it. As civilization advances, it costs not only more money but more time and effort to keep people happy. And the average individual wants all that is coming to him now and here, and uses every means in his power, fair and sometimes foul, to get it. Thus he plunges on toward the bankruptcy of his hopes in their present form. Wise minds realize that either men must restrict their desires, which is not likely, or must transform and redirect them, in technical language, must sublimate them, or find more internal surrogates for their gratification. Our industrial system is less than 200 years old. Our political institutions are only a few thousand years old. The mind of man is far, far older. Such men as James Harvey Robinson would adapt the mind of man to these juvenile institutions or phases of knowledge. Dr. Hall said the adjustment will have to be the other way about. It does seem likely. If it is to be made, psychology must make it. I know, he wrote, no class of men quite so hard-boiled and uninteresting and, indeed, unintelligent outside the hard and fast and often narrow limits of their own interests as the American millionaires. Each man has a normal amount of wealth as he has a normal weight of body on which he can best thrive. If I were sentenced to be rich now, I should grow neurotic over insurance risks, problems of competition, fluctuation of prices and markets, labor problems, anxieties about special legislation, tariff rates, new fields of fruitful investment, and perhaps efforts to reform our present industrial system. In his own case, Dr. Hall found happiness through his work, which has never included that curse of the industrial world today having to do, for pay, work that he hated. For it must be remembered that the false situation at Clark University was more than offset by the delight he had as a teacher of graduate students. But, work aside, perhaps the next greatest source of happiness and satisfaction to him has been the trait which Walt Whitman perfectly phrased when he exclaimed, "In me the caresser of life, wherever moving." For this psychologist and teacher, who was also for some time president of the New England Watch and Ward Society, a voluntary censorship which asserts itself chiefly over books and plays and in opposition to the social evil, always had a love for glimpsing at first hand the raw side of life. I have never missed an opportunity to attend a prize fight if I could do so unknown and away from home. Thrice I have taken dancing lessons from experts sworn to secrecy, and tried to learn the steps of ancient and some of the tabooed modern dances, just enough to know the feel of them, up to some 6 years ago, although I have always been known as a non-dancer. In Paris, London, Vienna, Berlin, New York and San Francisco he found guides to take him through the underworld by night. In an institution for the blind, he blindfolded himself for an entire day, he learned the deaf-mute alphabet, he had seen 3 executions, visited morgues, revival meetings, anarchist meetings. Paupers, criminals, wayward children, circus freaks were among his hobbies. I believe that such zests and their indulgence are a necessary part of the preparation of a psychologist or moralist who seeks to understand human nature as it is. And as, probably, it will continue to be for a while to come. Books by G. Stanley Hall 1874 Hegel as the National Philosopher of Germany. Translated from the German of Dr. Karl Rosenkranz 1881 Aspects of German Culture 1883 Methods of Teaching History 1886 Hints towards a Select and Descriptive Bibliography of Education, with John M. Mansfield, 1904 Adolescence, Its Psychology, and Its Relations to Physiology, Anthropology, Sociology, Sex, Crime, Religion and Education. 2 volumes 1906 Youth, Its Education, Regimen, and Hygiene. An Abridgment of Adolescence 1907, Aspects of Child Life and Education 1911, Educational Problems. 2 volumes 1912, Founders of Modern Psychology 1917, Jesus, the Christ, in the Light of Psychology. 2 volumes 1920, Morale, the Supreme Standard of Life and Conduct 1920, Recreations of a Psychologist. Stories, Reminiscences and Sketches 1922, Senescence, The Last Half of Life 1923, Life and Confessions of a Psychologist 1923, Jesus, the Christ, in the Light of Psychology. 1 volume edition. Note, an extended list of articles, some of them popularly written, will be found in the bibliography appended to Life and Confessions of a Psychologist. Sources on G. Stanley Hall. His autobiographical Life and Confessions of a Psychologist is of the first importance. How You Can Do More and Be More, by Bruce Barton. An interview with G. Stanley Hall. In the American Magazine for November 1923. Stanley Hall, a memory by E. Hamilton in the American Mercury for July 1924. Article by Dr. Joseph Jastrow on Dr. Hall in the Literary Review of the Evening Post, New York, the 28th of June, 1924. 10. The mode in new fiction. If only books were like hats and gowns, it would simplify matters a good deal. I could say, ostrich feathers are being much used, or egotism is usually the center of the design. But although there is an observable tendency to buy books like clothes, because some novel or other is all the rage, the tendency grows weaker from year to year, I think, and if in the title of this chapter I use the word mode, it is phrase-making. Phrase-making has its excuse in convenience, but it must be abandoned in the discussion of some of the fiction I am going to talk about. Among these books, just one is a first novel. Because it has this distinction, because of its human quality, and because it borders a theme of great significance, I want to speak at once of Marjorie Barclay McAlure's High Fires. Mrs. McAlure, the daughter of a Detroit clergyman, has laid her story principally in that city, in the period from 1905 to about the present. Angus Stevenson is a minister of the gospel who sticks by the letter of a somewhat rigid, old-fashioned creed. His sons and his daughter are young people of today. They cannot see why they should not do what other boys and girls of their age are doing. But their father will not for one moment countenance such things as dancing and card-playing and Sunday baseball. The struggle is tempered and made human by Angus Stevenson's goodness. He loves his children, especially is his daughter the apple of his eye. But he cannot sacrifice 1 inch of his principles. They are just as effectual in one direction as another. He voluntarily reduces his own salary when it seems to him that the act is called for. If he is intolerant, he is Christ-like. Of several crises, the one that cuts into him most deeply is his daughter's falling in love with a young man whom Angus Stevenson is constrained to regard as an atheist and an infidel. I have said that he loves his children. I should add that even when they are most rebellious against their father, they love him no less. The intensity and depth of Mrs. McClure's portrait of Angus Stevenson fully realizes the feeling on all sides. You are made to see and to acknowledge the claim to justice of conflicting creeds, the rare courage and noble faith and lifelong devotion of the father, the right to happiness and a certain self-fulfillment of the children. I know scarcely a novel of this year in which the human element is so strong, none in which it is stronger, none in which the lessons of a right feeling are more clearly conveyed or are more capable of a direct application in the lives of ordinary Americans. Here lies the flesh that tried to follow the spirit's leading, fallen at last, it died, broken, bruised and bleeding, burned by the high fires of the spirit's desires. Mrs. McClure's novel is of interest, too, for its evidence that religion is quickening in the American mind. I am using religion in the sense of personal faith, which is at the present hour having a difficult time with established creeds, on the one hand, and life's machinery of motion on the other. There were evidences before High Fires was published, in the huge sale of A New Life of Christ and in the fundamentalist liberal controversy in the churches, that something deeply disquieting was coming to the surface. Almost simultaneously with the publication of High Fires, a first novel by Leon Montross, Half-Gods, by means of the highly realistic presentation of American small-town life, tried to disclose the trouble. Mr. Montross's story implied what is probably true. The wine of a strong belief in anything is no longer fermented in most of us. We half worship, or, at best, only worship half-heartedly. Now the business of a novelist, or his art, is, as Joseph Conrad said, a form of imagined life clearer than reality. It is to show you something more plainly than life shows it you. A good novel is a beacon, not a bonfire. Thus in the new novel by Margaret Culkin Banning, the most ambitious work she has so far done, the heroine, after a life of vicissitudes, comes to realize that she is, in the scriptural phrase of the title, but a handmaid of the Lord. Veronica is a sensitive girl brought up in depressing though scarcely unusual circumstances. She marries a man whose business career takes her to a social height, both in America and, for a time, in England. Her church, which should mean so much to her constantly, affects her life only at intervals. When the crash comes, she finds herself separated from her husband by his struggle to keep afloat. She goes back to her hometown. It seems as though she were back where she had started, with little difference except in the perplexity of an uncomprehended experience. So it is that finally she comes to a measure of understanding, to an unquiet peace. She sees that things will go on, though not in her way nor in any way of her choosing. A handmaid of the Lord, like High Fires and Half-Gods, does something to get at the trouble that is in us. To show what is, including what is wrong, is the novelist's object. To show what came right is also sometimes possible. Dealing with the subject of religion, it has taken that very able novelist, Compton Mackenzie, 3 books in sequence to show the history of Mark Lidderdale. The altar steps gave the young man's background and the story of his life up to his ordination in the Church of England. In the Parson's Progress we see him as a priest of the English Church constantly beset by doubts and difficulties. These are by no means solved when the third novel of the trilogy, The Heavenly Ladder, opens, but they find their solution as it ends. Mark, as a convert in Rome, finds a happiness that Mr. Mackenzie has expressed with the utmost simplicity and with a restrained but lofty fervor. With a simplicity different but equally honest, Ralph Connor writes his novels of men in a newer country. Imagine, he said, when asked to tell briefly about his new book, a man of vitality and power who has given and taken heavy blows in the struggle of human life, who finds himself cornered by forces he cannot subdue. Suddenly he realizes that his back is against the wall, that no further retreat is possible. Spiritually, mentally, physically there is a last stand to be made, a hold on the essentials of life to be groped for and seized. It is this last stand, this fighting chance that I have made the theme of Treading the Winepress. The scenes of the story are laid in Nova Scotia. 2. If there is no single preoccupation common to the new fiction of other authors, readers will be highly content to find thoroughly characteristic new work by such favorites as Joseph C. Lincoln, Hugh Walpole, Mary Roberts Rinehart, Arnold Bennett, Bertrand W. Sinclair, Susan Ertz, Robert Hitchens, and Ruth Comfort Mitchell. Both Joseph C. Lincoln and Hugh Walpole, and different as they are, seem to me to have surpassed themselves. Mr. Lincoln's Rugged Water is not basically different from his other Cape Cod novels. Perhaps in the loose chronology of his stories it is more nearly contemporaneous with Captain Eyre than with his more recent books. It is a story of a Coast Guard station in the days when the Coast Guard was the life-saving service. The chief character is Calvin Homer, number one man of the crew, brave, honest, and shy of women. In temporary command of the station, he does gallant rescue work which should place him in line for promotion to keeper of the station. But in the same storm, Benoni Bartlett, of a nearby station, stands out more conspicuously as the sole survivor of a brave crew. Benoni is made keeper over Homer. These two men, Benoni Bartlett and Homer, Myra Fuller, to whom Homer became engaged before he quite knew what was happening, Norma Bartlett, daughter of the former keeper and the young woman with whom Homer eventually discovers himself to be in love, are the main persons of the novel. It is difficult to regard them as Mr. Lincoln's real subject, for the life of the station and the drama of shipwreck asserts itself constantly in pages that teem with humor and with other qualities of human nature less easy of superficial exhibition. In other words, the largeness of what he is essentially dealing with has seized upon Mr. Lincoln, and without the sacrifice of his lesser drama, or any of the picturesqueness that has made him so beloved, he has caught something of the loneliness of the station, the whisper and thunder of the surf, the struggle of men in an overmatched littleness under a black sky in the tempest of waters. To me, these captures make Rugged Water the best novel he has written. As for Mr. Walpole in The Old Ladies, my verdict, arrived at on different grounds, is equally affirmative and emphatic. Here is a short novel to stand beside Edith Wharton's Ethan Frome. There is bleakness as well as sunniness about the story, no haze, no sentimentality, though sentiment a plenty and a deep, clear feeling. 3 women, Lucy Amoreist, May Beringer, and Agatha Payne, all 70, live together in the top of a rain-bitten old house in Portchester. All are very poor. Lucy has a cousin who may leave her money, and a son in America from whom she has not heard for a couple of years. May Beringer, close to penury, is a weak, stupid, kind creature always terrified of life. Agatha Payne is sensual and strong. There has never, in my knowledge, been a picture more honest or more terribly pathetic of what old age sometimes means. Mr. Walpole has not evaded an inch of the truth or the tragedy, and the measured happiness accorded at last to Lucy Amoreist comes not in the least as a concession toward a happy ending but solely as a reprieve of pity for her, and for the reader also. The stories in Mary Roberts Rinehart Temperamental People represent her most recent work and have a unity as interesting as their wide range. Each shows the force of temperament, that quality in people which makes the drama of life. But who are the temperamental people? A queen, a cowboy, a famous singer, a wife, a great sculptor and a businessman's secretary are some of them. People as diverse as life, but all of them have temperament, and each story is a revelation of human emotion in action. As one of the characters says, it is the opening of the story of the sculptor. Cinera, I suppose once in every creative life there comes the sublime moment, the consecrated hour when, not from within but from without there comes the onrush of true greatness. These records of that moment and that hour are among the best things Mrs. Rinehart has done. The title of Arnold Bennett's new collection, Elsie and the Child and Other Stories, should be notice enough to the thousands who reveled in Riciman's steps that the new book is one they may not miss. Yes, it is Elsie, the humble but lovable heroine of Clerkenwell, who figures again in this volume. It will be remembered that at the close of Riciman's steps, Elsie, about to marry Joe, weakly consented to go to work as a servant for Mrs. Rast, while Joe, it was arranged, should resume his role as Dr. Rast's handyman. This was due to the pleading of young Miss Rast. Elsie was never one to resist children. And so Elsie and the Child begins approximately where Riciman's steps left off. It is a novelet in length, a most satisfactory morsel left over from the novel's feast. With the very first page the feeling of Riciman's steps in its more blissful moments is restored to the reader. The dozen shorter tales in the book are all from Mr. Bennett's most recent work. Bertrand W. Sinclair's The Inverted Pyramid is work of such proportions and of a sufficient dignity to take him quite out of the group of Western writers. This is not to rate down the cowboy story, but it is to recognize that such work as Mr. Sinclair's is something far more consequential. The inverted pyramid of the title is the social structure of a family set up by entailed wealth. Hawk's Nest, on Big Dent, just off the coast of Vancouver Island, is the home of the Norkey family, founded in 1809 by a roving pioneer fur trader who obtained the immense tract of land from the Indians for a pittance. He held it intact and it has come down unspoiled to the 5th generation of Norkeys, Dorothy, Roderick, Phil and Grove. Luck and ability has aggregated a huge fortune from the natural resources of the estate, which Roderick's grandfather converted into a corporation, 70% of income going to the oldest son, the rest being divided among the others. In the 5th generation various destinies open before the 3 brothers. Money, in the sense of finance, money plus power, love, the call of adventure, the quest of romance exert themselves on the 3. The very structure of the family, however, makes it quite impossible that the destinies of one should not react in an exceptional degree upon the others. The responsibility for the maintenance of family standing, financial, social, moral, is interlocking. The old question, "Am I my brother's keeper?" was never asked under a colder compulsion to return an affirmative answer, yes, because he is a fellow director on the board. I have said nothing about the daughter, Dorothy, and will only say that her role in the novel is important. It is enough, I think, to indicate the largeness and the serious character of the inverted pyramid, and to hail it as a sign that Mr. Sinclair will give us other books as good or even better, to stand with this, his finest so far. Susan Ertz's Nina is at once more brilliant and more profound than her Madame Claire, a novel which sells better today than when it was first published. Nina is the study of a girl whose love, once given, cannot be revoked by any act or will of her own. Brought up by her aunt, Nina Wadsworth falls in love with Morton Caldwell, adopted as a boy by that same aunt. Morton is extraordinarily handsome, good-hearted, and hopelessly susceptible to women. Tony Fielding has the qualities of fidelity and devotion which Morton lacks. Henry Bouvier, the son of a French family in England, is a playmate in childhood. Miss Ertz deals directly only with Nina and Morton after their marriage. What has gone before is cleverly reflected in the scenes put before the reader. As in Madame Claire, a delightful feature is the points of view from which the story is told. Much of it is seen through the eyes of Henry, grown to manhood, French in his ideas, sophisticated, and almost equally sympathetic and discreet. His comments, both spoken and unspoken, are delicious. They do much to enliven a situation at bottom profoundly tragic by reason of Morton's limitations as a husband and Nina's tenacious love. The novel is as unusual as it is competent, and the unusualness springs from the author's competence. And when I say competence, I am not thinking only of the writing, which is admirable, but of the wisdom in human nature which underlies the tale. Every woman will be charmed with this novel because it is veracious in its feminine psychology, as most novels by men are not, and as most novels by women would be if women could avoid sentimentality as cleanly as Miss Ertz does. Yes, women will be engrossed by Nina because they will find in it those accents and indications which are their tests of the reality of men and women in intimate relation to each other, especially in the relations of love and marriage. The depths of feminine psychology have been delicately sounded many times by Robert Hitchens, whose new novel, After the Verdict, is of great length and painstaking detail. Here also we have an extremely dramatic story. Clive Barratory, as the story opens, is on trial for the murder of Mrs. Sabine, a woman older than himself with whom he had a prolonged affair that began when Clive was a patient in her nursing home after the war. The young man is engaged to marry Vivian Denies, a girl of his own age, a splendid, fresh, outdoor person and one of the best tennis players in England. Miss Denies has stuck to Clive through his ordeal, and after his acquittal they are married. Clive's mother, who lives to see him acquitted and for some time afterward, is the only other person of first importance in the 500-odd pages. Is Clive guilty or innocent? He has been acquitted, true. And if innocent, of what avail to him? Must not his whole life be lived under the dark shadow of the crime? Must he not suffer as surely one way as the other? One goes 4/5 of the way through this novel in a state of tortured suspense. One does not know what to think as to Clive's guilt or innocence, nor is there a definite clue in his uncertain behavior. The fact, when revealed, stuns by its impact. Mr. Hitchens tells me that he had long had it in mind to study a man resting under the cloud of a murder charge, but he had another and greater thing in mind. I wanted, he says, to show that in such a marriage as Clive's and Vivian's an absolute sincerity must exist between the two people. But it is the studies of the women in after the verdict which will impress and entrance the reader. Susan Ertz Ruth Comfort Mitchell, whose popular novels have been of a light character, has also been led to a study of a woman capable of ordering her world and ruling it. The title of her new novel, A White Stone, is from the second half of the 17th verse in the Book of Revelation. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth saving he that receiveth it. To Joyce Evers, the white stone at first was her diamond engagement ring. Later it is the great rock on the mountain where she takes her woes for quieting and consolation. It is long before she finds the unseen, intangible white stone of the mystical passage. A homely little girl, she had been the center of a marvelous romance when Duval, one of the world's great pianists, asked her to marry him. In the chapters which show the gradual increase in Joyce of that power which is to be her salvation, Ruth Comfort Mitchell has done much abler work than in any story of hers before. Two somewhat unusual characters, Hannah Hill's Blade, a novelist, and Chung, a Chinese servant, do a good deal to differentiate A White Stone from the run of novels. Chung is picturesque and is an excellent example of a certain fresh invention which is felt throughout the book. There is a strongly written love story. 3. In an interesting article on the work of Conker Espiner, 60, Mr. James Fletcher Smith speaks of Dulcenumber as such a notable novel that it cried for instant translation. The translation has been accomplished and under the title, The Red Beacon, this impressive story is now available to English readers. The Spanish title is the name of the heroine, simply, Dulcenumber de Maria, Sweet Name of Mary, which was shortened by use to Sweet Name. Who is Conca Espina? The question does us no credit, but our general lack of information about European writers makes a brief answer necessary. Conca Espina was born at Santander, Spain, in 1877. She is therefore of the northern seaboard and the mountain country. The Red Beacon, for instance, is laid in the Cantabrian Mountains. Conca Espina's title to be considered the foremost living woman novelist of her country seems to be undisputed. Possibly her two finest works are The Red Beacon and an earlier novel, La Esfinga Maragate, The Maragaten Sphinx. It was brought out in English as Marifla. Although she has lived for some years in Madrid, Conca Espina remains unmistakably a northerner. She married very young and went to South America, Chile, where affairs went badly and where she began writing as a newspaper correspondent to earn money. The Red Beacon is a dramatic and somewhat tragic story of the people of her native region. Dulcinea, the heroine, is the daughter of a miller and the godchild of an hidalgo or nobleman, Nicolas Hornedo. Nicolas's interest serves to educate her above her own station but not up to his, yet when she falls in love with a countryman, a lad named Manuel, Nicolas, distressed, aids a rich man in buying the young fellow off and getting him out of the country. The rich man, much older than Dulcinea, succeeds in getting her in marriage. His hope is that she will come to love him, but she does not. The marriage is the beginning of a long ordeal for the girl, an ordeal of waiting which nothing can hasten nor prevent. The story proceeds with well-sustained interest to a crisis supervening some years later, when with her husband's death Dulcinea is again confronted with a difficult choice and a situation provocative of final despair. But happiness is in her destiny. Conca Espina shows us how it is realized at last. A story written with an intimate knowledge of the heroine and with great, though restrained, feeling. It will be of more than ordinary interest to watch its reception by American readers. New and Varied Fiction: A Conqueror Passes, by Larry Barreto. An after-the-war story, perhaps the best of them all, showing the reactions in business and social life of the returned soldier, restless, discontented, missing the excitement and tension of war. Told without either hysterics or despairing cynicism. A noteworthy book and a first novel by a writer who deserves close attention. The Book of Blanche, by Dorothy Richardson. The love story, half earthly, half spiritual, of a beautiful violinist and a hospital surgeon, unique for its word pictures of the psychic phenomena of anesthesia, and introducing a new American novelist of brilliance. Blue Blood, by Owen Johnson. The story of a reckless society girl who sold herself to save her father's honor, then waited in suspense for the order to deliver herself. Pandora Lifts the Lid, by Christopher Morley and Don Marquis. An extravagant, light romance which opens with the kidnapping of 6 daughters of the rich from a girls' seminary on Long Island and continues with a dashing yacht. Semi-Attached, by Anne Parrish. A more serious novel than A Pocketful of Posies, but told with the same lively sense of the humorous moments in life. the story of a delightful girl who had to be converted to the idea of marriage. The Show-Off, by William Armin Wolfe, from the play by George Kelly. Aubrey Piper, the Show-Off, with his wing collar and bow tie, flower in his buttonhole and patent leather shoes, is a character who will appeal universally because we all know him and laugh at him in everyday life. A realistic American novel, a satire that is full of humor and pathos. Roles, by Elizabeth Alexander. What happened when a discontented wealthy young wife changed places with her double, a hard-working actress? The kind of story one reads at a sitting, anxious to find out how it will all come out and very much surprised by the denouement. Witty. Deep in the Hearts of Men, by Mary E. Waller. A story of the deeper human interests, especially of a man's coming into spiritual light out of darkness, its scenes laid chiefly in a New Hampshire manufacturing town and the coal fields of West Virginia. Tomorrow and Tomorrow, by Stephen McKenna. A novel of English inner political circles after the war, in which some of the characters of the author's famous novel, Sonia, make their final appearance. Humdrum House, by Maximilian Foster. An exciting mystery story with both serious and farcical complications. You won't, however, for a considerable time know which is which. The Brute, by W. Douglas Newton. A mystery-adventure story of rapid movement with scenes in South America and a beautiful and wealthy English girl as the heroine. By a novelist who writes with more than ordinary skill in characterization. The 13th Letter, by Natalie Sumner Lincoln. Opens with a strange midnight marriage followed soon by a mysterious murder, and centers around the disappearance of a famous diamond worth $250,000. The author is an experienced hand in stories of this type, and the final solution depends upon a remarkable cipher. The Laughing Rider, by Laurie York Erskine. William O'Brien Argent, otherwise Smiling Billy Argent, is the central figure of this romantic adventure story which runs from the Texas plains to the Canadian Northwest. A City Out of the Sea, by Alfred Stanford. The story of Michael Ballard, who is a lawyer for the people of New York's waterfront, and who is attached to them because he finds them hard and fair and wild. His growth through certain violent episodes until the love of a beautiful woman matures his personality and power as an artist is the theme. The novel is the work of a young writer whose work is stamped with distinction. The story suggests Jack London, but is written with more finesse if with no less power. Cuddy of the White Tops, by Earl Chapin May. An exhilarating tale of a college boy who discovers, on his father's death, that the family fortune is all invested in a circus. He quits college and takes charge of the show, and finds he has a three-ring performance on his hands. Good love story. After Harvest, by Charles Fielding Marsh. An English love story of the wind-swept Norfolk country, contrasting with, but of the same type as, Sheila K. Smith's Sussex stories. In Priscilla, John Turtle of Brent Fen Farm, and The Shepherd, Reuben Gladden, the author exhibits something common to all humanity and clearly expressed in the simple lives and deep passions of country folk. Many Waters, by Eleanor Chipp. A love story of present-day New England which begins when Marion Pritchard, Mark Wetherill, and Donald Corleder are playmates. Marion, however, and Mark as well have a great ordeal to undergo before achieving mutual happiness. The Quenchless Light, by Agnes C. Lort. A novel based on the lives of the Christian apostles, vividly written, and of the general type of scene Quoich's Quo Vadis and F. Marion Crawford's Via Crucis. Low Bridge and Punk Pungs, by Sam Hellman. Mirth-provoking stories for bridge fiends and mahjong fans by the newest popular American humorist. With pictures by Tony Sarg. 11 Cosmo Hamilton's Unwritten History I Cosmo. He meets M1 and all, the Douglas Fairbanks in his hall, the Lloyd George in his den. Cosmo. He meets M low and high, he holds M with his glittering eye and draws M with his pen. Cosmo. He meets M in the flesh. All his celebrities are fresh. No has-been like Frank Harris. He keeps his contacts up to date. Cosmo. The great and the near great from Hollywood to Paris. Keith Preston in the Chicago Daily News. He was the brother to whose early literary success Philip Gibbs looked up with admiration, while Philip Gibbs grew more and more to look like an ascetic, attired Savonarola. Cosmo Hamilton, Gibbs, continued to be impressively good-looking, so that today he is not infrequently called the handsomest of male authors. And his looks are no deception, for in ease, urbanity, savoir-faire few authors excel him, perhaps none. He can make an agreeable speech, talk interestingly, write a play or a novel with dexterity and a finished effect. It is true that in his lively memoirs, Unwritten History, he has embedded an occasional groan about the labors of authorship, and tells of one instance in which an indolent writer was led back to the paths of virtuous industry. But for all that, in his own case, it has probably never been as hard work as sometimes it seemed to himself, while as for anyone else, the association of Cosmo Hamilton with toil must forever be an act of mental violence. No photograph exists showing him with the dampened towel binding his brows, the cup of strong black coffee at his lips. It is even doubtful if, were one produced, any but Sir Arthur Conan Doyle would accept its authenticity. The fact that he made a success so young, he was scarcely 21 when his first novel was published, and the fact that this success was immediately followed by others more marked is, no doubt, as much responsible as anything. But the feeling that he managed easily what most men contrive with the most desperate struggle is not lessened by such words as these of his brothers. Among my literary friends as a young man, writes Philip Gibbs in his Adventurers in Journalism, 61, was, first and foremost, after my father, who was always inspiring and encouraging, my own brother, who reached the heights of success, dazzling and marvelous to my youthful eyes, under the name of Cosmo Hamilton. 62, after various flights and adventures, including a brief career on the stage, he wrote a book called Which is Absurd, and after it had been rejected by many publishers, placed it on the worst possible terms with Fisher Unwin. It made an immediate hit, and refused to stop selling. After that success he went straight on without a check, writing novels, short stories, and dramatic sketches which established him as a new humorist, and then, achieving fortune as well as fame, entered the musical comedy world with The Catch of the Season, The Beauty of Bath, and other great successes, which he is still maintaining with unabated industry and invention. He and I were close pals as we still remain, and, bad form as it may seem to write about my brother, I honestly think there are few men who have his prodigality of imagination, his overflowing storehouse of plots, ideas, and dramatic situations, his eternal boyishness of heart, which has led him into many scrapes, given him hard knocks, but never taught him the caution of age, or moderated his sense of humor, his wildness of exaggeration, his generous good nature, or the sentiment and romance which he hides under the laughing mask of a cynic. In character he and I are poles apart, but I owe him much in the way of encouragement, and his praise has always been first and overwhelming when I have made any small success. As a young man I used to think him the handsomest fellow in England, and I fancy I was not far wrong. Cosmo Hamilton, photograph by Louis Smith, Chicago. 2. When Cosmo Hamilton was 18, he hid himself in Dieppe, France, for a month. It was necessary to convince his family, and most particularly his father, that he meant to write and could make some kind of figure at writing. There, in the Hotel of the Chariot of Gold, he did the story, Which is Absurd, and saw occasionally Edward VII, then Prince of Wales, who was enjoying a vacation as plain Mr. Smith. After he had lost money he could ill spare one night, a dazzling person with large violet eyes told him to follow her, and he did with a 5-franc piece, winning back all he had lost and 100 francs besides. She was Lily Langery. Back in London and waiting for the publication of his story, he seized on a novel of Robert Barr's and made it into a 4-act play. Compton Mackenzie's father, the actor, Edward Compton, played it in the English provinces for a year, after drastic alterations, and it made enough money to enable Hamilton to take rooms in London. Whereupon, for a while, everything he wrote came back with a rejection slip. Which is Absurd, whatever its demerits, had the quality of provocation. An evening paper, reviewing it, asked, "Who is Cosmo Hamilton?" and answered, "Either a very bitter old man who is bankrupt of every hope, or an unkissed girl in a boarding school who ought to be spanked with a brush." Now, with the fewest exceptions, book reviews do not sell books, but this is the type of review that infallibly sells a book. And shortly Mr. Hamilton found himself writing for the Pall Mall Gazette, along with Mrs. Humphrey Ward, Alice Meynell, and others well known, and doing a syndicated London letter which required his presence in the high places. His play, The Wisdom of Folly, lived 2 weeks, and after a spell as editor of a short-lived weekly paper he became one of a brilliant company of contributors to the World. William Archer as dramatic critic, Richard Dehaene as fictionist, Robert Hitchens as dialogist, Gilbert Francow, Philip Gibbs and Max Beerbohm were some of the staff. Before Cosmo Hamilton was 30 he was to become editor of this paper. But meanwhile a variety of fates awaited him. He dramatized Kipling's The Story of the Gadsbys in a fashion satisfactory to the author, had a close shave from dishonor as one of the directors of a speculative mineral exploration enterprise which had trapped various well-known names to aid it, and faced bankruptcy. This last adventure resulted from the failure of his first wife, the actress, Beryl Faber, in a theatrical season, and after Mr. Hamilton had taken on the debts he retired to the country to cope with them by writing. What then occurred was dramatic enough, as life has a fashion of being. A telegram came from a man Hamilton didn't know. It read, "Kindly see me tomorrow 12 o'clock Savoy Hotel Charles Frohman." Mr. Hamilton kept the appointment, which marked the beginning of a long association with the famous American theatrical manager. In 5 consecutive years there was no time when one or more of his plays was not running in London. Probably the best remembered is The Belle of Mayfair, in which Edna May was succeeded by Billy Burke, and which ran for 3 years. 3 at a time when he most urgently needed money. Mr. Hamilton had had a series of conversations with an actor-manager known on both sides of the Atlantic. This man needed a new play and Hamilton had the necessary idea. But there was a difficulty. If I were prepared to give him all the best scenes, all the best lines and build the play not round the boy and girl but all about himself, make him suffer as the boy was to suffer, love as the girl was to love, and, as he was to be a clergyman, undergo a momentary shattering of faith which would give him a first-class opportunity to show how supremely he could touch the tragic note, a check on account of royalties would be paid at once and a contract signed. Mr. Hamilton refused, thereby sacrificing all future chances in this quarter. But when that play was offered to the public in 1911 word for word as I had described it to the man who subsequently forgot my face, it was called The Blindness of Virtue. Can't you imagine how I love to say that it has been running ever since? 63. It was first written as a novel, however, under that title. The novel was well received, and when Mr. Hamilton's younger brother, Arthur Hamilton Gibbs, came down from Oxford for some golf he suggested that a play be done from the novel. Cosmo's reply can be imagined, but the old idea took instant hold, and the manuscript of the play was ready precisely when an actor who had taken the lease of the Adelphi Theatre, meeting Hamilton on the street, asked, "Why don't you make a play of The Blindness of Virtue?" Ch's reply was to hand him the typed play. This novel and play mark a decisive point in the author's career. It appeared in 1911 and the following year Mr. Hamilton made his first visit to America. On his return he was inevitably asked, "Are you going to use your novels for the ventilation of vital questions, or are you going to revert to the entertaining novel of society life?" He answered, "I believe that I have now lived long enough, suffered enough, observed enough and studied enough to try and rise a little above the level of a merely entertaining writer, one content to give his readers satirical pictures of men and women of the world, their surroundings, their little quarrels and their little love affairs. I believe that I have it in me to put into my work something that is of value apart from any pretensions to literary merit that it may have, that will cause the people who read it to ask themselves whether the world and the social system is as perfect as they imagined it to be, if they ever thought about these things. I don't think I can better describe my intentions than by saying that I am going to write human stories for human beings and no longer light sketches of people who are afraid to think and do not desire to remember their great and grave responsibilities. Book, play and motion picture must have made everyone familiar with the blindness of virtue as a sermon on sex education powerfully implied by the engrossing story of an innocence that was merely ignorance. A glance at Mr. Hamilton's succeeding novels will show how consistently he has stuck to his determination not to write mere light fiction. The Door That Has No Key, 1913, is a story of married life. A man has given a woman his name but has never found the key to her mind. The Miracle of Love, 1915, is the story of an English duke with a conscience and a sense of duty. He faces the necessity of marrying for money in order to restore family fortunes, although he is already in love with a girl whom it is quite impossible for him to marry, even though he sacrifice, for her sake, title and estates. The Sins of the Children, 1916, is more strictly in succession to the blindness of virtue. This is a novel of American family life illustrating the danger to young people coming from ignorance of sex truths, and showing that the children's sins are principally due to the failure of parents to tell them what they should know. Scandal, 1917, is an exceptionally good illustration of Cosmo Hamilton's ability to write a dramatically interesting story, freighted with moral and ethical teachings, but fictionally buoyant, and with the story uppermost all the time. Beatrix Vanderdyke is the beautiful daughter of wealthy parents. She is also the typical American spoiled child. A flirtation in which she throws conventions aside gives the occasion for scandalous talk, and to enable her to cope with the situation she asks Pelham Franklin, an acquaintance, not to show her up when she announces that he and she have been secretly married. Franklin has his own idea as to the lesson she needs. He at once acknowledges her as his wife and proceeds to treat her as if she were. It is the way, with such a girl, to a happy ending. Who Cares, 1919, is the story of a boy and girl, high-spirited, healthy, normal and imaginative, flung suddenly upon their own resources, buying their own experiences, and coming finally out of a serious adventure hurt and with a price to pay, but not damaged because of the inherent sense of cleanness that belongs to both. His Friend and His Wife, 1920, describes the tragic repercussions in tranquil homes of one moral misstep. The Blue Room, 1920, is the story of a young man whose reformation took place too late to avoid giving a shock of keen mental anguish to his prospective bride on the eve of their marriage. These two people achieve happiness not without scars, and the novel is a sharp stroke at the double standard of morality or sex ethics. The Rustle of Silk, 1922, is a presentation of political and social life in after-war London. Lola Breezy, a reincarnation in a shabby, lower middle-class environment of the famous and alluring Madame de Bras of 18th-century France, lifts herself out of her surroundings by sheer force of personality and becomes the friend and confidant of England's Home Secretary, the coming statesman. Another Scandal, 1923, is an extension of Scandal and deals with Beatrix Vanderdyke and Pelham Franklin after their marriage. Mr. Hamilton, describing the genesis of the novel, explains, "Here was this astounding creature, Beatrix, not only married but about to have a baby. Sentimental cynic that I am, I hoped that she had settled down. At the same time, I dreaded a tangent. I hadn't long to wait. Hardly had Franklin time enough to open his eyes when Beatrix suffered the inevitable reaction, finding that the girl's stuff, as she had an irritating way of calling that pathetic tragic romantic thing in her, had not worked itself out." There is some extremely sound philosophy on the whole subject of marriage in this novel. For Scandal, like The Blindness of Virtue, made an effective play, the number who will recall Francine Larimore in the role of Beatrix Vanderdyke is large. Rather better, except for those who have the empty prejudice against reading plays, than any of Mr. Hamilton's novels is his four plays, 1924, containing the new Poor Scandal, The Silver Fox and The Mother Woman. It is amusing to read the note in connection with The Mother Woman, misproduced in New York under the title of Danger in 1922. Mr. Hamilton, in a long experience with the theatre, has suffered much and most of it with sportsmanship and cheerfulness. He is entitled to this calm and rather deadly comment. The New Poor is social satire, a comedy in which actors impersonate the servants, but the other three plays are in line with Mr. Hamilton's recent novels. The Silver Fox is a comedy of marriage and divorce, but unquestionably the most powerful play of the collection is The Mother Woman. Dealing with the question of children in a marriage which is a social contract rather than a sacrament, at least, from the wife's viewpoint, its strength lies in the hardness and the consistency with which the wife is characterized. In its thesis, the play bears wholly in one direction, not a weakness in the theatre, of course, but Mr. Hamilton has the wisdom to give Violet Scoria good speeches and to let her walk off the stage, at the end of the last act, unchanged, unchanging, and satisfied with her unshared ego. The history of these plays and various others, together with much of the history of his novels, will be found in Mr. Hamilton's extremely readable unwritten history. This, if it must be classed, can only be put into the list of informal and anecdotal autobiographies. It has all the good humor, the respect for human interest and the relative disregard for the claims of mere importance which should pervade a book of its sort. In other words, it has the exhilaration of talk devoted to one's liveliest recollections, with no special regard for chronology and with only the spur of mood. And the mood. It is throughout humorous, even self-humorous, democratic and impartial. Mr. Hamilton does not go out of his way to express his opinions, but neither does he dodge a natural comment when the occasion comes. You gather, for example, his very definite and not favorable view of David Lloyd George. The book is exceptional for its range of portraits. In anything from a sentence or two to several pages there is something about Kipling, Barrie, Conrad, Sinclair Lewis, Coningsby Dawson, Gilbert K. Chesterton, Hayward Brown and W. J. Locke among writers, The King and Queen, Lord Roberts, Colonel E. M. House, Mr. Asquith, Admiral Beatty, J. Pierpont Morgan, Lord Balfour, Melville Stone and the Prince of Wales among the figures of public life, John Drew, Owen Davies, Pinero, Augustus Thomas, George Ulysses, William Archer, Mary Pickford, Douglas Fairbanks, Charlie Chaplin and Granville Barker among the people of the theatre. The 12 caricatures, particularly those of Bernard Shaw, Charles Frohman, George Grossmith, Sir Martin Harvey, Mr. Lloyd George and Lytton Strachey are the first public disclosure of Cosmo Hamilton's decided talent as an artist. But perhaps the interest and engaging quality of unwritten history can best be shown by quoting, not an anecdote of some personage, but some such incident as that of the first trip Mr. Hamilton made to this side. Before the ship had left Southampton I was flattered by the attention of an extremely good-looking, athletic, well-groomed youngish man, who insisted on walking the deck with me. He took the trouble to let me know, very shortly after we had broken the ice, that although that trip was not his maiden one he had only made the Western Crossing once. But when, an hour before the bugle sounded for dinner, the purser touched me on the arm as I was following him into the smoking room and murmured the one word card sharp, I still went on utterly disbelieving this brutal summing up of a delightful man's profession. Those were the old bad days when America was free, and never dreamed of interfering with the rights of foreign vessels. And so we had a sherry and bitters together in what is now an easy though a criminal way of encouraging an appetite. After which, his hand closing familiarly on a box of dice, he suggested with a naive smile that we should kill an awkward half an hour by throwing 4 5-pound notes, and I saw, in a disappointed flash, the reason of his flattery. The purser was right, as pursers have a knack of being. And so as much to retrieve myself from his obvious assumption that I was an easy mark as to be able to continue a pleasant acquaintanceship without having again to back out of future invitations of the same expensive sort, I made ready to dodge a knockout blow and told him that I not only had no spare fivers to lose but had a peculiar aversion to losing them to a card sharp. After a second or two of extreme surprise at my character reading and temerity he burst out laughing, and we walked the deck together with perfect affability during the whole of the rest of the voyage. He was one of the most interesting men that I have ever met, a student of Dickens and Thackeray with a strong penchant for the Brontes, and as devoted a lover of Italy as Lucas is, with much of the same feeling for its beauty and its treasures. At no cost at all I greatly enjoyed his company, and when, 6 months later, I met him by accident in Delmonico's, with the ruddy color that comes from sea air and shuffleboard, I was charmed by his eager acceptance of my invitation to dine. In the meantime he had read Duke's Son, and although he liked my story very much and said so generously enough, at the same time assuring me that he was not much of a hand at modern books, he wound up by regretting that I had not met him before I wrote about cheating at cards, because he could have put me right on several points. He died fighting gallantly, and probably as humorously, in the war. Readers of unwritten history may look upon a photograph of Mr. Hamilton's home, an English cottage of that idyllic air which seems to be the special property of all English cottages belonging to all English authors. Mr. Hamilton and a young son, now somewhat older, are on the brick steps that lead to the house, for the cottage is on a hill. Beside the steps and in front of the house is what we call an old-fashioned garden, flowers and plants in a profuse, unordered growth, with the tall spikes of flowering hollyhocks making the garden three-dimensional. Mr. Hamilton's second marriage, after the death of Beryl Faber, was with a Californian, and he now resides here rather more than abroad, although he endeavors to spend his summers in England and on the continent. In the war, of course, he was in service, first with the Anti-Aircraft Corps, when he was finally detailed to Sandringham, for the protection of the King and Queen during their stay, and then as a British publicist and propagandist in America. American audiences like him, and he reciprocates. There is, indeed, about him personally a simplicity, directness and fundamental unsophistication that may be perceived in his fiction but which is missed by the casual reader and auditor and observer and acquaintance. Accident, marked talents and a variety of surface tastes and social interests have constantly brought him into what has been well described as the world where one bores oneself to death unless one is in mischief. But both boredom and mischief are impossible if one continues, as C.H. has continued, to care only for the same handful of essentials. One thinks of him, for example, as the very antithesis of W. L. George. Less poetic than his brother, Philip Gibbs, he has his share of the same moral earnestness, a family trait, and gifts as great or greater as a storyteller, especially a story of drama all compact. Books by Cosmo Hamilton, which is absurd. Adams Clay Brummel, Duke's Son, also adapted as a play in French, written with Mme. Pierre Berton, and produced in Paris under the title, Bridge, Plain Brown, A Summer Story. The Infinite Capacity Keepers of the House 1911, The Blindness of Virtue 1912, The Outpost of Eternity 1912, A Plea for the Younger Generation 1913, The Door That Has No Key 1915, The Miracle of Love 1916, The Sins of the Children 1917, Scandal 1919, Who Cares? 1920, His Friend and His Wife 1920, The Blue Room 1922, The Rustle of Silk 1923, Another Scandal 1924, Unwritten History, Autobiographical, 1924, 4 plays, The New Poor, Scandal, The Silver Fox, and The Mother Woman. Sources on Cosmo Hamilton. Unwritten History, by Cosmo Hamilton. Autobiographical throughout. A list of Mr. Hamilton's plays will be found on page 351 of his 4 plays, to which the plays in the volume must be added. The history of most of them is given in Unwritten History. Cosmo Hamilton, the man. Booklet published, 1923, by Little, Brown and Company. Cosmo Hamilton, His Ambitions and His Achievements. Booklet published, 1916, by Little, Brown and Company. Reference is made in a footnote to the text of this chapter to Philip Gibbs's Adventures in Journalism. 12. Lest they forget, in the short preface to his Eminent Victorians, Mr. Lytton Strachey speaks of the great biological tradition of the French, of their incomparable elegies, compressing into a few shining pages the manifold existences of men. And he speaks of biography as the most delicate and humane of all the branches of the art of writing. The tribute of a distinguished master of biographical literature was recalled to me as I read André Maurois's Ariel, The Life of Shelley, so ably translated by Ella Darcy. Here are a comparatively few, but gloriously shining pages. This biography has burst upon us with an effect as surprising and luminous as Shelley himself. It is written on gauze and its transparency shows opaline colors. The picture it gives us is of Matthew Arnold's beautiful and ineffectual angel beating his wings in a luminous void, but I should delete the word ineffectual. If Shelley was ineffectual, then the soul goes out of the world. It needed a Frenchman, perhaps, to do the subject justice. Mr. Strachey, as Aldous Huxley has remarked, is congenitally incapable of penetrating the mystical mind. André Maurois was already known to some English and American readers by the humorous and profound novels studying an inarticulate English army officer. No one who read The Silences of Colonel Bramble can have forgotten its delicate portraiture. But such fiction was a pastime beside Ariel. I could, of course, quote the praise of Arnold Bennett and other acute judges, but it seems to me a lame thing to do. Nor is there space to quote from Maurois's book, and it hurts me not to be able to transcribe some things he has written. Any attempt to convey the quality of his book reduces me to despair, and yet I am used, perhaps too well used, to such attempts. Maurois is gleeful, tender, ironical. He recalls in his delicate but firm art Mr. Strachey more than anyone else, but he is more sympathetic, and so more just, than Strachey. This perhaps is because he has that side which Strachey, with his Voltaire-like intellect, quite lacks. Shelley's pathetic youth, his three-cornered marriage, his elopement with Mary Godwin, his few lifelong friendships, his strange contacts with Byron, the brief happiness in Italy and the ultimate, tragic release of the captive soul to its flight in immortality, all these are told with a sense of proportion and an effect unsurpassable. The incidental portrait of Byron is more clear than any, yes, any, of the ponderous biographies that have saluted his centenary. 2. Besides the large number of sketches and impressions of Woodrow Wilson embedded in various recent books, there have already been published several biographies, but the true story of Woodrow Wilson, by David Lawrence, seems to me distinctly the best of these, and probably the best immediate life of Wilson we shall have. Mr. Lawrence sat under Mr. Wilson when Wilson was professor of jurisprudence and politics at Princeton. He was with him at the time of nomination for governor of New Jersey. He knew intimately the dissension at Princeton over the Wilson policies as president of the university, and from the time of Mr. Wilson's nomination for the presidency of the United States, Mr. Lawrence saw him continuously and at close range. For the younger man had quickly become one of the most brilliant of the Washington correspondents. His daily dispatches then, as now, appeared in newspapers throughout America. He was in Washington, covering the White House, during Mr. Wilson's terms, went with him on his campaign tours, went with him through Europe and watched him at Versailles, and finally was with him on the tour on which Mr. Wilson suffered the physical collapse leading to his death. The result of this prolonged contact is a book in which nothing relevant is omitted or evaded. Mr. Lawrence begins with a striking chapter summarizing the paradoxical qualities of the war president, in some respects the most satisfactory portrait yet painted. He continues with the same impartiality and a frankness which no one else has ventured, and not the least valuable feature is the correspondent's ability to throw light on certain public acts of Wilson which have heretofore gone unexplained. One or two other volumes in which the political interest is predominant deserve mention while our minds are on recent history. Maurice Paléologue was the last French ambassador to the Russian court, serving about 2 years, from the 3rd of July 1914 to mid-1916. The 3 volumes of his An Ambassador's Memoirs constitute the most interesting account we have had of the imperial decline, chiefly because M. Paléologue, with all the genius of French writing, pictures the slow downfall with a kind of terrible fidelity. The despairing vividness of this history is mitigated by many delightful asides on aspects of Russian character and psychology, art and life, written with an equal brilliance and a keen enjoyment. 12 Years at the German Imperial Court, by Count Robert Zidlitz-Strutzgler, is by the former controller of the household of William II, then German Emperor. Its predominant interest is its gradually built-up character portrait of the ex-emperor in the days of his power. I say gradually built up for the book consists simply of private memoranda made by Zidlitz-Strutzgler through the years of his service. It seems that the unhappy Count felt keenly the inability to say what he thought or to express his real feelings with safety to anybody. At first, like everyone else, he was fascinated by his royal and imperial master. As he says in his preface, there is a tendency today to underrate the intellect of the emperor very seriously. There can be no dispute that his personality was a dazzling one. He could, whenever it seemed to him worthwhile, completely bewitch not only foreign princes and diplomats, but even sober men of business. The spell waned because William lost interest. Zidlitz-Strutzgler's book is the soberest and in some respects the frankest book about William that I have seen. Its publication has put the author in hot water with his family and all his class. Charles Hitchcock Sherrill's The Purple or the Red, based on personal interviews with Mussolini of Italy, Horthy of Hungary, Primo de Rivera of Spain and other statesmen, as well as most of the surviving European monarchs, contains much interesting material about afterwar Europe. It is ultra-conservative in its political attitude, but General Sherrill makes an effective case for his idea that the Crown, in European countries, has served as a rallying point for patriotism and by its place above factions has been a bulwark against revolution with bloodshed. 2 very exceptional autobiographies are Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Memories and Adventures and Konstantin Stanislavski's My Life in Art. Both are ample, lavishly illustrated volumes, and far apart as are the lives they record. I hesitate to say that either exceeds the other in charm. The creator of Sherlock Holmes is a big, amiable man, a person of great simplicity of manner and almost naive in his enjoyment of people, places and events. His book is inevitably one of a very wide popular appeal, the more so as Sir Arthur is entirely without conceit. In Memories and Adventures he tells of his education at Stonyhurst, in Germany, and in Edinburgh, where he got his doctor's degree. He relates his early medical experiences and tells of his first attempts at writing. A memorable voyage to West Africa as a ship's surgeon, his earlier religious ideas and beliefs and the changes they underwent, and his marriage are all dealt with. Then comes the story of his first real success as an author, made with the novel, A Study in Scarlet. He had resounding subsequent successes with Micah Clarke, The Sign of the Four, and The White Company. The creation of Sherlock Holmes was a great milestone in Conan Doyle's life. This is without question the most famous character in English fiction. Visits to America and Egypt and political adventures are chronicled. There are reminiscences and anecdotes of Roosevelt, George Meredith, Kitchener, Lloyd George, Balfour, Mr. Asquith, Henry Irving, Kipling, Bernard Shaw, Barrie and many others, living and dead, sprinkled through these extremely readable chapters. The closing chapter is devoted to the author's amazing experiences in psychical research, and it must be said for him that he writes more persuasively of his experiences and beliefs in this affair than anyone else has ever managed to do. Altogether, Memories and Adventures will engross anyone who opens it. Very different, with its own style and an accent of enthusiasm throughout, is Konstantin Stanislavski's My Life in Art. This man has been the stage director of the Moscow Art Theatre since its establishment in 1898, and although that theatre is now known throughout the world, and is frequently hailed as the world's foremost playhouse, Stanislavski's reputation outside Russia has naturally been confined to the circles of dramatic art. His autobiography depended for its American publication wholly on the intrinsic interest of what he had to tell. You may infer that that interest is considerable. It is. I spoke of the book's style. It is peculiar, individual, sincere and unskilled, awkward and yet masterful, admirable because so evidently a part of the author. Born in 1863, the son of a wealthy Russian merchant family and the grandson of a French actress, Stanislavski as a boy showed stage talents in family theatricals, and though he later slaved over accounts in his father's counting house, his nights were nights of feverish absorption in the theatre. His birth placed him in the thick of the social and intellectual life of Moscow, for he belonged to the class which has created the arts of Russia. At 25 he became director of the Society of Art and Literature, a group of young people with serious ideas about the stage and a great dissatisfaction with the current Russian theatre. When Stanislavski met Nemirovich Danchenko, the Moscow Art Theatre was founded. The first half of my life in art is therefore chiefly personal, a rich slice of Russian life with plum-like impressions and reminiscences of Rubinstein, Tolstoy, Tommaso Salvini the Elder and other great artists of that time. The second half deals with the Moscow Art Theatre, in which Stanislavski made for himself a reputation as one of Russia's greatest actors, particularly in the roles of Othello, Brutus, and Ivan the Terrible. This part of my life in art is crammed with material of interest and value not only to those who follow the theatre but to all whose great interest is art. Chekhov, Tolstoy, Maeterlinck and others in person are delightfully mixed with interpretative experience in their plays and in the plays of Shakespeare, Molière, Pushkin and other immortals. The book closes with a description of the present work of the Moscow Art Theatre, including the Soviet regime in Russia and the visit to America. At last we have a biography of Clyde Fitch, achieved in that most satisfactory of ways, by means of his letters. Mr. Montrose J. Moses and Miss Virginia Gerson, who edited the memorial edition of Clyde Fitch's plays, have been engaged for some time in collecting the Fitch letters, and the result of their labor is now published in one volume. Clyde Fitch and his letters reflects well a personality which people never forgot, since meeting him was, as someone said, like meeting a figure in fiction. Fitch had a genius for friendship. His letters were always unstudied, without pretension to literary style, and brimful of a strongly impressionist reaction to the place or the event. He dashed them off as the spirit prompted, on board ship, by an open window of a continental hotel, on the terraces of his country house, notes of appreciation, notes of invitation, long, impulsive descriptions of European festivities, some processional in Spain or some picturesque account of Venetian gondoliering. They breathe, these letters, of his warm association with the novelist, Robert Herrick. They show a light-hearted friendship with Maud Adams and Kate Douglas Wiggin. They show interchanges of appreciation between Fitch and William Dean Howells. Again, the reader sees the evidence of the personal concern and interest Fitch showed in the actors and actresses engaged for his plays. From the incipient idea of a plot for a play to the play's first night, the letters enable the reader to follow breathlessly the climb of Clyde Fitch to the position of America's most successful playwright. But he remained a simple, unaffected sort of person. One cannot say more, I suppose, than that from the day when Richard Mansfield asked him to write Beau Brummel to the day of Clyde Fitch's death, when he had taken the city abroad for a final polishing which death prevented, Clyde Fitch and his letters is full of the live rush of the man. A very sane and fundamentally enthusiastic attitude was his toward American life, and those who read the book will not miss that part of it. 4 of 2 books by women, 1, Sunlight and Song, by Maria Jeritsa, is the great singer's autobiography, while Francis Parkinson Keyes's Letters from a Senator's Wife is autobiographical only incidentally. Mme Gerritsen is not only the foremost feminine personality in grand opera in America today, but by her concert tours she has become known throughout the United States. Her Sunlight and Song is a book pretty certain to interest everyone who has heard her, or heard of her. It is written with directness, in a thoroughly popular vein, and is utterly free from affectations or pose. An Austrian by birth, she sang in Olmütz while in her teens, living on the hope of an engagement in Vienna. At length she came to the capital and waited her turn in the trying out of voices. She was engaged for the Municipal Opera and afterward for the Court Opera House. Her roles from operas by Richard Strauss and Puccini were rehearsed under the personal direction of the composers. She met Caruso and dozens of other musical celebrities. She sang before and met the Emperor, and in 1921 she came to America. One of the most interesting bits of her book concerns a rehearsal of Tosca at which she slipped and fell. She sang Vici d'arte where she lay, exciting Puccini's enthusiasm. He exclaimed that always he had needed something to make the aria stand out and command attention, and this did it. When it was announced that Gerritsen was to sing in Tosca in New York, there was a noticeable wave of hostility from those who associated the role exclusively with Geraldine Farrar. It vanished after she had appeared. Among the photographs with which Gerritsen's book is illustrated are many extremely beautiful pictures of the singer in her various roles. The chapters on how an opera singer really lives studying with Sembrich singing for the phonograph and some guest performances will especially repay students of the voice. The book by Mrs. Keyes, wife of the United States Senator from New Hampshire, is in a class by itself. Letters from a Senator's Wife consists entirely of actual letters written to old friends who were some distance away from Washington and who had a full feminine curiosity about life there. Taken as they stand, Mrs. Keyes's letters form a pretty complete record of social and political life in the capital as seen from the inner official circle. Beginning with her first impressions of Washington, Mrs. Keyes goes on to describe the Harding inauguration, the burial of the unknown soldier, the arms conference, the agricultural conference in 1922 and the industrial conference in 1923, the dedication of the Lincoln Memorial, the presentation of a gram of radium to Madame Curie, the diplomatic and New Year's receptions at the White House, the convention of women's organizations at which Lady Astor was conspicuous, dinners, teas, an afternoon cruise as Mrs. Harding's guest on the Mayflower and social affairs innumerable. The result is a picture of Washington exactly as a woman in Mrs. Keyes's place would be privileged to see it. Women readers will have a sense of participating in the things described. It is, I should say, exclusively a woman's book, but no one who appreciates the average woman's enjoyment of social detail will underestimate what Mrs. Keyes has accomplished. But in addition to telling the reader what she would have to do, whom she would meet, and what functions she would attend if she were in the Washington Circle, the book does really constitute an attractive record of current history in the making and as made. Women who read it can scarcely fail to become more intelligent than before. Fortunately, Maurice Francis Egan, one of the most beloved of Americans, lived to complete for us his recollections of a happy life. The author of Everybody's Saint Francis, 10 Years Near the German Frontier, Confessions of a Book Lover and other volumes had a scroll of memories which began in Philadelphia in the 1850s and which included political and social Washington in the Civil War period. In Recollections of a Happy Life, the New York of the Henry George era is touched in with delightful anecdotes of Richard Watson Gilder and the group that surrounded him. There is a crisp picture of Indiana where Dr. Egan was professor of English at Notre Dame, and the book fairly launches itself with a full record of life in Washington and of the author's close association with Presidents McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft and Wilson, under the last three of whom Dr. Egan held the post of Minister to Denmark. Scholar, poet, critic, and most winning of companions, Dr. Egan's autobiography reflects a good deal of America in the past half-century as well as his own varied experiences here and abroad. Of even more definitely literary interest is C.K.S. An Autobiography, by Clement K. Shorter. An indefatigable book collector whose library is rich in first editions, original manuscripts, and autograph letters, Mr. Shorter is probably best known as an editor and dramatic critic. He has had 30 years in each role, and still writes weekly causeries which carry, on occasion, a provocative sting. George Meredith, Stevenson, Andrew Lang, Thomas Hardy, and Gissing each are the subject of a chapter founded primarily on personal impressions of the man. Such personal impressions, mixed with estimates of the writer's work, form the substance of the literary spotlight, edited, with an introduction, by John Farrar, editor of the Bookman. These anonymous literary portraits have been aptly called mirrors of literature. The anonymity has made possible a great deal of frankness, humor, and penetration worth having, and Mr. Farrar has added bibliographies, biographical facts and such data as make the volume handy for reference. Edna Ferber, Sinclair Lewis, F. Scott Fitzgerald, Floyd Dell, Mary Johnston, Edwin Arlington Robinson and others of high contemporary interest are presented. The Truth at Last. Robert Louis Stevenson, A Critical Biography, by John Stewart. 2 volumes. This new biography, by an English writer, will throw much new light on Stevenson. From unpublished documents in Edinburgh and elsewhere, and from several people who knew Stevenson, Mr. Stewart has obtained facts never before printed, so the portrait he draws is somewhat different from those which have already appeared. This biography will be of much interest to the many admirers of Stevenson's work who are not afraid to see the man as he actually was in his strength and his weakness, his gaiety and his gloom. Photogravure frontispieces. The Truth at Last, by Charles Hawtrey, edited, with an introduction, by W. Somerset Maugham. The amusing, frankly self-revealing memoirs of a famous English actor, well remembered in America for his tours in A Message from Mars and The Man from Blankleys. Illustrated. 40 Years in Washington, by David S. Barry. Reminiscences of Presidents, Cabinet Members, Senators and Congressmen, by the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Senate, who was Washington correspondent of The Sun, New York, when Charles Adana was its editor. Illustrated. The Life of Olive Schreiner, by S. C. Cronwright Schreiner. The biography, by her husband, of the brilliant author of Dreams and the Story of an African Farm, a woman of extraordinary personality who was not only a writer of genius but a pioneer advocate of women's freedom. Illustrated. Remembered Yesterdays, by Robert Underwood Johnson. Mr. Johnson's reminiscences are unusually entertaining and novel, and their diversity is exceptional. As a stripling he went to New York to join the staff of Scribner's Monthly, afterward known as the Century magazine, with which he was connected for 40 years, as associate editor and as editor-in-chief. Highly interesting are his touch-and-go reminiscences of famous Americans and foreign visitors, his anecdotes of travel abroad, and the account of his service as ambassador to Italy in Wilson's second term. The portraits of American men of letters from the Civil War to the present are vividly drawn. No recent volume of American Recollections keeps the reader in a more tolerant and gracious atmosphere. Illustrated. 3 Generations, by Maud Howe Elliott. A charming book of reminiscences by the daughter of Julia Ward Howe, covering the life and events of the past 6 decades. After her marriage to John Eliot, the artist, she lived for long periods in Rome, and to her salon came hosts of travelers and world-famous celebrities. It is a volume of memoirs of international interest and a fascinating account of the most interesting people in the world, in literature, art, drama, diplomacy and society, covering 60 years of glorious life. Illustrated. Poincare, The Man of the Roer, by Cicely Huddleston. Raymond Poincare, twice French Prime Minister and wartime President of the French Republic, has been the storm center of continental politics in connection with the French occupation of the Roer. The author gives a vivid account of his career, his strength and his limitations, brightly written, with a considerable spice of wit. Frontispiece. A Woman's Quest, The Life of Marie Zakayuska, M.D., edited by Agnes C. Vieta. The story of a woman whose courage and perseverance probably did more than was accomplished by any other single person to open the medical profession to women. Dr. Zakayuska was born in 1829, of Polish-German ancestry, and came to America when she was 24. She had already, in Germany, made her way against bitter and unceasing opposition. In America she was to find herself without any standing at all. After a period of struggle she met Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, who gave her encouragement, and in the face of every imaginable difficulty, Marie Zakayuska studied medicine at Cleveland. She was refused admission at Harvard, but met Emerson, William Lloyd Garrison, Theodore Parker and other noted men and women. Eventually she founded the New England Hospital for Women and Children. Her autobiography is of profound interest and considerable historical importance. The Life of Anne Boleyn, by Philip W. Sargent. a full and carefully documented biography of the mother of Queen Elizabeth, written with charm of style and sincerity, and constituting a vindication of Anne. Its view of her is therefore exactly antithetical to the one advanced in the first essay in Post-Mortem Essays, Historical and Medical, by C. Maclaurin. Robert Owen, by Frank Podmore. The incomparable story of the shop boy who became a rich and famous inventor of machines that revolutionized the cotton mills, a mill owner, and a business builder, but whose eager spirit caused him to found an utopia in America, to work for labor betterment and world peace, to question religious creeds and to become a spiritualist. Few lives show so well the industrial and intellectual transformation that went on in the 19th century. The Truth About My Father, by Count Leon L. Tolstoy. By the one son who sympathized with his father to the extent of accepting his doctrines and endeavoring to work them out. The author says that his mother was the source of his father's greatest happiness and the real author of his greatness. In old age, a will, secretly made under the influence of Cherkov, came between the parents, more as a matter of deceit than of the alienation of property. The manuscript of Saint Helena, translated by Willard Parker. This is the document mentioned in Napoleon's will. He disavowed it as his work. It must, however, have been inspired if not dictated by him. It reads like a private diary, telling of Napoleon's life and achievements in a terse, clear style and showing him as he saw and judged himself. The document was published in French in 1817 but has never before been translated into English. The Letters of Madame, 1661–1708, by Elizabeth Charlotte of Bavaria, edited and translated by Gertrude Scott Stevenson. Madame was the usual way of referring to Elizabeth Charlotte, Princess Palatine, a sturdy, outspoken German girl who, at 19, was married to Philippe, Duc d'Orléans, only brother of Louis XIV. of France. Philippe was 31, effeminate, extravagant, and debauched, suspected of complicity in the supposed poisoning of his first wife. Madame was the most prodigious letter writer of an age fond of correspondence, a keen observer, and much franker than most others dared to be. Her letters are not only a great source for historians but breathtaking reading in themselves. The picture of the court of Louis XIV is unmatched except in the pages of Saint Simon. David Wilmot, Free Soiler, by Charles Buxton Going. At last we have an adequate account of the author of the Wilmot Proviso, offered in 1846 and barring slavery in territory acquired from Mexico, the chief political issue from then to the Civil War, and the chief instrument in creating the Republican Party. Lincoln wrote that he had voted for the Wilmot Proviso more than 40 times while he was in Congress, and on becoming president he offered Wilmot a place in his cabinet. Servant of Sahibs, by Ghulam Rasul Galwan, with an introduction by Sir Francis Younghusband. Written in quaint English by a man who accompanied Younghusband and who has worked for many years in the service of English and American travelers in the Himalayas, Central Asia, and Tibet. an adventurous and novel book which will delight everyone who cares for Kipling's fiction or for tales of India. Nell Gwyn, by Louis Melville. Her career from orange girl to king's favorite, her youthful troubles, her lovers, her stage success, her rivals in royal favor, her vast popularity and later years in Pall Mall. Illustrated in color. 13. That literary wanderer, E.V. Lucas. I for a man whose air is so leisurely, whose literary air, that is, gives every aspect of leisure, Edward Verrall Lucas has written a perplexingly large number of books. Perhaps he is the living witness of the efficacy of making haste slowly. If one were a murderer, for example, one would do well to move away without haste, circumstances at all permitting, from the scene of his crime. How often is haste, or even the appearance of haste, fatal? In the unchanging words of the changing fire commissioners of the city of New York, in case of murder, walk, do not run, to the nearest exit. Mr. Lucas's murder was committed at the outset of his career and he has been traveling from it by easy stages ever since. After close on 30 years, the dark moment may be said to be below the horizon. But in his literary youth he called in and slew his first book, a volume of poems. And although the number and variety of his books since is such that he has had to put them, for the reader's guidance, under 8 classifications, he has still to give us a book of his own verse. What, then, has he given us? What not were more quickly answered. His 10 novels, being of a special character, he very fittingly designates as entertainments. His 13 volumes of essays slightly outnumber his books in any other class. He has compiled 8 anthologies and written 8 books for children, has 4 collections of selected writings, 2 edited works and 5 works of biography to his account, and is the author of 7 books of travel, the well-known Wanderer series. The most scholarly of his 57 books, total as above, is The Life of Charles Lamb, which is definitive. The most popular must be A Wanderer in London and More Wanderings in London, unless it be his first published book of all, the anthology called The Open Road, put forth in 1899 and republished in England and America in 1923. The most amusing. There could be no agreement, though it is possible that later a majority might decide upon his newest novel, Advisory Ben. Something is wrong with the reckoning. For the total of 57 and the 8 classes do not contain the little treatise on Vermeer of Delft, with its charming reproductions of paintings by Vermeer. There is, besides, no way at hand of accounting for at least 57 more books in which Mr. Lucas has had some hand, 64, as, for one instance, the English edition of Christopher Morley's Chimney Smoke, where Lucas provided the striking preface. However, very evidently the work of E.V. Lucas must be examined in categories and by considering 1 or 2 examples under several of the heads, and then, perhaps, the glimpse of his personality afforded us may be lit from within as well as without. It will perhaps clear the ground if we point out in preliminary that Mr. Lucas is one of the editors of Punch and has for long been a publisher's reader and advisor for the English publishing firm of Methuen and Company, Limited, a house of much distinction. He has done much journalistic work. As would be inferred from Vermeer of Delft, he is something of a connoisseur of painting, and as will be shown he is much more distinctly a connoisseur of literary curiosities. 2. In providing his entertainments, as he terms his novels, Mr. Lucas has had in mind a structure always consistent, always graceful, generally amusing but of very real strength. His fictions may be compared to trellises set up with care to support as a rule no more serious burden than rambler roses or some other innocent vine. But it has occasionally happened that the trellis has been climbed upon by a plant of more rugged growth and heavier weight, and the trellis has never failed to sustain the spreading story. It might be apter to say that the plant has sometimes put forth an unexpected flower, instead of the unpretending rambler blossom a rose more disdainful, and still the frame has seemed eminently in keeping with the whole design. For there is this about such brightly elaborated, cheerfully artificial story structures, like the trellis they are never concealed. Though completely hid, their outline or form remains exposed to every eye, yet both the eye and the mind receive them naturally. The truth is, of course, that their absence or apparent absence would throw us off. A climbing vine unsupported and unformed, its tendrils thrown about distractedly and frozen in midair, would freeze us with repulsion. And an ingenious, expanding, flowering tale without its evident slight pretexts, its amiable excuse of ingenuity, would be an equal monstrosity. Even artifice may be an art. Characteristic is the device employed by Mr. Lucas in his most recent book of this sort, Advisory Ben. Benita Staveley is an attractive girl who struggles with cooks and other domestic matters until her father remarries, when she finds herself free to select an occupation. She starts an advisory bureau to assist harassed householders. The beck and call, as her office is styled, soon justifies Ben's venture by its popularity. It is approached through a bookshop below, and to it come all manner of persons for counsel as to dogs, cooks, birthday presents and matrimony. The bookshop is kept by 2 young men. Ben's crowning performance before she says yes to one of the young men in the bookshop is the finding and furnishing in 3 weeks of a large house for a rich American. Now there are present in this engaging novel the 2 requisites of Mr. Lucas's art as a fictioner. First, the amiable pretext or excuse for the tale, the slight but bright invention, which is of course the notion of the beck and call itself, and second, the strength, erectile, tensile and otherwise in the elaborated structure. For although the scheme of the story is slender and the design of a gay simplicity, the situations developed by Ben's venture sometimes enable the author to touch considerable depths of human feeling. But the airy scheme, the graceful trellis, does not break. I do not mean that no strength is due to the character portrayal, much is due to it. Obviously, if Ben were a flitter-brain, If Mr. Lucas could give her no depth of feeling or not enough personal sincerity, his story would crash. But Ben without the beck and call would be Ben without opportunities to enable us to realize her quality. An idea is at the bottom of all. The same virtue of idea or scheme is the technical triumph of the Vermilion Box, in which Mr. Lucas uses the familiar red letter box of England as his device. He says, secretly, "Open sesame," and the mailbox opens to give us a series of letters between friends, acquaintances, lovers, relatives who are all entangled in the web of the World War. Through these documents we meet the boy who will falsify his age, so eager is he to serve his country, the slacker who is eager to serve his country by staying at home and drawing a salary for being secretary to a league to enforce economy, but finds the office routine very irksome to his artistic spirit. We meet the unoccupied clubman who has nothing to do but listen to rumors of spies in the cabinet and disaffection in the field, and who writes of his discoveries to the papers, the old ladies who work and save, and who wait for War Office telegrams telling the fate of the sons they have given to England. And then we meet the young English officer who, jokingly, ran an advertisement asking women to correspond with him, who realized the bad taste of his joke when a bereaved mother sent him the letter she had partly written to her soldier son when the news of his death came, but who thanked the fates for his folly when it brought the acquaintance of Portia Gray. But this is much more than a love tale told in letters. Behind that and behind the often occurring and charming humor of the book there is a seriously conceived and accurately painted picture of public opinion and feeling. A correspondent has been telling of a clergyman friend who has enlisted as a combatant, but who intends to resume his clerical duties after the war is over. The writer has composed some verses satirizing the view that Christianity is something thus to be put off or on, as circumstances dictate. 3 or 4 men to whom I have shown these verses have complimented me on the effort which they make to get at the truth. But none of these men would sign a document calling for a closed time for the creeds until the war is over, or suggesting that our archbishops were not at the moment earning their not inconsiderable salaries. That is one of the odd things about England, that private conscience and the public conscience are so different. In France a typical private individual's view of things is, when multiplied indefinitely, also the view of the state. Not so here. Whereas individuals we practice or subscribe to many liberties which would not be good for the general public. 65. 3. Vienna in the midst also employed effectively the device of interchanged letters to develop the tale, and surely not even the expedient of the beck and call in Advisory Ben is more well conceived than the tale of the adventures of Uncle Kavanagh in giving away his wife's property, Ginevra's money. There are bits about the Barbizon school of painting and there is a surprising deal about religious concepts in Ginevra's money, but I have yet to hear it said that this informative and speculative matter obtrudes itself or overweights the book. It dwells comfortably alongside the high comedy of Uncle Giles, whose sole intellectual accomplishment is the verdict, general and specific, upon persons he doesn't understand. He's a nasty fella, because Mr. Lucas had the courage, not of his convictions but of his ingenuity. That he has convictions can scarcely be doubted by the careful reader, the nature of them can scarcely be missed by the thoughtful one. They may now and then be stated more plainly in his books of essays, for the nature of the essay exacts that, but they cannot be put with more poignancy. In the excellent introduction to his Essays of Today, an anthology, itself a worthy essay, Mr. F. H. Pritchard reminds us of Montaigne's instruction that an essay must be consubstantial with its author, of Mr. Gost's dictum that its style must be confidential, and adds, what is true and striking, that the lyric and the essay are both the most intimate revelations of personality that we have in literature. He adds, the difference, indeed, is one of temperature. 66. But the material, or at least its base, is identical. It would not be difficult, it would, in fact, be ignobly easy, to indicate this essay of Mr. Lucas's as typical of his power of pathos, that one as showing the exercise of comedy, another as the evidence of a controlled irony which is his. So one might make a swift and triumphant recapitulation of the gifts and qualities of a literary personality among the most rounded of its time. But I had rather not be facile, for the sake, if possible, of going more surely. Most of the other essays are exceedingly light in texture, observes Arnold Bennett, in a comment on One Day and Another. They leave no loophole for criticism, for their accomplishment is always at least as high as their ambition. They are serenely well done. But it could not have been without intention that he put first in this new book an essay describing the manufacture of a professional criminal. 67. Nor, I think, was it without intention that Giving and Receiving closes with that quietly expressed but piercing account of a bullfight, whenever I see a grey horse. The word whimsical has come to have a connotation exclusively buoyant or cheerful, although the habit of fancy, it is far more habit than gift, may be indulged in any direction congenial to one's nature. Mr. Lucas is whimsical enough in the series of tiny fables, Once Upon a Time, composing the last section of Cloud and Silver. But one of his whimsies is savage in its scorn of the hunters of pheasants, another calmly reckons the totals of 5 years' expenditure on cloakroom fees for a hat and stick, and a third of the 20, called Progress, is so brief it is better quoted than characterized. Once upon a time there was a little boy who asked his father if Nero was a bad man. Thoroughly bad, said his father. Once upon a time, many years later, there was another little boy who asked his father if Nero was a bad man. I don't know that one should exactly say that, replied his father, we ought not to be quite so sweeping. But he certainly had his less felicitous moments. This, like much of Mr. Lucas's expression in the essay, is far too perfect to be spoiled by an embroidery of analytical adjectives. Mr. Llewellyn-Jones very properly cites the opening paragraph of the essay, of plans for one more spring, Cloud and Silver, as a fine illustration of what an emotional effect Mr. Lucas can achieve from the simplest materials. 68. The essay was written in February, 1915. It is much on my mind just now that I must not waste a minute of the spring that is coming. We have waited for it longer than for any before, and the world has grown so strange and unlovely since spring was here last. Life has become so cheap, human nature has become so cruel and wanton, that all sense of security has gone. Hence this spring must be lived, every moment of it. It will be found that in his moments of most entire abandonment to comedy Mr. Lucas is clearly engrossed in the problem of human nature. The battle of the mothers in giving and receiving is laughable throughout, but the recollection is deepened by the very gentleness of the satire. An archdeacon enters a club and explains to friends that he has been on a motor tour with his mother, who is 91 and in the pink of condition and delights in motoring. "Well," said the testy man, "you needn't be so conceited about it. You are not the only person with an elderly mother. I have a mother too." We switched round to this new center of surprise. It was even more incredible that this man should have a mother than the archdeacon. No one had ever suspected him of anything so extreme, for he had a long white beard and hobbled with a stick. The highly diverting dialogue ensuing would be forgotten as quickly as read were it not the quintessence of that amiable self-conceit common to us all. A similar effect is the secret of the snowball in Luck of the Year, where a man wonders what to do with a good luck chain letter, pooh-poohs it, figures its rapid and enormous multiplication in a week, ponders the letter's promise of good fortune, begins to jot down the names of 9 friends, reaches toward the waste-basket, draws back his hand. Occasionally, indeed, these essays of Mr. Lucas's compose themselves perfectly as short stories, if, as I suppose, the work of Catherine Mansfield and others has taught us that a short story need not be the Jack-in-Box plot. Such, in Luck of the Year, is the human touch which deals with a single horse cab driver among the battalions of taxicabs. When the express arrived he galvanized his horse and began to make alluring signs and sounds as the passengers emerged, but one and all repulsed him. Equally a short story, and a very good one, is a study in symmetry in adventures and enthusiasms, where the conceit of a painter of portraits is gently punctured. I suppose such pieces as Sense in Luck of the Year, Davy Jones in Adventures and Enthusiasms, and Signs and Avoirdupois in Giving and Receiving are essays in the strict sense of Mr. Pritchard's definition that I have quoted. Certainly the catalogue at the close of Sense is an intimate revelation of personality and it borders on the lyrical. What are the most delicious scents? Every one could make a list. Rupert Brooke made one in one of his poems, but it was not exhaustive. I know what mine would contain, even if it failed to include all. Sweetbriar in the air, so vague and elusive that search cannot trace the source. Pine trees in the air on a hot day. Lime blossoms in the air. Such a noisy smell, as a small child said, thinking of the murmur of bees that always accompanies it. Brake fern crushed. Walnut leaves crushed. Mint sauce. Newly split wood in a copse. Any kind of gardener's rubbish fire. An unsmoked briar pipe. Cinnamon. Ripe apples. Tea just opened. Coffee just ground. a racing stable, a dairy farm, a shrubbery of box, cedar pencils, cigars in the box, a hot day on the South Downs when a light wind brings the thyme with it, the underside of a turf, a circus. And I have said nothing of flowers, for taste. It is underlying quality with Lucas, after all. I do not say catholicity of taste, for it seems to me redundant. A taste which should allow itself to be fenced in would soon shrivel and die for lack of exercise. For what is taste but the faculty of selection constantly exerted, and how can one have it except by its unremitting use? Like all other qualities abstracted into words, such as honor, integrity, virtue, and the rest, taste itself is no abstraction. A man cannot have honor, except as he shows he has it, nor virtue except as he behaves virtuously in this or that situation, and his possession of taste must depend upon what he chooses in thoughts, words, actions and objects. I say what he chooses, and leave the how to the psychologists, who have still a few years, or perhaps centuries, to spend on investigation of this very nice problem. His taste, then, distinguishes Mr. Lucas as a connoisseur of literary curiosities, which, when taste is shown, become also human concerns. The Innocent's Progress in Adventures and Enthusiasms, a description of an obsolete book of manners for the young, is a lesser example of Mr. Lucas's taste, his candid rejection of English slang, because it is undescriptive, and acceptance of American slang because it applies and illustrates is the application of excellent taste to a strictly contemporary point. 69, and no test of taste is more exacting. The essays on Breguet the great French watchmaker, in Giving and Receiving, and on Hans Christian Andersen, 70, and John Leech, 71, are to many readers of more importance than a modern topic, like telephonics. 72, for while taste must choose, and help us to choose, among the things of the hour, its service in the rescue of the past is an education in taste as well as an enrichment of the present. Mr. Lucas, to illustrate, never practiced his literary connoisseurship to a more humane and generous end than when he gave us, in 1916, The Horsefrau Rampant. This, like his edition of Charles and Mary Lamb, is an edited work. Julius Stindee, 1841–1905, a native of Holstein, Germany, was originally a chemist and the author of an elaborate treatise on Wasser und Seife, water and soap, to which he affixed the name of his charwoman, Frau Wilhelmine Buchholz, as author. Later it occurred to Stindee to write a satire on the typical middle-class Berlin family with marriageable daughters. He elevated Frau Wilhelmine to the ranks of the bourgeoisie and began a book, or rather a series of books, which became as popular in Germany as Dickens in England. England, France and America all uttered praise of the Buchholz family in the 1880s, and with good reason. The work, outside of Germany, had been lost sight of for nearly 30 years when Lucas, rendered sleepless by a struggle with mosquitoes one night in Venice, came upon the first volume of the English translation in his landlord's library. The quality was such as to make him hunt up the other 3 English volumes, and from the work as a whole he selected the most entertaining passages, joining them together with some explanatory cement. This is the Hausfrau Rampant. It was, of course, with a purpose that Mr. Lucas published the Hausfrau Rampant at a time when feeling in England and America ran high against the country of Stindy. The purpose will be obvious to anyone reading Lucas's introduction to the book. No imaginable eloquence could be so effective as the word portrait of Herr Stindy there presented. The possession of taste carries its own courage with it. E.V. Lucas v1 could go on, as it were, indefinitely, but with Mr. Lucas as guide never indefinably. Such an anthology as The Open Road knows what many an anthology never knows, readers who return to it again and again because it is inclusive without being indiscriminate. The impressions of India, Japan, and America in roving east and roving west are among the most valuable any traveler has put down because they are single impressions and because, with Mr. Lucas, to see is to choose, as with a painter. It is when he comes to consider work where a fine talent has already seen and chosen, as in his Vermeer of Delft, that he becomes singularly luminous. With the ground cleared, he can give his enthusiasm rein. His wanderer books on London, Paris, Venice, Florence and Holland are digressive in the sense that the longest way round is the shortest way home. In other words, the associations of a scene are the shortest cut to enabling us really to see it. And now Mr. Lucas has united his taste for fine painting with his wanderer's talent, Little Wanderings Among the Great Masters, in 6 illustrated volumes, and A Wanderer Among Pictures, a guide to the great galleries of Europe, with its many reproductions of famous masterpieces, are his new volumes. The set of 6, dealing with Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Frans Hals, Murillo, Chardin and Rembrandt, are the best brief popular accounts I know, blending as they do essential biographical facts and the elements of aesthetic enjoyment of the artist's work. One hopes the little volumes may be added to by a similar treatment of other great painters. A Wanderer Among Pictures is, of course, a thing far more ambitious, a compact treasure delicately plundered from collections in 15 of Europe's chief cities. But how delicious to have these great paintings described by one who knows how to write and who has a gift for conveying such beauty with literary art and verbal simplicity. But a few words must be said about E.V. Lucas, the man. A youngish 50, perhaps, wrote Robert Cortes Holliday, meeting him in 1919 or 1920 in Chicago. Rather tall. A good weight, not over heavy. Light on his feet, like a man who has taken his share in active field games. Something of a stoop. A smile, good, natural, but sly. Dark hair, shot with grey. Noble brow of a nose. Most striking note of all, that ruddy complexion, ruddy to a degree which, as I reflect upon the matter, seems to be peculiar to a certain type of Englishman. 73. Mr. Lucas spent several days in Chicago on this visit, but only about 4 persons knew it at the time. Mr. Holliday noted that Lucas studied his menu card with deep attention and was particular about the service of the dinner when it came. He was not on a lecture tour and inquired about recent literary visitors from England, appearing to be much amused at the number of them. He punned twice, badly, spoke admiringly of American humor and especially of the work of Don Marquis, 74, and spoke of the number of American words which mean so much, and mean nothing at all, like caveman and mother love. It also appeared that Lucas could do no writing in a hotel room. Like nearly all authors, he has an inexhaustible store of gossip about other authors. His biographical sketch in Who's Who, the information for which is supplied by the subject, omits all the usual personal data, such as the date and place of birth, parentage, schooling, etc. It even omits his recreations, which most Englishmen are careful to give. There are his name and his occupations, writer and publisher's reader, followed by a partial list of his books, his address in London and the rich array of his clubs, which include the Athenaeum, the Garrick, the Burlington Fine Arts and the National Sporting Club. This outdoes Mr. Galsworthy, who mentions the year of his birth, though the Athenaeum is his only club. He has a kind of mischievous cruelty in his dissection of humanity. A distinguished novelist once remarked, speaking of Lucas's conversation. But he is extremely good company came in the next breath. This observer added, I always think that the best picture of Lucas's character is to be found in Bennett's books and persons. Here it is, Mr. Lucas is a highly mysterious man. On the surface he might be mistaken for a mere cricket enthusiast. Dig down, and you will come, with not too much difficulty, to the simple man of letters. Dig further, and, with somewhat more difficulty, you will come to an agreeably ironic critic of human foibles. Try to dig still further, and you will probably encounter rock. Only here and there in his two novels does Mr. Lucas allow us to glimpse a certain powerful and sardonic harshness in him, indicative of a mind that has seen the world and irrevocably judged it in most of its manifestations. I could believe that Mr. Lucas is an ardent politician, who, however, would not deign to mention his passionately held views save with a pencil on a ballot paper, if then. Immanent in the book is the calm assurance of a man perfectly aware that it will be a passing hard task to get change out of him. 75, and here is more testimony, to the same general effect. E.V. Lucas always reminds me of Kipling's cat that walked by itself. He knows everybody, but I have often wondered whether anybody really knows him. He is an amazingly busy man, the assistant editor of Punch, the literary director of Methuen, the writer of almost countless charming and distinguished essays, to say nothing of novels and travel books. As a writer he has the appealing urbanity of Charles Lamb, of whom he has written far and away the best biography in the language. But I do not think that there is much of Lamb's urbanity in E.V. Lucas the man, the gentle-voiced, modern, rather weary man of the world. The humor of the Lucas essays is sunny and kindly. The humor of Lucas himself is cynically tolerant. I have said that Lucas knows everybody. The only circles into which he never goes are literary circles. Where professional writers are gathered together, there you will never find E.V. Lucas. He prefers actors and prize fighters. There is a story that Lucas once gave a dinner party at the Athenaeum Club to which he invited Georges Carpentier and Harry Tate. I do not altogether disbelieve that story, but a bishop ought to have been included in the dinner party to make it complete. Lucas loves cricket, and is a good man to dine with. His talk is stimulating and his taste in wine perfection. 76. Possibly E.V. Lucas's closest personal friends among writers in America, certainly his closest temperamental affinities, are Don Marquis and Christopher Morley. Occupationally, as the sociologist would say, he is allied with such fellow editors as E. T. Raymond and A. Milne, and with such publishers' literary advisers as, not to go back to George Meredith, who read for Chapman and Hall, Frank Swinnerton, who reads for Chatto and Windus, and J. D. Beresford, reader for Collins. Books by E.V. Lucas. For a full list of books written, compiled, edited by and contributed to by Mr. Lucas, write to Methuen and Company, Limited, 36 Essex Street, London, WC2. About 130 titles are comprised. Anthologies: 1899 The Open Road, 1903 The Friendly Town, 1907 The Gentlest Art, 1908 Her Infinite Variety, 1909 Good Company, 1910 The Second Post, 1914 Remember Louvain, 1923 The Best of Lamb Biography, 1905 The Life of Charles Lamb, 1907 A Swan and Her Friends, 1907 The Hambledon Men, 1913 The British School, 1921 The Life and Work of Vere Abbey, R.A. 1922 Vermeer of Delft, 1924 Little Wanderings Among the Great Masters. 6 volumes Books for Children, 1897 A Book of Verses for Children, 1903 The Original Verses of Anne and Jane Taylor, 1906 Forgotten Tales of Long Ago, 1907 Another Book of Verses for Children, 1908 Runaways and Castaways, 1908 Anne's Terrible Good Nature, 1910 The Slow Coach, More Forgotten Stories Edited Works, 1903 The Works of Charles and Mary Lamb, 1916 The Horsefrau Rampant Entertainments, 1906 Listener's Lure, 1908 Overbemertens, 1910 Mr. Ingleside, 1912 London Lavender, 1914 Landmarks, 1916 The Vermilion Box, 1920 Vienna in the Midst, 1921 Rose and Rose, 1922 Ginevra's Money, 1924 Advisory Ben Essays, 1906 Fireside and Sunshine, 1907 Character and Comedy, 1909 One Day and Another, 1911 Old Lamps for New, 1913 Loiterer's Harvest, 1916 Cloud and Silver, 1917 A Boswell of Baghdad, 1918 Twixt Eagle and Dove, 1919 The Phantom Journal, 1920 Adventures and Enthusiasms, 1921 Roving East and Roving West, 1922 Giving and Receiving, 1923 Luck of the Year Selected Writings, 1911 A Little of Everything, 1911 Harvest Home 1916, Variety Lane 1919, Mixed Vintages Travel 1904, Highways and Byways in Sussex 1905, A Wanderer in Holland 1906, A Wanderer in London 1909, A Wanderer in Paris 1912, A Wanderer in Florence 1914, A Wanderer in Venice 1916, More Wanderings in London in England. London Revisited 1924, A Wanderer Among Pictures, A Guide to the Great Galleries of Europe and also, written with C. L. Graves 1903, Wisdom While You Wait, sources on E. V. Lucas. Unless my judgment is much at fault, there has written in English, since the death of R. L. Stevenson, no one so proficient in the pure art of the essayist as Mr. E. V. Lucas, says Edmund Goss at the beginning of his The Essays of Mr. Lucas in his volume, Books on the Table. This essay on an essayist should be consulted either in Mr. Goss's own volume, page 105, or in F. H. Pritchard's Essays of Today, an anthology, in which it is included, page 249. No more authoritative or more charmingly stated estimate of Mr. Lucas as an essayist is known to me. In addition to the sources referred to in the text of the chapter or in footnotes, the reader should consult the Reader's Guide to Periodical Literature for the years since 1913 and the Files of the Bookman, London, for the years since 1908. 14. American History in Fiction. The use of history in fiction is at once an aid and a handicap to the writer. Where he is using historical persons, he may count upon a certain delight of recognition from some or all of his readers, offset by disappointment if the portrait doesn't closely resemble a preconceived ideal. The use of an historical period is on the whole far more satisfactory, and an exact setting is the most satisfactory of all. For fiction is written to express a sense of meaning and to convey a feeling. Like all forms of faith, it creates its own facts. And, as in some other types of illumination, the most effective treatment of historical figures and occurrences by the fictioner is often indirect lighting. The three writers I am going to talk principally about in this chapter have certain resemblances and a marked divergence. Although two of them are no longer alive, their audiences were never greater than now. All three belong to the South and West, and two of them wrote novels which have been transformed into motion pictures of enormous influence and success. The third is usually spoken of as a writer for boys, although the boys who read him are, many of them, long past their teens. Both Emerson Hough and Thomas Dixon wrote books which are partly or mainly propaganda. Joseph Altshuler, avoiding any suggestion of such a thing, was remarkable for the accuracy of historical detail in his stories. Perhaps the most striking quality in common among these three writers, I won't undertake to give it a name, is the fact that each, on more than one occasion, has had his huge audience waiting in line to get his book. Emerson Hough, the author of The Covered Wagon, was born in Newton, Iowa, the 28th of June, 1857, and died the 30th of April, 1923, when the motion picture fashioned from his novel was the sensation of Broadway, indeed, of America. The first class graduated from the Little Iowa High School had 3 members, Hough being one. It is perhaps not out of place to say that he pronounced his surname Huff. After a brief experience teaching a country school, the boy entered Iowa State University and was graduated with the class of 1880. I had a university education, perfectly good and perfectly worthless, he said in later years. His father, Joseph Bond Huff, had been a Virginia schoolmaster, and saw education in terms of a classical course leading to one of the professions. The young man read law in Newton and was admitted to the bar there. Life began for him then. He went to White Oaks, New Mexico, half a cow town and half a mining camp, about 80 miles west of Socorro in the mountain region between the Rio Grande and the Pecos rivers. Mr. Huff's North of 36 has been attacked as lacking in authenticity because, when he came to White Oaks, the frontier epoch had ended. To which the novelist William McLeod Rain has made reply, interesting, if true. Particularly interesting to me, because it was in 1881 that my father brought his family into the southwest from England and went into the cattle business, with sidelines of tie-making and lumbering. The nearest village was 30 miles away. I and my small brothers used to ride 20 miles to get the mail once a week. That outpost of civilization, my memory can make the setting of a score of dramatic incidents. The frontier was not a hard and fast condition which can be defined as having vanished on a specific date. Civilization lapped forward here and there, leaving pockets which did not yield to its influence for many years. And Huff himself said simply, in this rugged field, among these splendid and sterling men, in an atmosphere not too law-abiding, but always just and broad, I got my first actual impression of life, learned to respect a man for what he really is. He became a sportsman from the first. The practice of law in White Oaks was not exacting, and all his life he was a great hunter and traveler. His father failed in business and something had to be done to make a living for the family. Journalism seemed to be Emerson Huff's only chance. He had already sold fugitive pieces. After a little time in Des Moines and work on a newspaper in Sandusky, Ohio, he got, in 1889, the job of looking after the Chicago office of Forest and Stream. The job paid $15 a week. But he combined with it work for daily newspapers and for a newspaper syndicate. Most of his writing had to do with sport. There were some bitter times. But, in fact, nearly all his life until within a few years of his death was to be a mixture of hardships and happiness. The hardships concerned money, except those physical hardships he endured out of doors in what were undoubtedly the happiest hours of his life. Out-of-doors journalism took him into almost every state of the Union and almost every province of Canada, to Alaska, also. Sometimes he used to wonder if he had ever slept 30 consecutive nights under one roof. Desperately worried at times, he would say with a sigh of relief, "It is impossible to fret over things when you are wading a trout stream, following a good dog, or riding a good horse." Within 5 years of his death, intimate friends saw him, suffering from ill health, in tears over uncertainties regarding his work and discouraging certainties regarding his income, yet he lived through the swift, dramatic turn of his fortunes to taste the satisfaction of his very great ambition and to reap a substantial part of the money reward. Emerson Hough, photograph by Moft, Chicago. In 1895 he explored the Yellowstone Park in winter, going on skis, and an act of Congress protecting the park buffalo was due to this adventure. By speech and by his writings he did much all his life to aid the protection and study of wildlife and to support the system of national parks. The America he had known in the flush of his youth was really a passion with him. One day after he had finished a series of short stories on the old trails for his out-of-doors department in the Saturday Evening Post, the editor, George Horace Lorimer, suggested that he take either the Overland or the Oregon Trail as the subject of a novel. The suggestion was in itself the most magnificent of trails to such a mind as Hough's. He wrote, then, The Covered Wagon. His first book, The Singing Mouse Stories, which had to do with out-of-doors, appeared when he was 38. He was 40 when, in 1897, he married Charlotte Chesebro, of Chicago, and published The Story of the Cowboy, praised by Theodore Roosevelt. His first novel came 3 years later, and with his second, The Mississippi Bubble, 1902, he attracted nationwide attention. It is amusing to recall that he made 5 copies of The Mississippi Bubble and dispatched them simultaneously to 5 publishers, each of whom sent an acceptance. When he died, Mr. Hough left several completed books. 3 of them were novels, and the first of these, Mother of Gold, has just been published. A story of the present day, woven around the old legend of the lost mine of Montezuma, it has to a curious degree the pioneer zest and spirit of Hough's romances of earlier times. Of his earlier novels, The Mississippi Bubble and 5440 or Fight are the ones that seem likely to be read longest. Of his later novels, probably The Magnificent Adventure, 1915, dealing with the Lewis and Clark expedition and with Aaron Burr's daughter as its heroine, The Covered Wagon, and North of 36, The Story of the Texas Cattle Trail, have the best chance of permanence, always premising that work as yet unpublished may take its place with these. To Joseph R. Altshuler, to Anne Carroll Moore, Supervisor of Work with Children in the New York Public Library, I am indebted for the best picture of what Joseph R. Altshuler's work signifies. Both at the time of his death and since, he was and has been and is the most popular author of books for boys in America. He is more popular than James Fenimore Cooper, to whose work his own is probably most closely allied. He wrote over again, as Miss Moore has pointed out, the tales of our pioneer life and struggle with a fresh sense of their reality. His deep love of nature, the ability to select from historical sources subjects of strong human interest, a natural gift for storytelling, and great modesty were other qualities which the youthful reader senses and appreciates. Boys who clamor for Altshuler, says Miss Moore, read history and biography as a natural and necessary accompaniment. Nor do they neglect Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, or the boy's life of Mark Twain. Never in the history of writing for boys has an author attained universal popularity on so broad a foundation of allied interests in reading. 77. Cooper wrote when American history was brief, another century and the breadth of a continent unrolled itself before Altshuler, who set about in quiet patience to make all that spaciousness and all those crowding events intelligible for the American boy. And because in modesty and patience he had gone far to achieve just that, taking the average boy into the wilderness, as Miss Moore says, so that he may realize his heritage in the history of his country and take his place there more intelligently, his death is a sharp loss. Miss Moore has told how, on the 7th of June, 1919, boys came all day long to the New York Public Library, some with clippings from the newspapers telling of their favorite's death. There they could look upon a full set of all his works, and his picture. Said a 17-year-old, "He looks young in that picture, but he could have lived all through American history, he makes it so true." You couldn't do better than to read his books. You can even answer some of the Regent's questions out of Altshuler's books. I read every one of them and I got an A1 mark for history. Eyes roved along the shelves over the volumes of the Young Trailers series, the Texan series, the French and Indian War series, the Civil War series, and the rest. They picked out individual titles, always simple and always touched with the imagination of a man who knew supremely how to kindle the youthful mind. Altshuler, indeed, surpassed himself in the titles of the 8 books of his Civil War series, a beautiful crescendo. The Guns of Bull Run, the Guns of Shiloh, the Scouts of Stonewall, the Sword of Antietam, the Star of Gettysburg, and then the Point of Rest, on a great chord, followed by a resolution and a final cadence. The Rock of Chickamauga, the Shades of the Wilderness, the Tree of Appomattox, Guns, Scouts, Sword, Star, Rock. The words sing. Then the shades of anguish, weariness, impending defeat, and at last the peace of the spreading tree. Joseph Alexander Altshuler was born at 3 Springs, Kentucky, the 29th of April, 1862. As a boy he would lie on his back in the woods of the Daniel Boone country and dream of the pioneers until they came to have as strong a fascination for him as the myths of Greece have had for other minds. There were not many books, but he heard over and over again the stories of woodsmen and fighters, for he was descended on his mother's side from Virginia and Kentucky borderers. And as a boy he knew personally Civil War veterans, both blue and gray, such as General Simon Bolivar Buckner, General Don Carlos Buell, and General Frank Wolford. The one writer who captivated him completely and to whom he afterwards said he owed the most was Francis Parkman. He was educated at Liberty College, Glasgow, Kentucky, and at Vanderbilt University, Nashville, Tennessee. Then he went to work on the Louisville Evening Post. A year later he moved over to Henry Watterson's Courier-Journal, for which he became the political reporter and legislative correspondent at Frankfort, the state capital. After service as city editor of the Courier-Journal and as an editorial writer, he joined the staff of the World, New York. He covered the World's Fair in Chicago and the events attending the dethronement of Liliuokalani in Hawaii, and then became editor and manager of the True Weekly edition of The World, a job he continued to hold until his death. His first book of consequence was The Son of Saratoga, 1897, which still sells. The first of his boys' books, so-called, was The Young Trailers, 1906, written when his own son was 11 or 12 years old. But he made it a practice never to allow thought of the age of his readers to affect his treatment of a subject, and while this accounts for the number of older readers who enjoy his books, it probably also goes far to account for the success of his books with boys. He never wrote down to them. His accuracy and his sense of reality are beyond praise. But the finest tribute to him is the fact that, as Miss Moore testifies, he is the only author whom older boys absolutely insist on having, for whose books they wait in line in the library, refusing to be put off with other titles. 3. Thomas Dixon. Although Thomas Dixon's new novel, The Black Hood, 1924, is a story of the Ku Klux Klan of 1870, and so a companion volume to The Klansman, 1905, it is customary to speak of The Leopard's Spots, 1902, The Klansman, and The Traitor, 1907, as a trilogy of the Reconstruction period at the South. Of those who admired this series, perhaps the best known and certainly the most unqualifiedly enthusiastic was Max Nordau, who hailed the novels as undoing the work of Harriet Beecher Stowe and giving the deferred answer to Uncle Tom's Cabin. Similarly, The One Woman, 1903, Comrades, 1909, and The Root of Evil, 1911, are grouped together as a trilogy of socialism, pleading for the development of individual character and opposing the socialistic remedies for the ills of society. Thomas Dixon was born at Shelby, North Carolina, the 11th of January, 1864, the son of the Reverend Thomas Dixon and Amanda Elizabeth McAfee Dixon. The father was a Baptist clergyman. At 19 the son was graduated from Wake Forest College, North Carolina, with a scholarship admitting him as a special student in history and politics at Johns Hopkins University. A year later he became a student at the Greensboro, North Carolina, Law School. About the same time he was elected to the North Carolina legislature. He got his law degree, dabbled in politics, was admitted to practice in the North Carolina and United States courts, including the United States Supreme Court, had a part in 2 conspicuous murder trials of the day, and then, before he was 23, and some months after marrying Harriet Bussey, of Columbus, Georgia, resigned from the legislature to enter the Baptist ministry. He held a pastorate for a year in Raleigh, North Carolina, and for a year in Boston before coming to the People's Temple in New York. He preached in New York for 10 years, 1889 to 1899. At the same time he became a Lyceum lecturer and he continued to lecture until 1903. His outspokenness in the pulpit was coupled with a certain disregard of clerical custom. For example, he enjoyed going hunting. He began to publish books of sermons at least as early as 1891. He was 35 when he quitted the pulpit and turned to fiction. 3 of his novels are centered upon outstanding figures of the Civil War. The Southerner, 1913, is constructed about Lincoln. The Victim, 1914, about Jefferson Davis. The Man in Gray, 1921, about Robert E. Lee. A Man of the People is a Lincoln play. The Fall of a Nation depicts the conquest of the United States by the imperial nation. Such a novel as The Way of a Man is more or less related to the novels dealing with socialism. The Sins of the Father, a study of the results of miscegenation, belongs with the Klansman group. It was in 1915, 10 years after the sensational success of The Klansman, that David Wark Griffith produced his film based on the novel under the title, The Birth of a Nation. The new novel of the Klan, The Black Hood, is concerned with the time when the original Ku Klux Klan had accomplished the work for which it was organized and was becoming more or less of a menace to the liberty of the Southerners among whom it flourished. Mr. Dixon's hero opposes the Klan's methods as being false to the spirit in which the Klan was founded. He is successful in his stand after many exciting adventures. There is a romantic interest interwoven in the story. For Stephen Crane, the author of The Red Badge of Courage, has lately been the subject of a brilliant biography. Mr. Thomasby's Stephen Crane, A Study in American Letters, has the color and the abiding fascination of its subject, if sometimes a trifle too cryptic and oracular. The point of The Red Badge of Courage is its record of war as the experience of the individual, any war in any age. The book, a product of purely imaginative experience by a youth of 22 to 24, lights up its single theme as completely as a very flare exposes some small corner of a battle. Reading either Crane's work or Mr. B's study, one can no more doubt that Crane was a genius. He had the intense, piercing, personal vision of the isolated, unexplained, and unexplainable artist. Such a figure is not to be produced by any sedulous process of education. It is not a triumphant Burbank of literary cultivation. Although people remember, or, at least, generally have heard of, The Red Badge of Courage, there is a sharp need for republication of most of Crane's work in a good edition, for The Open Boat and The Bride Comes to Yellow Sky are of the utmost importance, the first on the evidence of Joseph Conrad, the second on the evidence of Stephen Crane. If one were asked to pick the American authors of most interesting significance to literature at large, one would do well, I think, to let both Poe and Hawthorne wait at one side while one weighed carefully Herman Melville, Walt Whitman, and Stephen Crane. Other authors whose use of American history in fiction has interested huge audiences are Everett T. Tomlinson, Elmer Russell Gregor, Frederick Trevor Hill and Bernard Marshall. It is perhaps natural that their fiction should be spoken of, as Altshuler's is often spoken of, as stories for boys. There is conclusive evidence, however, that about half of the readers of Altshuler are adults, and the percentage of adult readers for the books by Mr. Tomlinson, Mr. Gregor, Mr. Hill and Mr. Marshall is heavy. This might be inferred easily enough from the simple fact that between 1,250,000 and 1,500,000 copies of Mr. Tomlinson's books have been sold. Everett T. Tomlinson, born in 1859, had a boyish passion for natural history and another for baseball. From Williams College he went into teaching, becoming headmaster of a boys' school, where he still played ball. For 23 years he was pastor of a church in Elizabeth, New Jersey. He was appointed a member of the New Jersey Public Library Commission when it was formed in 1901, and became its chairman in 1921. His first book appeared 30 years ago. Besides many fictions, such as The Mysterious Rifleman and Scouting on the Border, he is the author of A Young People's History of the American Revolution and such books as Places Young Americans Want to Know and Fighters Young Americans Want to Know. His new book, 1924, is called Pioneer Scouts of Ohio. Elmer Russell Gregor, born in 1878, was graduated from a military academy and spent 24 hours in the dry goods business, 6 months in real estate, and more successful periods as a farmer and stock raiser, and in lumbering, quarrying and mining. His real job since 1910 has been writing, but, as he says, his hobbies are Indians, foremost, ornithology, natural history, forestry, hunting and fishing, and breeding prize-winning dogs, chickens and pigeons, so you see I don't have much time for work. He lives in Southport, Connecticut, but has traveled much and my circle of intimate acquaintances includes cowboys, sourdoughs, miners, Injuns, mountaineers, and lumberjacks, all good fellows. The books that have been most popular with his readers are stories of young Indian chiefs, divided into 2 series, the Western Indian Stories and the Eastern Indian Stories, and, most recently, the Jim Mason series, which follows the fortunes of a white frontiersman in the days of the French and Indian Wars. Captain Jim Mason, 1924, is his latest work. Frederick Trevor Hill, born in 1866, a graduate of Yale and a graduate in law at Columbia, on the staff of General Pershing and cited by Pershing, is the author of very widely known books on the law, both as fact and as material for fiction. His interest in American history has led him to study the 3 or 4 outstanding figures in such books as On the Trail of Grant and Lee, On the Trail of Washington, and Washington the Man of Action. Why, it may be asked, 2 books on the father of his country? And the response must be that On the Trail of Washington is, as the subtitle explains, a narrative of Washington's boyhood and manhood, based on his writings and other authentic documents and is concerned with the growth of early years, whereas Washington the Man of Action is an attempt to portray the mature man as he really was, not as the plaster saint of his earliest biographers. Bernard Marshall was born on a farm 20 miles south of Boston, one of a family fond of books and music. Having resolved to be a writer, he thought he could play in orchestras and make a living until he had his foothold as an author. Thereupon 20 years were passed as a musician, a legal stenographer, a writer of technical articles and in advertising work. Then, after trying to help build ships to win the war, Mr. Marshall settled in Berkeley, California, a half-mile from the university, and began to write historical romances. Walter of Tiverton, Cedric the Forester, and the Torchbearers. The last two and his new American historical romance, Redcoat and Minuteman, form a Liberty series, showing three crucial points in the history of the Anglo-Saxon struggle for popular liberties: Magna Charta, Cedric the Forester, Oliver Cromwell, the Torchbearers, and the American Revolution, Redcoat and Minuteman. Books by Emerson Hough 1895 The Singing Mouse Stories 1897 The Story of the Cowboy 1900 The Girl at the Halfway House 1902 The Mississippi Bubble 1903 The Way to the West 1904 The Law of the Land 1905 Heart's Desire 1906 The King of Geewis 1906 The Story of the Outlaw 1907 The Way of a Man 1909 54-40 or Fight 1909 The Sowing 1910 The Young Alaskans 1911 The Purchase Price 1912 John Rawn, Prominent Citizen 1913 The Lady and the Pirate 1913 The Young Alaskans in the Rockies 1914 The Young Alaskans on the Trail 1915 The Magnificent Adventure 1916 The Man Next Door 1917 The Broken Gate 1918 The Young Alaskans in the Far North 1918 The Way Out 1919 The Sagebrusher 1919 The Web 1922 The Covered Wagon 1923 North of 36 1924 Mother of Gold Sources on Emerson Hough The Men Who Make Our Novels, by George Gordon Moffat, Yard and Company. Page 140 It Seek. This book now published by Dodd, Mead and Company. Autobiographical article in the American Magazine, 1918 or earlier. Editorial article in the Saturday Evening Post, April or May, 1923. A Defense of the American Tradition by William McLeod Rain, in The Author and Journalist, Denver, Colorado, 1923. Books by Joseph R. Altshuler The Young Trailers Series, Frontier Life in the Revolution. Two boys, Henry Ware and Paul Cotter, and three scouts are the chief characters: the young trailers, the forest runners, the free rangers, the eyes of the woods, the keepers of the trail, the riflemen of the Ohio, the scouts of the valley, the border watch, the French and Indian War series. The period is from 1754 to 1763 and the central characters are Robert Lennox, an American boy, Tioga, an Onondaga Indian, and David Willett, a hunter, the hunters of the hills, the shadow of the north, the rulers of the lakes, the masters of the peaks, the lords of the wild, the son of Quebec, the Texan series. Three stories of the Texas struggle for independence, with an American boy, Ned Fulton, in the foreground. The Texan Star, the Texan Scouts, the Texan Triumph, the Civil War series. The principal battles of the Civil War are covered. In four of the stories, Dick Mason, who fights for the North, is the leading character. In the other four, his cousin, Harry Kenton, fighting on the southern side, is featured. The guns of Bull Run, the guns of Shiloh, the scouts of Stonewall, the sword of Antietam, the Star of Gettysburg, the rock of Chickamauga, the shades of the wilderness, the tree of Appomattox, Indian wars of the West and Southwest. not a series. Apache Gold, the last of the chiefs. Custis defeat. The Quest of the Four. Mexican War. The Great West Series. The Great Sioux Trail, The Lost Hunters, The World War Series. John Scott, a young American in Germany when the war opens, and Philip Lance, a young French friend, are the central figures. The Guns of Europe, The Hosts of the Air, The Forest of Swords, historical romances. More definitely for older readers. Not in series. A Soldier of Manhattan, French and Indian War, The Son of Saratoga, Burgoyne's Surrender, The Wilderness Road, Pioneers West of the Alleghenies, My Captive, Revolutionary Romance, A Herald of the West, War of 1812, Encircling Camps, Civil War, The Last Rebel, The Candidate, The Romance of a Political Campaign. Sources on Joseph R. Altshuler and American History by Anne Carroll Moore. Pamphlet published by D. Appleton and Company. Article by Anne Carroll Moore in the Bookman for November, 1918. Reprinted in Roads to Childhood, by Anne Carroll Moore. Some Worthwhile Books by Robert Page Lincoln in the Review. A Kentucky Writer of Historical Novels by John Wilson Townsend, in the Lexington, Kentucky, Leader for the 18th of May, 1912. Books by Thomas Dixon 1891, Living Problems in Religion and Social Science 1894, Sermons on Ingersoll 1897, The Failure of Protestantism in New York 1902, What is Religion? 1902, The Leopard's Spots 1903, The One Woman 1905, The Klansman 1905, The Life Worth Living 1907, The Traitor 1909, Comrades 1911, The Root of Evil 1912, The Sins of the Father 1913, The Southerner, Abraham Lincoln, 1914, The Victim, Jefferson Davis, 1915, The Foolish Virgin 1916, The Fall of a Nation 1918, The Way of a Man 1920, A Man of the People. Play. Abraham Lincoln, 1921, The Man in Gray, Robert E. Lee, 1924, The Black Hood. Sources on Thomas Dixon, The Men Who Make Our Novels by George Gordon, page 249. Moffat, Yard and Company, now published by Dodd, Mead and Company. Articles on the photoplay, The Birth of a Nation, made from the Klansman, are too numerous to be cited. The reader may consult the Reader's Guide to Periodical Literature for 1915-16. Books by Stephen Crane 1895, The Red Badge of Courage. Sources on Stephen Crane, A Study in American Letters, by Thomas Beer. Alfred Knopf, 1923. Books by Everett T. Tomlinson. For more complete list, see Who's Who in America, 1924-25, 1908, Scouting with Mad Anthony 1915, Places Young Americans Want to Know 1916, The Trail of the Mohawk Chief 1917, The Story of General Pershing 1918, Fighters Young Americans Want to Know 1920, The Pursuit of the Apache Chief 1920, Scouting on the Border 1921, The Mysterious Rifleman 1921, Young People's History of the American Revolution 1923, Scouting on the Old Frontier 1923, Stories of the American Revolution. 1924 Scouting in the Wilderness 1924 The Pioneer Scouts of Ohio Sources on Everett T. Tomlinson The Historical Story for Boys by Everett T. Tomlinson. Booklet published by D. Appleton and Company. Who's Who in America. Books by Elmer Russell Gregor Jim Mason Stories. The hero is a young frontiersman. 1923 Jim Mason, Backwoodsman 1923 Jim Mason, Scout 1924 Captain Jim Mason Western Indian Stories. The hero is White Otter, a young Sioux chief. 1917 White Otter 1920 The War Trail 1922 Three Sioux Scouts Eastern Indian Stories. The hero is Running Fox, a young chief of the Delawares. 1918 Running Fox 1920 The White Wolf 1922 Spotted Deer Books by Frederick Trevor Hill. For more complete list, see Who's Who in America. 1909 On the Trail of Washington 1911 On the Trail of Grant and Lee 1914 Washington The Man of Action Books by Bernard Marshall 1921 Cedric the Forester 1923 The Torchbearers 1923 Walter of Tiverton 1924 Redcoat and Minuteman. 15 The Fireside Theatre As the cost of the theatre mounts up, the price of seats, the price of achieving Broadway productions, the Fireside Theatre audience is steadily recruited. If there has existed a prejudice against reading plays, it is melting. The mere force of conditions would tend to destroy such a prejudice. The path to Broadway becomes steadily more difficult and the path away from Broadway narrower, all because it costs too much to produce a play on Broadway, and far too much to take the play, once so produced, on the road. Soon the Broadway theatre will survive as the horse survives, and Broadway productions, inspired by the same motives as the production of horse races, will be nobly upheld by the same justificatory excuse. It will be argued that they improve the breed of plays. It does no harm to have a few horse shows or to have a few Broadway productions, but the truth must be stated that the theatre in America no longer depends upon the amusement business in the vicinity of 42nd Street. To an extent never before equaled, plays are now published in America regardless of their production, are bought and are read aloud for an exceptional evening's entertainment, and are acted under license, and with payment of very moderate fees, by people to whom a play is a play and not a pair of high-priced tickets. For amateur actors, many of them amazingly capable, there are now available plays of every length and of every conceivable variety of type, settings, and casts, of extreme, moderate and very slight demands upon the actor's skill, tragic, comedic, farcical. And for readers of plays there are certain immutable advantages that have been pointed out before but will bear stressing again, such as that the performance always begins on time, and at your chosen time, and that the actors, being your own creatures, are always ideal. I shall try to speak first of some anthologies of plays, then of plays by individual authors, and finally of a few books about the drama and the theatre. First I would put Montrose J. Moses's ample works. His representative British dramas, Victorian and Modern is not only a complete history of the British stage, from the beginning of the 19th century to 1914, it presents the complete texts of 21 English and Irish plays superbly representative of its century. Representative continental dramas, revolutionary and transitional, does much the same thing for Europe as a whole. 8 European countries are represented in this anthology, which contains the complete texts of 15 plays, with a general survey of the development of continental drama and individual bibliographies. But the greatest demand is for anthologies of one-act plays, a demand richly met by the following standard works: representative one-act plays by American authors, compiled by Margaret G. Auger, contains the complete texts of 24, all of which have been produced in little theatres. Among the dramatists included are Percy Mackay, Stuart Walker, Jeanette Marks, George Middleton, Susan Glaspell, Eugene O'Neill, and Beulah Marie Dix. 50 contemporary one-act plays edited by Frank Shea and Pierre Loving, is an international selection of astonishing variety and exceptional merit. 20 contemporary one-act plays, American, edited by Frank Shea, is an anthology which affords variety of choice for acting and ample variety for the reader. Barrett H. Clark's representative one-act plays by British and Irish authors contains complete texts of 21 act plays. Some of the authors are Pinero, Jones, Arnold Bennett, Yeats, Oscar Wilde, Granville Barker and Lord Dunsany. Mr. Moses is the compiler of representative one-act plays by continental authors. Maeterlinck, Arthur Schnitzler, Strindberg, Anne Drave, Franz Wiedekind, Sudermann, von Hofmannsthal, Lavden are some of the playwrights whose work is included, and the book is equipped with bibliographies. Frank Shea is the compiler of 25 short plays, international, in which is much exotic work, plays from Bengal and Burma, China and Japan and Uruguay, as well as from countries with whose drama we have more contact. But as an example of Mr. Shea's selections we may note, from among the writers whose work is fairly familiar, that Austria is represented by a Schnitzler piece, Italy by one of Robert Bracco's comedies, Hungary by Lajos Biaros The Bridegroom, Russia by an example of Chekhov, and Spain by Echegaray. I may at this point advantageously call attention to Mr. Shea's 1001 Plays for the Little Theatre, and his new 1001 Longer Plays, not anthologies, but exhaustive lists. The plays are listed alphabetically by authors and by organizations, and the title, nature of the work, number of men and women characters, publisher, and price of each play is given. Certain other books, though offering a number of one-act plays, have too few inclusions to be described as anthologies. Such are one-act plays from the Yiddish, translated by Etta Block and presenting half a dozen effective pieces, 3 modern Japanese plays, translated by Yosen T. Iwasaki and Glenn Hughes, and showing the direct result of Western influences on the Japanese theatre, and Double Demon and other one-act plays, by A. P. Herbert and others, one of the British Drama League series. Colin Campbell Clements, whose plays for a folding theatre is known to most amateurs, has a new book this season called Plays for Pagans, containing 5 entertaining short plays, all easy of stage production. Another such group is to be found in Garden Varieties, by Kenyon Nicholson, 6 plays, most of them farcical and amusing. Certain other one-act plays I shall speak of later in this chapter. But the record of excellent anthologies is not yet completed. A Treasury of Plays for Children, by Mr. Moses, provides 14 dramas with the abundance of incident and action which young people demand, but with considerable literary merit besides. Mr. Shea, again, is the compiler of a treasury of plays for women, 18 in all, requiring only women to cast or containing only such male characters as may easily be enacted by women, and also of a treasury of plays for men, 21 altogether, which men may stage without feminine help. A treasury of plays for men also offers a working library list for the Little Theatre and a bibliography of other anthologies. 2. In coming to the work of individual playwrights, I am afraid the method of conscientious enumeration must to a great extent go on. Granville Barker's work is almost too well known to require special comment. His plays, some one of which is almost certain to be found in any comprehensive anthology, are published in 7 volumes, each a single drama except the 3 short plays. An atoll, to be sure, is simply Mr. Barker's splendid version of Arthur Schnitzler's gay satire on a gilded youth of Vienna. Probably Waste, at once intimate in its discussions and intensely serious, is the best-known drama by Barker, but The Madras House, with its humors of feminine psychology, and The Voysey Inheritance, that fine study of middle-class English family life, are both popular. The others are The Marrying of Anne Leet, at once a comedy and a satire, and the 3-act play called The Secret Life, a play of present-day England touched with philosophy and mysticism and occasional cynicism, but of the same distinctive quality as Barker's other work. 3 plays by Louis Beach have been published. A Square Peg presents the tragic results of a mother's unflinching rule of her family. The Goose Hangs High is a comedy of family loyalty and affection which brings the younger generation face to face with its elders. It has been a success of the last New York season. But the one to which I want to direct attention especially is Anne Vroom, a play in 7 scenes giving the story of a girl's long wait for happiness when she postpones marriage to care for her parents. This play has a very fine acceleration of dramatic interest, of emotional intensity, and its literary quality is of a high order. It is evident that Mr. Beach does nothing badly. The history of Owen Davies has been told many times, but I do not suppose its impression of the extraordinary is ever lessened. He wrote, for years, melodramas of the Nellie, the beautiful cloak model order. I am by no means sure he did not write Nellie. In those days he supplied the theatres of the Bowery and other avenues no better as to art if less notorious. It should be said that however cheap were these works, they were infinitely more respectable and of a better moral character than some pretentious affairs playing uptown. Mr. Davies had 2 reasonable purposes: to learn playwriting and to make necessary money. When he had accomplished both, being still a young man, he turned to work of a different description. His play, The Detour, 1921, the story of a woman's never-dying aspiration and hope, was one of the finest things of its season. Clear-cut, dramatic, with comedy and pathos interwoven, it depicted mental and spiritual force pitted against solely material ambition in a way that those who saw or read it did not forget. The evidence was clear that a new American dramatist of the first rank had been born. Icebound, 1922, had immediate attention and very marked critical praise, crowned by the award to it of the Pulitzer Prize by Columbia University as the best American play of the year. The most successful American playwright of his day, Clyde Fitch, was also one of the ablest. The memorial edition of the plays of Clyde Fitch, edited, with introductions, by Montrose J. Moses and Virginia Gerson, and published in 4 volumes, is a gallant and important affair. The edition is definitive and contains 3 plays that were never before in print: The Woman in the Case, Lover's Lane, and that most important of the Fitch plays, The City. The 4th volume of this edition contains Mr. Fitch's address on the play and the public. 78. The 4 volumes of representative plays by Henry Arthur Jones, edited, with historical, biographical, and critical introductions, by Clayton Hamilton, assemble in a splendid library edition the most interesting work of the British dramatist. Henry Arthur Jones wrote some 60 or 70 plays, printed mainly in pamphlet form, scripts, for the use, primarily, of actors, professional and amateur. These Mr. Hamilton sifted, at the same time making an effort to indicate the range and variety of Jones's work. As a consequence, representative plays opens with a celebrated old-time melodrama, The Silver King, and illustrates the stages in the author's progress until he arrived, in the composition of The Liars, at a really great accomplishment as a master of modern English comedy. Mr. Hamilton's introductions carry the reader's attention from play to play along a continuous current of historical, biographical and critical comment. Probably the best-known inclusions are the plays in the 3rd volume, Michael and His Lost Angel, The Liars, Mrs. Dane's Defense, and The Hypocrites. Of Cosmo Hamilton's 4 plays I have already made mention, 79, and perhaps I should have spoken of Percival Wilde when dealing with one-act plays. Mr. Wilde's work is itself an anthology of the one-act play. This New Yorker was for a while in the banking business. On the publication of his first story he received so many requests to allow its dramatization that he thought he would investigate the drama himself. That was not more than a dozen years ago, yet now Percival Wilde is commonly said to have had more plays produced, or rather, to have had a greater number of productions, in American little theaters than any other playwright. His books to date, of this sort, are 5. 8 comedies for little theaters contains The Previous Engagement, The Dyspeptic Ogre, Catsby, the sequel In the Net, His Return, The Embryo, and A Wonderful Woman. Then there are his other collections, Dawn, and other one-act plays of Life Today, 6, A Question of Morality, and other plays, 5, and The Unseen Host, and other war plays, 5, and The Inn of Discontent and other fantastic plays. 5. George Kelly, a young American born in a suburb of Philadelphia, had the daring to satirize the Little Theater movement in America in The Torchbearers, which had a New York success. In this past season his play, The Show-Off, has not only been a memorable success but has perhaps had more unqualified praise than any drama in years. I might as well begin boldly and say that The Show-Off is the best comedy which has yet been written by an American, writes Hayward Brown in his preface to the published play, and this does not much exaggerate the note of the general chorus. The committee named to recommend a play for the award of the annual Pulitzer Prize selected The Show-Off, and the overruling of their choice by the Columbia University authorities was the subject of considerable controversy, not entirely free from indignant feeling. What is this play? A transcript of life, in 3 acts, the title page truthfully calls it. The chief character, Aubrey Piper, liar, braggart, egoist, is almost dreadfully real. It is perhaps possible, however depressing, to regard him as a symbol of all mankind, bringing us to realize the toughness of human fiber, as Mr. Brown suggests. But it seems to me much more likely that the play's great merit and supreme interest lies in another point that Mr. Brown makes. There is no development of character in Aubrey, but only in ourselves, the audience, who come to know him progressively better, and finally to know him to the last inescapable dredge. Most critics have tended, I think, to overlook the splendid characterization of Mrs. Fisher, Aubrey's perspicacious and unrelenting mother-in-law. The play is too true for satire, too serious for comedy, too humanly diverting for tears. It is certainly not to be missed. The Lilies of the Field, a comedy by John Hastings Turner, author of several novels, including that very engaging story, Simple Souls, is one of the British Drama League series and will probably have a New York production this season. The desire of twin daughters of an English village clergyman to become the wives of young men met in London, young men who toil not, neither do they spin except at dances, produces the complications, which are both entertaining and somewhat satirical. Of the other British Drama League plays, The Prince, by Gwen John, deals with Queen Elizabeth, and is a study of character, based on contemporary evidence, while Lawrence Binion's Eulalie is drama in verse, telling a picturesque story of Eastern Asia. Mr. Binion has made studies of Oriental art and his drama is of quite exceptional literary quality. Of novel interest is The Sea Woman's Cloak and November Eve, a volume containing 2 plays by the American writer, Amelie Rives, Princess Trubetskoy, that are as Irish as work by Lady Gregory, Yeats, or J.M. Synge. The Sea Woman's Cloak is based on an old legend of Ganor's mating with a mortal. November Eve tells how Ilva, who is fairy struck, saves a soul the godly folk won't risk their own souls to save. Dragon's Glory, a play in 4 scenes by Gertrude Nevels, is based on an old Chinese legend, and makes very amusing reading and a most actable comedy. Yao Chao has purchased the finest coffin in China, Dragon's Glory, and the action of the piece centers about this treasure, in which the estimable Yao Chao reposes until a crisis which is the climax of the play. The two series known respectively as the Modern Series and the Little Theatre Series consist of plays published in pamphlet form at a low price for the convenience of amateur theatrical organizations. Included in these series are separate plays by such authors as Booth Tarkington, Christopher Morley, Edna St. Vincent Millay, Eugene O'Neill, Stuart Walker, Floyd Dell, Rupert Brooke, and others, to a present total of 30 titles. The Modern Series, edited by Frank Shea, has two particularly striking new titles in Lord Byron and Autumn. Lord Byron, a play in 7 scenes by Maurice Ferber, is of the genre of Drinkwater's Abraham Lincoln and Mr. Eaton's and Mr. Cobb's Queen Victoria. Byron is one of the most dramatic of the possible subjects for a biographical play, and Mr. Ferber's work will undoubtedly be frequently staged and very much read at this time of the Byron centenary. Autumn, in 4 acts, by Ilyas Agushev, translated by David Amodel, is the picture of jealousy between a young wife and an adopted daughter. This is one of the strongest plays I have ever read, says Frank Shea. It is our first introduction to the work of the Russian author, and part of its novelty consists in the last act, which achieves a monotony that is real and genuine. It does not bring husband and wife together in happiness, but shows that there is nothing else for them to do but to go on. But the other new titles in the Modern Series deserve brief mention. Words and Thoughts, by Don Marquis, presents John and Mary Speaker, who utter the usual banalities of the world, and John and Mary Thinker, who utter their true and less pleasant thoughts. John L. Balderston's A Morality Play for the Leisure Class pictures a rich collector's boredom in heaven when he finds that his treasures there have no monetary value. There is an O. Henry twist to the ending. Walter McClellan's The Delta Wife is a genre play of the Mississippi River mouth, in type resembling Hell-Bent for Heaven. The Lion's Mouth, by George Madden Martin and Harriet L. Kennedy, deals with the relations of blacks and whites. A white doctor ignores a black child in his efforts to save a white baby. An old mammy has an invaluable herb cure, but finding that the doctor cares nothing for her grandson's life, she refuses to save the white infant. Wilbur Daniel Steele's The Giant's Stare is a study in mood and atmosphere, like many of his short stories. Before the play opens, a man has been murdered. A terrific storm is raging. The scene is between the widow and her demented sister and the sheriff. Action, by Holland Hudson, is a swift-moving, melodramatic comedy. The son of a silk dealer returns from selling airplanes to protest that the life of a silk salesman is dull. His objections are interrupted by the entry of 2 silk loft burglars and 2 bootleggers, followed by federal officers and policemen with drawn weapons. The new titles in the Little Theatre Series, edited by Grace Adams, include Edna St. Vincent Millay's aria The Capo and her The Lamp and the Bell. Edna St. Vincent Millay's work is known throughout America. The Lamp and the Bell, a Shakespearean play written for a Vassar College anniversary, has for its theme women's friendship, and is very nearly unique among compositions for an occasion in having solid literary and dramatic merit. Its fresh, vigorous, creative quality is enriched by some lovely lyrical inclusions. Aria the Capo, Miss Millie's bitterly ironic, beautiful and interesting one-act fantasy, has been played, one is tempted to believe, everywhere, and will for years be played again and again. No contemporary Pierrot and Columbine composition excels it, if, indeed, any matches it. Mary Macmillan's Pan or Pierrot is a play for children, to be acted out of doors. And I must again call attention to John Farrar's charming plays for children in The Magic Seashell. 3 books about the theatre are various, of course, ranging from aesthetic studies down to the most practical handbook for amateurs. Of the latter, I should certainly put first Barrett H. Clark's How to Produce Amateur Plays, now in a new and revised edition. This manual is as nearly indispensable to amateur actors as anything can be. It tells how to choose a play, how to organize, the principles of casting, and the methods of rehearsing. It gives very necessary information about the stage itself, lighting, scenery and costumes, and makeup. There is also a list of good amateur plays and information about copyright and royalty. Another book that will be particularly welcomed by schools and social organizations is Claude Merton Wise's Dramatics for School and Community, which covers much the same fields as Mr. Clark's work. I have already spoken of Percival Wilde's astonishing success as an author of one-act plays. It makes his book on the craftsmanship of the one-act play the last word on the subject. But the special value of Mr. Wilde's book is that it considers everything having to do with the construction of the one-act play from the point of view of the stage director as well as that of the author. Granville Barker's The Exemplary Theatre, though by one of the best-known men of the group interested in and influencing modern dramatic theory and aesthetics, is preeminently a practical book. It considers the theatre as a civic institution and has a valuable chapter on the inner and outer organization of a repertory theatre, but the chapters on a director's duties, choosing the best plays, training the company, scenery and lighting, and audiences are of widespread applicability. A mention of books about the theatre is fated to omit many excellent volumes, but can scarcely fail to include a series of books which give a complete circumspection of contemporary drama. The most recent volume in the series is The Contemporary Drama of Russia, by Leo Wiener, professor of Slavic languages and literature at Harvard. This entirely new study is likely to create a commotion, for it belies utterly the conclusions generally arrived at as to the relative value of the work of such playwrights as Chekhov, Gorky, Andreev, Sologub, Evrenov and others, and it brings into prominence many names never heard of before outside of Russia. Its picture of the origin and development of the Moscow Art Theatre is not the one of popular legend, and should probably be narrowly compared with that given by Konstantin Stanislavski in his My Life in Art, 80, and with other accounts. Professor Wiener has relied, however, upon letters, theatrical annals, and other contemporary records. His bibliographies contain fairly full accounts of plays from Ostrovsky to the present, lists of books and articles on the contemporary Russian drama, and lists of all English translations of plays. The Contemporary Drama of England, by Thomas H. Dickinson, covers adequately the history of the English stage since 1866. Ernest Boyd's The Contemporary Drama of Ireland presents the Irish literary movement and the work of Irish dramatists. The Contemporary Drama of Italy, by Landa McClintock, traces the development of the modern Italian theatre from its inception down to the present day, and has interesting chapters on Gabriele D'Annunzio and the writers now popular in Italy. Frank W. Chandler's The Contemporary Drama of France, a longer work than the three preceding, presents a survey and interpretation of French drama for 3 decades, from the opening of the Théâtre Libre of Antoine to the conclusion of the World War. 16. A reasonable view of Michael Arlen. There is a book called These Charming People. In making this statement I pause for an uncertain time. It is necessary to allow a little interval for readers, quite as necessary as it is for the orator to give his audience its innings. Readers do not create the same interruption for a writer, and that is in itself a pity. That fact defeats much writing, for the writer has rushed on before the reader's mind has had a chance to see the little and settle, passing on to a comparatively calm acceptance of the next assertion. But you can take anybody's word for These Charming People, anybody's, that is, who has read it, and the number of persons who have read it is very large and increases steadily. The truth is, this book and its author have become fashionable, and when a book and an author have become fashionable, some persons will go to any length. Now it is known that Michael Arlen is the author of These Charming People, but who knows who Michael Arlen may be? Is there a view of Michael Arlen? In the favorite adjective of one of Mr. Arlen's characters, is there a reasonable view of the presumptively charming person? Yes. The main perspective is before us. Looking down it, we discern that 2 years, and less than 2 years, ago, nobody in America who was anybody in America, or anywhere else, had heard of Michael Arlen. I will not conceal the dark fact that 2 books of his, entitled A London Venture and The Romantic Lady, had been published in America. However, 2 years ago, as I write, there was published in America a novel called Piracy. No reason existed why people should buy it and read it, apart from the usual totally inadequate one of the book's merits. Yet people did buy it and read it. People said, "This is rather nice." Piracy sold. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Spanish Main. If it took life, and perhaps it did take a life or 2, socially speaking, it did so, in Mrs. Wharton's words describing the methods of old New York society, without effusion of blood. And early this year, 1924, there was published a book called These Exactly. Well, it was so gay, so well-mannered, so witty, so far more than so that women of the most varied taste, and even strong prejudices, raved over it, and men of the most invariable taste bought as many as 6 to a dozen copies to give away to their friends. The success of Michael Arlen's new novel, The Green Hat, has thus been rendered a mere matter of dispersing the good news. It will not do to broadcast it, one must be a little particular in matters of this sort. At the most, it is permitted casually to mention the fact that a new novel by Michael Arlen is about. Quite of course, one cannot decently say more than that The Green Hat is a well-polished affair, for still more of course, it isn't the hat but the head beneath it which counts. The head belongs to Michael Arlen. As far as The Green Hat goes, the woman of The Green Hat was Iris March, enchanting, unshakably true in friendship, incorrigibly loose in love as the disturbed reviewer for the London Times puts it. Everything she does has an unnatural elegance and audacity, he went on. But what had she done? She had broken a good many hearts before marriage and one afterward. She had turned a lover into a husband and then into a cynic, and what she did to Napier Harpenden and his young wife should have been unpardonable. Should. It is with a sense of having been cheated that we witness her final whitewashing. You see how upset he is, though one cannot say he is outraged, can one? When he talks about a lady like that. Two Londoners apparently know him as a dark, handsome, suave person who circulates in Mayfair. Travellers away from London report his presence at the correct season in Paris, Monte Carlo, and Biskra, not to mention the Riviera. He is outwardly one of the gay rout. He is inwardly, well, I don't know whether he would want me to mention. Librarians, some librarians, are relentless persons, however charming. They ferret. They discover things, and then they root them out. Or at any rate, they make records. Among other things of which they make records are the true names of authors. Was Mr. Tarkington, in infancy, Newton Booth Tarkington? Then it goes on the librarian's card. Was Joseph Conrad born Theodore Joseph Conrad Korzenioski? Then no well-trained librarian ever completely ignores the fact. An author, in the circumstances, cannot take too much pains to be born and christened aright. Occasionally the librarians make a grievous mistake, as when they identified Rebecca West as Regina Miriam Block. Caught in this astounding error, I believe they have now insisted that she is Cecily Fairfield. Yet they must be aware that both in England and America the law permits anyone to change his name at will. If he be consistent in the change, and if he use the new name and induce those who know him to use it, it becomes his lawful name. The sole purpose of going to court about a change of name is to make it a matter of public record, important when the title to property comes up for search. Rebecca West is, simply Rebecca West. All this is to a point, for already the librarians have rushed to affix to Michael Arlen the name Dikran Kuyumjian. Not only do they tack this name on him, they give it preference. I have before me a clipping from a periodical which is widely relied upon by librarians in making their records and buying their books. And this periodical begins a notice of these charming people as follows: Kuyumjian, Dikran, Michael Arlen, Soid. Where they got it, goodness, or rather badness, only knows. I suppose they chanced to learn that Michael Arlin is of Armenian blood. I have nothing to say against Dikran Kuyumjian as an excellent Armenian name. But I imagine Mr. Arlin may have something to say to the founders, editors and reporters of this periodical. I can only hope that, as his English is polite and polished, and as they appear to be versed in a foreign tongue, he will say it in Armenian. 3. Of course, the fact that he is an Armenian lends a joyous piquancy to one of the tales in these charming people. You remember the one where Mr. Michael Wagstaff impersonated greatly. It is called The Man with the Broken Nose, and as your copy of the book has been borrowed and never returned, I will quote it for you. The dark stranger walked silently but firmly. He was a tall young man of slight but powerful build. His nose, which was of the patrician sort, would have been shapely had it not once been broken in such a way that forever after it must noticeably incline to one side, and, though his appearance was that of a gentleman, he carried himself with an air of determination and assurance which would, I thought, make any conversation with him rather a business. There was any amount of back chat in his dark eyes. His hat, which was soft and had the elegance of the well-worn, he wore cavalierly. Shoes by Lob. At last a picture rose before our eyes, a large picture, very blue. Now who shall describe that picture which was so blue, blue even to the grass under the soldiers' feet, the complexions of the soldiers' faces and the rifles in the soldiers' hands? Over against a blue tree stood a man, and miserably blue was his face, while the soldiers stood very stiffly with their backs to us, holding their rifles in a position which gave one no room to doubt but that they were about to shoot the solitary man for some misdemeanor. He was the loneliest looking man I have ever seen. Manet said Talion. The dark young stranger was absorbed. He pulled his hat a little lower over his left eye, so that the light should not obtrude on his vision. "Come on," I whispered to Talion, for we seemed to be intruding, so that I was quite startled when the stranger suddenly turned from the picture to me. "You see, sir," he said gravely, "I know all about killing. I have killed many men." "Army Service Corps?" inquired Talion. "No, sir," snapped the stranger. "I know nothing of your corps. I am a Zitownli." "Please have patience with me," I begged the stranger. "What is a Zitownli?" He regarded me with those smoldering dark eyes, and I realized vividly that his nose had been broken in some argument which had cost the other man more than a broken nose. "Zitown," he said, "is a fortress in Armenia. For 500 years Zitown has not laid down her arms, but now she is burnt stones on the ground. The Zitownlis, sir, are the hillmen of Armenia." "I am an Armenian." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Talion murmured. "Why?" snarled the Armenian. "Well, you've been treated pretty badly, haven't you?" said Talion. "All these massacres and things." The stranger glared at him, and then he laughed at him. I shall remember that laugh. So will Talion. Then the stranger raised a finger and, very gently, he tapped Talion's shoulder. "Listen," said he. "Your manner of speaking bores me. Turks have slain many Armenians. Wherefore Armenians have slain many Turks. You may take it from me that, by sticking to it year in and year out for 500 years, Armenians have in a tactful way slain more Turks than Turks have slain Armenians. That is why I am proud of being an Armenian. And you would oblige me, gentlemen, by informing your countrymen that we have no use for their discarded trousers, which are anyway not so good in quality as they were, but would be grateful for some guns. He left us. I didn't know, I murmured, that Armenians were like that. I have been misled about Armenians. And he speaks English very well, said Talion thoughtfully. But no one would say he was Armenian if he wasn't, would he? For one of the 6 most famous American men novelists wrote about Michael Arlen a year or so ago, as follows: he is one of the phenomena of our time. You may or may not like phenomena, this seems a little gratuitous. But anyway, you probably like an original story, so in Michael Arlen's case you can compromise on that. He himself does not compromise on anything, though he did once say that discretion is the better part of literature. Since then, however, his novel, Piracy, in which half London society figures, has run into many editions. The other half is no doubt wondering what he will say next. Michael Arlen is 25 years old, and, having served the usual terms at an English public school and university, he is, so he says, entirely self-educated. There was also a war. And yet, though no human eye has ever seen him at work, he has written 4 successful books. The first, which he published at the age of 20, was his Memoirs and Confessions, for he thought that he would be done with them at the beginning. Many people thought that the book, A London Venture, was by George Moore under a pseudonym. Some papers stated the fact with authority. Since then he has been more frequently compared to Guy de Maupassant. Michael Arlen, photograph by Maurice Beck and Helen McGregor, London. Michael Arlen believes in working hard and living hard. He lives in Mayfair. Most of the summer he spends between Deauville and Biarritz, and most of the winter he may be found on the Riviera. The spring he spends in Venice. He also likes dancing and baccarat, and is a tournament tennis player. It is his considered opinion that if one had no enemies one would have no time to do any writing at all. So he has collected quite a number, whom he embitters by the amount of good work he does, while he amuses himself and his friends by never appearing to do any at all. That is, of course, a pose, but it is not a pose that everyone has the ability to wear. Try it and see. The New Statesman has called him the romantic comedian of our time, adding that he has no present equal in the dandyism of the soul. While the Daily Telegraph has said of him, he concerns himself with people who are bored to death unless they are in some sort of mischief. The ladies carry their frailty as the gentlemen carry their drink, like gentlemen. Michael Arlen writes with the truculence of a Mohawk and the suavity of a Beau Nash. This young man is among the last of those who believe that manners are worthwhile as manners. The chivalry of daily life is to him the king of indoor sports. And he has written that a gentleman is a man who is never unintentionally rude to anyone. 81. Now who is the famous American novelist who could have written thus and thus of Mr. Ullin? Tell it not in Gath, publish it not in Main Street, Ascalon. We are not allowed to reveal his chaste identity. If he had an Armenian name, perhaps. As a matter of fact, Michael Ullin was born in a Bulgarian village on the Danube. When he was 5 years old, his parents decided to move to England. After he had been at an English public school the usual term of years, he went to Switzerland to learn English. He was then 17. After he had been 17 for some months, his parents called him back to Manchester, where they lived. He got as far as London. His parents then abandoned him with rather less than the customary shilling. He started to write. His first book, a London venture, was a book of confessions, as at 18 he had nothing else to write about. His confessions confessed little except poverty and loneliness. He was foreign, young, careless of literary cliques, stayed up dancing all night and worked all day. London got to hear about him. He got a name in Fleet Street by never going to see an editor in his office. Michael Ullin always asked the editor to come outside and face him over a cocktail. The romantic lady arrived, greatly disappointing the publishers, as she was a book of short stories. Ullin said she would get on, and she did, in moderation. Piracy was perhaps the book of a young man who had lived hard and fought hard, with his tailors. It enabled him to pay them, but it was Ullin's opinion that he had not yet begun to write. In an interview he said that so far he had been playing scales in public. These charming people came on, but the author was writing his big novel, The Dark Angel, and gave little heed to anything else. The Dark Angel took him a year. He destroyed it. He realized that it was not the advance on piracy which he and the most intelligent part of his public expected. The green hat more nearly satisfies him. But already there is a word minted. These charming people, observes Mr. Philip Page, in some nondescript London newspaper cutting, is very Ullin-esque. Mr. Page preferred it to piracy, and it is indeed better work, although he missed the fun which piracy afforded of celebrity spotting, and the satisfaction of being able to say to myself, with a glowing feeling of being in the swim, here is Lady Diana Cooper, or here is Mr. Eddie Marsh. It is to be feared that most Americans cannot have Mr. Page's warm sensation of culture, but in our uncultured way it is quite possible for us to enjoy such a portrait as the following, from Piracy, for we have him in America, too. The poetry Pretty Lytton discovered was often good, for his was a delicate and conservative taste. But it would have been easier to appreciate the good if one could only have discovered it among the bad, for his was also a delicate and kindly nature. While as for the young poets, of whom many called and all were chosen, he was continually begging his women friends, particularly Lois and Virginia, not to be too cruel to them, for they were so sensitive and worthwhile. To see and speak to Pretty Lytton in a crowded room was really very comforting, sometimes, which was just as well, since he was always in every room that happened to be crowded, saying, "Isn't it a marvelous party?" He gave all his women friends beautifully bound copies of Tristram Shandy, which he said was the only book. And now, what shall I say? I could quote the processional of admiring, envious and rapturous adjectives applied to Mr. Ullin's work. I could quote other notes of his fashionable progress as a person as well as a writer, but it would be repetitious. Besides, you will prefer to form your own adjectives and perfect your own legend, which is right and proper, and ever so charming of you. Kindly note that the correct name and address is Mr. Michael Ullin, 14 Queen Street, Mayfair, London, W1. Ask to be put through to Grosvenor 2275. But only in the season, only in the season. Books by Michael Ullin 1920, A London Venture 1921, The Romantic Lady 1923, Piracy, A Romantic Chronicle of These Days 1924, These Charming People 1924, The Green Hat, A Romance for a Few People, Sources on Michael Ullin, Review of These Charming People by Arthur Warr in the Daily Telegraph, London, for the 6th of July, 1923. Curtis Brown, Curtis Brown Limited, 6 Henrietta Street, Covent Garden, London, WC2. 17 Palettes and Patterns in Prose and Poetry. I was it Emerson who said of the poems by Emily Dickinson that they were poetry pulled up by the roots, with the earth and dew clinging to them. I can't be sure, for someone has culpably made off with my copy of Thomas Bailey Aldrich's Ponkapog Papers, in which there is a pleasant essay on Emily Dickinson. Aldrich, of course, said in his meticulous way that poetry should not be pulled up by the roots, but modern feeling does not agree with him, holding the bit of earth and the sparkle of dewy freshness evidence incontrovertible that the flower is authentic and not mere paper or wax. Emily Dickinson lived from 1830 to 1886, a recluse who in her lifetime wrote over 600 poems, hardly any of which were published until after her death. And then, but the estimation in which she is held, and a sequence of fame, steadily grows. Almost 40 years after her death, she is more read and more delighted in than ever. A mystic akin only to Emerson. W. P. Dawson, the English critic, says in his own anthology, "Among American poets I have named two, Poe and Emily Dickinson." And a reviewer for the London Spectator said not long ago, Mr. Conrad Aiken in his recent anthology of American poets calls Emily Dickinson's poetry perhaps the finest by a woman in the English language. I quarrel only with his perhaps. Splendid news, therefore, that we now have a new one-volume edition of her work. The Complete Poems of Emily Dickinson contains all the verse which appeared in Poems, First Series, in Poems, Second Series, and in Poems, Third Series, and also those in the book brought out as recently as 1914, The Single Hound. The total body of Emily Dickinson's work is therefore presented, and all in a new and proper arrangement, making the edition definitive. Emily Dickinson's niece and biographer, Martha Dickinson Bianchi, has written an introduction for the work. Having begun, in spontaneity and pleasure, with poetry, let us stick to it a while. Here are 3 more volumes by women poets, sisters, the Brontes, no less. Clement K. Shorter has edited them and C. W. Hatfield has provided the bibliographies and notes. They are the complete poems of Charlotte Bronte, of Anne Bronte, of Emily Jane Bronte, respectively. Each is a first complete collection, and each contains a large percentage of poems never before published. I need not say anything of the romance investing the lives of these 3 women. Shut in a lonely parsonage in bleak moorland country, haunted by ill health and destined to die young, they made their lives one of the most extraordinary adventures in the history of the literary spirit. Their verse, of course, shows the Byronic influence. The indefatigable J.C. Squire has been busy compiling an A book of American verse with ingratiating results. Himself a poet, an editor who selects new verse and a critic, Mr. Squire has ranged over the whole field of American literature from its beginnings and has been at once personal and catholic in his inclusions. His most recent collection of his own work, Essays on Poetry, includes short papers on Matthew Arnold, Thomas Hardy, A. E. Housman, W. B. Yeats, and some others. Walter de la Mare, A Biographical and Critical Study, by R. L. Gross, is the first book devoted to the life and writings of this poet and prose writer of such marked distinction. Mr. Gross says that the purpose of his volume is to show the poet of dream in a human light and in relation to the rest of society. It is difficult to think of a living writer of more interest for such a study than the author of the Memoirs of a Midget, the close friend of Rupert Brooke, and the poet of happiest childhood as well as of soberly reflective and tranquil age. Mr. Gross's book has the charm of its subject, and more. One need not be a professor or scholar in the technical sense to write a good book on English literature, and the proof of it, if a fresh one be needed, is T. Earl Welby's A Popular History of English Poetry. Mr. Welby is an amateur, unless his amateur standing may have been impaired by his articles in the London Saturday Review and his other book, A Critical Study of Swinburne. A Popular History of English Poetry is said to be the only one-volume book of its sort, but whether it is or not, it is remarkably welcome. Its survey runs from Chaucer. There is even a prefatory chapter on pre-Chaucer, to Meredith and Hardy and Masefield and de la Mare. And it deserves the adjective in front of the word history in its title. Anyone who knows or cares about poetry at all can read with delighted ease and will learn something in every chapter. Mr. Welby has both a fertile knowledge and a light touch. His judgments are neither vague characterizations nor conventional utterances. He has taste and he has an opinion, and he gives you each. To leave the poets for the moment but to keep in the sense of an exquisite color and form, Echo de Paris, by Lawrence Housman, is a bit of severely ornamented reminiscence which I think of first when now I think of decorative prose, not so much because of its own brief perfection as because of its subject. Oscar Wilde's influence is not a negligible thing in a contemporary literature which embraces Cabell, Hergeshima, Eleanor Wiley, Carl Van Vechten, and others, both American and English, who value words somewhat as James Huneker valued them, for their sound, shape, smell and taste. I take from the London Times a description of Echo de Paris, at the end of September, 1899. Three friends are sitting in a café near the Place de l'Opéra. They are awaiting a guest for luncheon, and from their amicable chatter we learn that it is Wilde who is expected. Presently he appears, and while they take their aperitifs holds his audience with that marvelous conversation which long before had made him legendary. It is substantially the record of an actual conversation, Mr. Houseman tells us, for he was the host on this occasion. Apart from the actuality of the setting, he has imagined a dramatic incident which he believes, though symbolical, will represent the existing emotional situation. As Wilde talks, with an apparent indifference to his personal disaster, another man is seen coming along the street. He advances toward the group, all of whom he knows well, especially Wilde, who befriended him before his imprisonment, but, after clearly recognizing them, passes on without a sign. Wilde continues to weave his unwritten stories, but he has been deeply hurt and gracefully disentangles himself from a luncheon which, faced with the spectators of his pain, would have been more than even he could bear. The difficulty of producing a reasonable imitation of Wilde's conversation has been overcome so successfully that we sometimes feel that one of his essays is being read by one of the characters in his comedies. There is that combination of verbal wit and bold intellectual paradox. In these pages we are made to feel something of the reality on which his reputation was built. Judges so diverse as Sinclair Lewis, James Branch Cabell, and Carl Van Vechten have uttered words of extreme praise for Eleanor Wiley's Jennifer Lorne. I don't know of a recent work before which one feels an equal impotence of the descriptive faculty. This novel of an 18th-century exquisite and his bride is as brightly enameled as the period it deals with. Every paragraph is lacquered. You have perhaps stood long before some Eastern carpet with old rose, cream, ivory and dark blue in enigmatical patterns, your eye delighting in its intricacy. Have you tried afterward to tell someone about it? Then, precisely, you know the difficulty of reporting Jennifer Lorne. It is worth noting, though, that the novel does not merely purvey an 18th-century story, it seeks to purvey it, with delicate, inner irony in the 18th-century manner. The adroit printing and binding in simulation of an 18th-century format was inevitable, perhaps, but it was not so inevitable that it should be so delightfully well done. An autobiography would seem to belong in chapter 12 of this book. I saved out Thomas Burke's autobiographical volume because the spirit of it, and the color of his writing, seemed to place it here. He calls it The Wind and the Rain. It is the most intimate book he has ever written, and the best since Limehouse Nights. From some standpoints it is better than that work. In The Wind and the Rain, Thomas Burke returns to Limehouse, telling of his boyhood and youth, of the squalor of his early years, of the loneliness and hunger of his city days, of the moments of spiritual exaltation that came to him at night in London streets. He recalls his friendship with old Kwang Lee, a storekeeper in the Causeway, his one-room house with an uncle, his adventures in the kitchen of the big house at Greenwich where his uncle worked, his rapturous hours in the street, his 4 wretched years in an orphanage, his running away and being sheltered by the queer woman in the queer house, his first job, his friendship with a girl of 13 and its abrupt end, his discovery of literature and pictures and music, his first short story, accepted when he was still an office boy, and then his first success. This somewhat long recitation speaks for itself and will kindle the imagination of anyone who ever read Thomas Burke or saw Griffith's film, Broken Blossoms. Hugh Walpole's critical study of Anthony Trollope is welcome both because a good account of Trollope is needed and because Walpole's own work used to be likened to that of the author of Barchester Towers. I believe the comparison is pretty well obsolete. Mr. Walpole is now rather the object than the subject of comparisons, but those who know Walpole best have long known of his very definite interest in Trollope and his gradual acquisition of materials for a survey of Trollope's work. The Anthony Trollope by Walpole is a book to set beside Frank Swinnerton's Gissing and R.L. Stevenson. We have a right to hope that the fashion will spread among the novelists, and I should like nothing better than to record a similar book by Arnold Bennett, even if, as is very probable, he would consent to do one only on a French subject, in which case he would probably select Stendhal. But this leads directly to the whole subject of literary discussions. It is too big to deal with here, and yet I can't drop it without some reference to the 2 most provocative books of the sort in recent memory. Dr. Joseph Collins is a well-known New York neurologist whose literary hobby has been cultivated in private during a number of years. It was the rich pungency of his conversation which first led to insistences that he write a book about authors. He did. The doctor looks at literature, with its praise of Proust and its incisiveness regarding D.H. Lawrence, its appreciation of Catherine Mansfield and its penetrating study of James Joyce, was something new, sparkling, resonant and simply not to be missed. Dr. Collins's second book, Taking the Literary Pulse, is as strongly brewed and as well flavored. I find it even more interesting because it deals to a much greater extent with American writers, Sherwood Anderson, Edith Wharton, Amy Lowell and others, and because of the uncompromised utterance in the first chapter on literary censorship, a subject which most discussion merely muddles. 3 of collections of essays. I have no hesitation in putting first the anthology by F. H. Pritchard, Essays of Today. Not only are the inclusions amply representative of the best work by contemporary English essayists, but to my mind Mr. Pritchard has supplied, in his introduction, one of the most inspiring essays of the lot. He writes, naturally, about the essay as a form of art, and shows quite simply how the essay and the lyric poem are the most intimate revelations of personality that we have in literature. His wisdom is equaled by a power of expression which can best be intimated by quoting a few of his words regarding the lyric, ordered by the strict limitations of rhythm, and obedient to the recurrences of rhyme and meter, the unruly ideas are fashioned into a lyric, just as scattered particles, straying here and there, are drawn together and fused into crystalline beauty. The difference, indeed, is one of temperature, the difference between lyric and essay. The metal bar, cold or lukewarm, will do anywhere, but heat it to melting point and you must confine it within the rigid limits of the mold or see it at length but an amorphous splash at your feet. Then follow 34 selections, each prefaced by a short biographical note on its author. Youth and old age, reminiscences, the spirit of place and of holiday, and various interrelations between life and letters are the subjects. Kenneth Grahame, Joseph Conrad, Maurice Hewlett, E. V. Lucas, Robert Lynd, W. B. Yeats, Hilaire Belloc, Rupert Brooke, C. E. Montague, E. Temple Thurston, Alice Meynell, George Santayana, Gilbert K. Chesterton and Edmund Gosse are some of the writers who achieve inclusion, and the variety of the essays is great. Irony, humor, romantic feeling, delight in places and sadness all have their moment. Such a collection, one feels, cannot but lead the reader to books by some of the authors represented, and I hope such readers will not miss Robert Lynd's The Blue Lion. Here are some chapters dealing apparently with children, birds, flowers, taverns and the like, but animated by that interest in, sympathy for and appreciation of human nature which is the field of the essay's most fertile cultivation. It is, to a great extent, the field which Robert Cortes Holliday has occupied himself with since the day of his walking stick papers, and while the title of his new book is Literary Lanes and Other Byways, the other byways are frequently the most engaging to tread. Mr. Holliday, for example, has been interviewing the ancient waiters on the subject of the golden years at a lost Delmonico's, and he has also become an authority on nightwear. But there is plenty of contact between life and literature in Literary Lanes. One essay is devoted to the subject of the vamp in literature, another to books as presents, another harvests bons mots from the inner circles of celebrated wits, and as Mr. Holliday would say, and so on. Stephen McKenna's By Intervention of Providence is a felicitous blend of diary, essay and short story, written by this novelist during an extended visit to the West Indies. The atmosphere of the West India Islands is conveyed with some care, while the digressions to the essay or the short story are anecdotal, philosophical, and frequently humorous. From day to day Mr. McKenna explains, I set down whatever fancy tempted me to write. The result can only be called essays in the Johnsonian sense of that word. I desire no more accurate definition of what is in part a series of letters, in part a journal, in part vagrant reminiscences, in part idle reflection, in part stories which I do not ask the reader to believe. But the potpourri, however unusual, will be welcomed alike by the traveler and the armchair tourist. For the return to poetry must not be deferred longer. And first let me speak of John Farrar's book of verse, The Middle Twenties, which is more than usually interesting because it is the first collection of his serious work in a half-dozen years. There has been none since his book, Forgotten Shrines. I do not forget songs for parents, but that is somewhat of a piece with his book of plays for children, The Magic Seashell, and it is likely it would continue popular for this reason alone. His work as an editor and an anthologist, with many other activities, have tended to obscure for the poet, and have certainly taken time and energy the poet could ill spare. But I know that much of the hardest work Mr. Farrar has done these past few years has been upon the verse in the middle 20s. The result ought to satisfy him, though probably it won't. He is not easily pleased with his own work. But all the poems in the middle 20s keep to a high level, and the volume has more than variety, it has positive and effective contrast. Whether he is most successful in the Amaryllis group, gay and rollicking, or in the savage pain and passion of the squaw is for the reader's own decision. But from the Flaming Ego, the opening poem, to the fine understanding of such work as War Women, the book affords a range of subject, treatment, and emotional feeling which leaves no reader indifferent. Nellie Burgett Miller's In Earthen Bowls explains its title in these lines which open the book: "So here we have our treasure in an earthen bowl, distorted, marred, and set to common use, and some will never see beyond the form of clay, and some will stoop to peer within and softly say, there is a wondrous radiance prisoned there, and I heard the stir of an angel's wing." Such a volume makes its candid appeal to the audience very large, which asks insistently for poems of a simple sincerity and a direct relation to daily lives. Their lives are the earthen bowls in which they want to be able to see the suggestion of something radiant and feel the stir of something divine. In the 57 poems in her book, Mrs. Miller has not tried to build an imaginary world, but has appealed to the love of nature, and to the feelings of happiness and grief, for her lyrical expression. The evidence of her success has been recorded in several ways. She has, for one thing, been made the chairman of the literary division of the National Federation of Women's Clubs. She has also been chosen Poet Laureate of her state, Colorado. Essentially the same qualities of mood and appeal characterize Martha Haskell Clark's book, The Home Road. Mrs. Clark has been a contributor of verse to Harper's and Scribner's magazines and to several of the enormously popular women's magazines, so-called. Her poems are concerned, as her title indicates, chiefly with the longing, often wistful and sometimes delightful, for an old home or fireside, old friends and holidays and memories. The language is as simple as the feeling. Curtis Hidden Page, professor of English at Dartmouth and compiler of English poets of the 19th century, writes the preface to The Home Road. Here is an anthology of recitations. Grace Gage's recitations, old and new for boys and girls, seems to me of more than ordinary interest, because the author is the buyer of books for one of the largest stores in the world. It is a store of so widespread a reputation that one thinks of it as constantly creating book readers from the mere fact of its having a book department. And certainly Miss Gage is in an unequaled position to know what, in the way of a book, people want. Well, she does. And having found no present-day book that quite met the problem, she has made one. Her recitations, Old and New for Boys and Girls has a foreword by Christopher Morley and contains poems dealing with every imaginable subject. They are divided into sections in a natural grouping: poems about and for children, poems about fairies, about birds and other animals, about flowers and seasons, humorous poems, patriotic poems, holiday poems. I can't remember them all. But despite the classification, the range is so great that over 200 poems had to go under miscellaneous. You are sure to find it there, if nowhere else. How were they chosen? With just 3 things in mind: 1. Their interest, 2. Their proved popularity, and 3. Their special fitness for recitation. The triple crown of the collection is the threefold index, of authors, of titles, and of first lines. And although people want poems for recitation, and though these poems are for recitation, there is nothing to debar this mammoth anthology as a book for reading. As such, it will be found a work of the utmost satisfaction. A book that particularly deserves inclusion in this chapter is the new illustrated edition of J. William Hudson's novel, Abbie Pierre. The great success of this charming story is of the kind that goes steadily on, year after year, and while our present-day taste is rather against the illustration of novels, a book of this character, like David Harum, can be greatly enhanced by the right pictures. Mr. Hudson has got exactly the thing, I think, in the 16 pencil drawings and the end papers by Mr. Edwin Avery Park. This artist will also become familiar to readers by his work in collaboration with Maitland Belknap in Princeton Sketches. Mr. Park travelled in the parts of France where the scenes of Abbie Pierre are laid and has caught both the spirit and character of place and tale. His drawings have been rather carefully reproduced as half-tones, and with other details of the book's new dress, make a volume of a sort in entire keeping with the novel's quality. 18 Coming, Courtney Riley Cooper, Coming. What I need at the moment is not a chapter but a billboard on which to paste with great splashy gestures a 3-sheet announcement: Coming, the literary Le Chien coming. Both words and pictures, yes, and muted notes from the steam calliope, are requisite to herald adequately the author of Under the Big Top. If I tell the story of Courtney Riley Cooper, fiction, even his own fiction, will seem colorless beside it. Therefore read no further. The lights are off and a beam flung from the projection room high overhead shows us, scene. Large white canvas mushrooms growing closely together and obviously attracting swarms of the human ant. Animals in gaudy cages, the living skeleton, lemonade, spangles and paper hoops. Close up. 15-year-old boy, at once timid and bold, interviewing the Master of Destinies. Caption: Boy, water the elephants. Scene: amphitheater within the largest of the tents. Several thousand faces that are all one face and that have even less significance than one face and that emit a crackling, collective sound. Clowns, masked by perpetually surprised looks painted on noses, mouths and eyebrows, in ballooning white costumes, rolling and tumbling about the arena. Thwack. Close up. 15-year-old ecstatic over the time of his life, working hard. Caption: spare the slapstick and spoil the child. Scene: office of the Denver Post, 12 years later. Enter Buffalo Bill, white hair pigtailed and everything. He strides up to the city editor. Caption: "Who's that reporter fellow, Flash? Film not broken, but we have just been informed that all motion picture rights in the career of Courtney Riley Cooper are reserved to Mr. Cooper. Please keep your seats too." He was born in Kansas City, Missouri, the 31st of October, 1886, the son of Baltimore Thomas Cooper and Catherine Greenolds Cooper. He is a descendant of the Calverts, lords of Baltimore, and of other settlers of Maryland and Virginia. He ran away from school in Kansas City to become waterboy and clown in a circus. He also became an actor, bill distributor, property man and song and dance artist with bad repertory companies playing East Lynne in Old Kentucky, the James Boys in Missouri and other classics of the road. He has been a newsboy, a trucker, a glove salesman, a monologist in vaudeville, a circus press agent, a newspaper man, and general manager of the world's second largest circus. He began writing at 24, a play, "The World's Worst Play," he says. "It was produced in Kansas City and I had to sit and watch the darned thing for 2 weeks. Then he began to write magazine stories. So great has been his output that at least 5 pen names have been necessary. They are Barney Fury, William O. Greenolds, Jack Harlow, Frederick Tierney and Leonard B. Hollister. He has written as much as 45,000 words of fiction in 3 days, or days and nights. As a newspaper man he has written 8 columns, 1,200 words to the column, in 2 hours. For such excesses he naturally pays in an inability to walk, eat or sleep for some immediate time afterward. It might be supposed that the work so turned out would be mere machine-made stuff, but this is not true. However, the ability to write at such speed has necessitated a small staff to gather the writer's material. There are several reasons why Mr. Cooper could never gather it all himself. He married, in 1916, Genevieve R. Fury, of Los Angeles, and they have a pleasant home in Idaho Springs, Colorado. Mr. Cooper gets his recreation in the mountains roundabout. But the stuff for the hundreds of stories he has written of circus life and jungle animal life cannot be renewed except from elsewhere. It cannot be renewed and added to sufficiently except, almost literally, from everywhere. After all, Mr. Cooper has contributed stories to more than 100 magazines. And if he were to stop writing to gather material, "I have a little circus all my own," he explains. He knows nearly everything that is happening in all the big shows. He keeps up an uninterrupted correspondence with circus people and he has 5 persons on his payroll at all times. One is a man who makes a specialty of circus pictures. Another is a lion trainer who has trained as many as 30 lions in one den. Whenever he has some unusual incident of animal behavior to report, he writes to Cooper. A third member of the little staff is an all-round animal man, menagerie superintendent and bullman. A fourth is a highly educated woman with 10 years' experience in training lions, tigers, leopards and elephants. Mr. Cooper pays her a salary and she takes assignments just as if she were a reporter, which, in fact, she is in this work. She is a reporter on animals, their training, and their characteristics. The fifth employee is a circus clown who sends a regular monthly letter reporting things that happen under the big top. There is, besides, a large number of volunteer correspondents, friends of long standing. Mr. Cooper has used his material both directly, in the form of articles, and in stories. While he was on his way from clown to general manager of the circus, he became deeply interested in jungle animals and discovered a great many human traits, or traits parallel, if you prefer, in them. He himself, it must be remembered, has been in the training dens with leopards, lions, tigers and pumas, and he has been in with as many as 6 lions and tigers at one time. He looks, in certain poses, remarkably like Erich von Stroheim, and the camera sometimes brings out the multitude of his freckles. He is bald and enjoys baldness. Better company is not to be had, and this is only partly due to the innumerable anecdotes at his command. Many of these grow out of his association with Buffalo Bill, whose personal secretary he was for a while and whose biographer, with Buffalo Bill's widow, Mrs. W. F. Cody, he became. There is, for example, the story of the time when Cooper contracted with a clipping bureau for newspaper notices. They were to be 10 cents each. They arrived, a bale, and with them a bill for $134.90. With a single exception, they consisted of 1,348 clippings about the Buffalo baseball team, which was much to the fore owing to the temporary existence of the Federal League. Cooper also told this story at a Dutch Treat Club luncheon in New York. Colonel Cody arrived home unexpectedly early one morning. Going to his wife's bedroom window, he tapped on the glass, calling, "It's all right, let me in." "Go away," said Mrs. Cody. "This is Buffalo Bill's house, and I'm his wife, and I can shoot, too." Buffalo Bill saw, remounted his horse and rode off to a neighboring saloon. Eventually he returned home, galloping up the driveway and onto the veranda of the house, letting out whoops the while. As he reached the door, a gentle voice greeted him from behind it. "Is that you, Willie dear?" In 1918 Mr. Cooper enlisted as a private in the United States Marines. Very shortly he was commissioned as a second lieutenant and sent to France to collate historical matter for the Marine Corps. He has a very exceptional talent for handling people in masses, and has sometimes been requisitioned by motion picture people and others who had spectacles to produce. As the talent is coupled with a talent for creative organization at least equal, the life of a writer represents a deliberate sacrifice of money on Cooper's part. For example, Wild West shows, rodeos and bucking horse contests are one of his hobbies. A few years ago he ran the first annual roundup at Colorado Springs. In 3 days the show took in $19,800 gate money. And the whole show, from the announcement, building of grandstands to seat 8,000 persons, hiring of cowboys, wild horses, bucking broncos, steers for bulldogging, advertising and everything else, was put on in less than 3 weeks. Overtures piled in on Cooper to go into the business in other places. In the end, he refused contracts for $150,000 for 2 years' work. For his books have been of 2 principal kinds, novels of the West and the 2 volumes, Under the Big Top and Lions and Tigers and Everything, that spring from the circus. The novels are The Crosscut, The White Desert, and The Last Frontier, in that order. Are they simply the usual westerns? No. There is in The Crosscut that quality of humor, that enjoyment of a capital hoax, which first cut out from the stampeding herd of Western stories Owen Wister's The Virginian. Almost everyone, recalling Mr. Wister's novel, thinks of the opening scene in which the cowboys, like Little Buttercup in Mr. Gilbert's Pinafore, mixed those babies up. That affair, so refreshingly different in its realism and sense of scandalous fun from the sentimental heroics of other Western tales, is easily recalled when most other incidents of the Virginian are forgotten. Similarly, one recalls with fresh amusement the ruse whereby R.E. Arkins got the Blue Poppy mine unwatered. Messrs. Fairchild and Arkins had very little capital, but by a convincing effect of drowning in the mine, the whole community was stirred to rescue the presumed corpse of Arkins. Machinery that the 2 men could not have hired was set to work pumping, and by the time the hoax was revealed, the mine was dry. The White Desert has nothing to do with sand and alkali, but is a story of the bleak, white stretches of the continental divide, where the world is a world of precipices, blue-green ice, and snow spray carried on the beating wings of never-resting gales. It is the tale of a lumber camp and of a highly dramatic, last-ditch struggle. Mr. Cooper admits that the first chapters were from an experience of his own. On the Burt Howard Pass, 11,300 feet high, his speedster broke down. Now safety speed on the roads thereabouts is possibly 15 miles an hour. The grades sometimes run as high as 18 and 20%. With no windshield, no gears to aid his brakes, no goggles and a sprained steering gear, Mr. Cooper was towed on these mountain roads by a largely liquored gentleman in a truck at a speed of 25 miles an hour. Mr. Cooper was bald before this happened. Essentially, The Crosscut and The White Desert are stories, The Last Frontier, with no sacrifice of story interest, can stake a claim of more importance. Like certain novels of Emerson Hough's, 82, and Hal G. Ivatz's, this is an accurate and alive presentation of American history in the guise of fiction. The period is 1867 to 68 when, as an aftermath of the Civil War, many impoverished families sought the unsettled frontier lands. The Kansas Pacific Railway, a link between East and West, was under construction, its every mile contested by the Indians. It was the period when Buffalo Bill made his reputation as a buffalo hunter and Indian scout, when General Custer nearly wore himself out hunting Indians, when the Battle of Beecher's Island aroused the nation. Buffalo Bill, Custer, and the building of the railroad are the true subjects of this fine romance which ends when the great stampede has failed. The buffalo were gone. Likewise the feathered beings who had striven to use them as a bulwark and had failed, enfiladed by scouts, volleyed by cavalry, their bodies were strewn in the valley with the carcasses of the buffalo. Within months Custer was to come back, and in triumph. The golden-haired general was to ride to the Battle of Washita at the head of the greatest army of troops ever sent against the red man. There would be other frontiers, true. But they would be sectional things, not keystones, such as this had been. These novels, in their order, mark a growth in the writer's stature, and Mr. Cooper, like others who show growth, has humility as well as ambition. The thing he has in mind to do, possibly in his next novel, is more difficult than anything he has done, an attempt to take a few contemporary lives and view them in the perspective that history affords. This, of course, is very hard to do. Certainly Sinclair Lewis did not do it in Main Street, and no amount of exact, faithful, realistic detail accomplishes it. It can only be done by simplifying one's material so that a few humble people are seen as typifying human endeavor. But if the effort is successful, the result will mean as much in one century as in another, and the work will live. Mr. Cooper's 2 books based on the circus accomplish something that no one else, so far as I know, has even attempted. They make a permanent and fascinating record of a truly American institution. Under the big top presents the circus as a whole, although 5 of the 11 chapters are concerned with the circus animals. Lions and tigers and everything is wholly about the menagerie. The first of these books is a curious illustration of the breach ordinarily existing between literature and life. Although, in the complexities of a surface civilization, the circus may hold less significance for Americans today than 50 or 40 or even 20 years ago, most of us were brought up to go to the circus. Or, at any rate, went. The formative influence of the circus on American character is incalculably great. Yet neither literature nor formal education took any cognizance of the circus tent. Public officials, as Mr. Cooper points out, very generally took into consideration the educational value of circus animals when fixing license fees. But that was about all the notice of value the circus got. Where were books on the circus? When was the circus reckoned with by the professional analysts of American character? How far has present-day American advertising acknowledged its immense debt to the traveling show? What Matthew Arnold or James Bryce coming to our shores to examine American character and lacking, possibly, the wisdom of the serpent acquired the wisdom of the circus? And our psychologists busied with delicate tests on the nerve endings of frogs, were they dumbbells so long? They were. They went not to the circus, the sluggards, they examined not its ways. Yet it would be true to say that the circus is the one most typical American institution. Between the American circus and the traveling shows of other lands, no comparison is possible. In size, in variety, in achievements of audacity, devotion and courage, the American Big Tent Show has no rival. It is, to begin with, playing around in a country which is to most other countries as a 10-acre field is to a city lot. Its self-reliance must be complete. Its morale, especially in the days of its greatest importance, has had to be high and unwavering, for otherwise excellent people have been its unrelenting foes. At the same time, the circus has been something much more than a spectacle. Frequently it has been a cooperative enterprise. Mr. Cooper gives some idea of the innumerable occasions on which the American small boy, judiciously and fairly rewarded with a free ticket, has pulled the circus out of some insuperable physical difficulty. The circus was the original discoverer of the most important element in American psychology, the love of bigness and display, the admiration for achievement in size. It was the circus which first put in firm practice the important principle of human nature which time merely refines upon, the desire to be bunked, and the circus drew the correct line between bunk and bunco and with the fewest exceptions steered clear of bunco. Now in Under the Big Top, Mr. Cooper, who naturally knows circuses, gaily gives the whole show away, a process which a good show can come out of with colors flying. And the circus does. The gist of the book, the real why of the circus, will be found in that rousing final chapter written upon the text. Rain or shine, the world's greatest show will positively appear. Here are stories of that ultimate sheer persistence which is the spirit of the circus and, pretty nearly, the history of the nation to which it belongs. 6. The chapters on animals in Under the Big Top led directly to Mr. Cooper's Lions and Tigers and Everything, which is the menagerie inside out. In the course of long study of caged and captive jungle creatures, and aided by the continuous study of his staff helpers, Mr. Cooper has found no human emotion which these animals do not exhibit at some time or other in appropriate circumstances. I have seen jealousy, insanity, hallucination, the highest kind of love including mother love, the fiercest brand of hate, trickery, cunning and revenge. I have seen gratitude. The only desire I will exclude as not being common to humans and animals is the desire for money. There is a corresponding animal desire, however. It is horse meat. Horse meat is the currency of the animal kingdom. 83. The extraordinary instance of Casey, a giant, black-faced chimpanzee, 84, captured in infancy in the Cape Lopez district of Africa, has suggested to Mr. Cooper that something most remarkably approaching a man could be bred from a monkey in as few as 4 generations. Not a physical likeness, but mental, is the prospect. Enough apes of Casey's type would be necessary to avoid inbreeding, and the first generation born in captivity would have to be subjected to wholly human contacts. 85. About 150 years would be required for the experiment. But Lions and Tigers and Everything is a book of fact, not of theories. It is most valuable, perhaps, in its contrast between the old and new methods of animal training. Mr. Cooper shows in the first chapter the transformation that has come about. The circus animal trainer of today is not chosen for his brutality, or his cunning, or his so-called bravery. He is hired because he has studied and knows animals, even to talking their various languages. There are few real animal trainers who cannot gain an answer from their charges, talking to them as the ordinary person talks to a dog and receiving as intelligent attention. Animal men have learned that the brute isn't any different from the human. The surest way to make him work is to pay him for his trouble. In the steel arena today, the animals are just so many hired hands. When they do their work, they get their pay. The present-day trainer doesn't cow the animal or make it afraid of him. The first thing to be eliminated is not fear on the part of the trainer, but on the part of the animal. Sugar for dogs, carrots for elephants, fish for seals, stale bread for the polar bears, a bit of honey or candy for the ordinary species of bear, pieces of apple or lumps of sugar for horses. Every animal has his reward for which he'll work 100 times harder than ever he did in the old and almost obsolete days of fear. With lions, tigers and leopards, the trainer, imitating their own sound that expresses satisfaction, can convey to them his satisfaction with their work. And there is catnip. To a house cat, catnip is a thing of ecstasy. To a jungle cat it holds as much allurement as morphine to a dope user, or whiskey to a drunkard. The great cats roll in it, toss it about their cages, purr and arch their backs, all in a perfect frenzy of delight. Does this new method of animal training seem to remove from the circus menagerie most of its adventure and romance? Does Mr. Cooper's account of the Wallace Act, in which a lion impersonates an untamable lion and fights its trainer, seem to sickle over all such performances a hopeless theatricalism? The answer may be found in the pages of Lions and Tigers and Everything, a chronicle of breathlessness if ever there was one. Here are stories of Mabel Stark, Captain Ricardo, Bob McPherson and many others to make the hair curl, stories of animals that remembered and men that forgot, of trained dogs and untrained leopards, of animal nature and, best of all, of human nature. How much better, this book, than the fiction which attempts to approach animals from the imaginative side. With a low bow in the direction of Mr. Kipling, it may be pointed out that the ordinary child's sole contact with the beasts of the jungle is through the circus menagerie or the zoo. As captive animals are utterly different from wild, it is in terms of the captive existence that the child reasonably craves to know and appreciate them. I say child, but in this matter we are all children, regardless of age. But no one who reads Lions and Tigers and Everything will ever see an animal act again without an observation at least twice as intelligent or an interest at least doubly great. Books by Courtney Riley Cooper. The Eagle's Eye, with William J. Flynn, then Chief of the U.S. Secret Service, 1919. Dear Folks at Home, with Kemper F. Cowing, 1919. Memories of Buffalo Bill, with Mrs. William F. Cody, 1921 The Crosscut 1922 The White Desert 1923 The Last Frontier 1923 Under the Big Top 1924 Lions and Tigers and Everything Sources on Courtney Riley Cooper Several are referred to in footnotes to the text of the chapter. The usual record will be found in Who's Who in America, and there is Mr. Cooper himself, address, Idaho Springs, Colorado. 19 Edith Wharton's Old New York Willa Cather once made a significant confession, to the effect that nothing which had happened to her after the age of 20 seemed to matter as material for her fiction. On the whole, the statement is strongly borne out by her work, and there is reason to believe that it is true of other women writers. Dangerous as the path of generalization may be, I am persuaded that in such cases as Miss Cather, Zoa Gale, Edna Ferber and Edith Wharton, all or nearly all of the writer's best work is traceable to contacts and impressions in those young years which alone seem to hold an inextinguishable spark for the tinder of imagination. And in the instance of Mrs. Wharton one has only to consider her early life in relation to some of her fiction to feel that she could echo Miss Cather. For whatever the high merit of much of her fiction, its finished irony, its polished strength, its assurance and ease, where is the work of hers, leaving aside Ethan Frome, which has the robust vitality of her pictures of old New York? It is not a question of accuracy in historical detail. Various slips have been charged up against the Age of Innocence. Well, the fact that Keats confused Cortez with Balbo has never diminished the splendor of a famous sonnet. Vitality has little to do with structure or detail, and everything to do with the artist's feeling for what he is modeling, painting or writing about. Who can read The Age of Innocence, or the four novelettes grouped under the general title Old New York, False Dawn, The Old Maid, The Spark, and New Year's Day, and doubt that it is a return to first loves? As everyone knows, or should know, she was born in New York in 1862, Edith Ubold Jones, and her mother was a Rhinelander. One grandparent was a Stevens, another a Schermerhorn. 86, in the period before her marriage at the age of 23 to Edward Wharton, of Boston, and in spite of much time spent abroad, she was herself one of those sensitive souls who in those days were like muted keyboards, on which fate played without a sound, who found themselves inextricably and by no means unhappily enmeshed in a cautious world built up on the fortunes of bankers, India merchants, shipbuilders and ship-chandlers, a world where everybody lived in a genteel monotony of which the surface was never stirred by the dumb dramas now and then enacted underneath. 87. In this society the girl and young woman had need of imaginative sympathy as well as sharpened perceptions if she were ultimately to comprehend what went on. For few can comprehend such things as the affair of Ellen Olenska and Newland Archer, 88, or such behavior as Lizzie Hazeldean's, 89, at the time. Innocence of mind is not in question here, nor observations. It is simply that one has to be older, to have had one's own experiences, and to be able to relate what one has seen to what one has come to know from life. Then and only then can comprehension come in terms of that sympathy which Mrs. Wharton beautifully defines as a moved understanding. One is no longer shackled by exact memory and one is animated by the same strong feeling, in the flood tide of which one takes the past and fashions from it a story serviceable in meaning for mankind. Too, it is tempting to speculate whether Mrs. Wharton could have written The Age of Innocence in present-day New York. The thing seems improbable. Not even in the shelter of the National Arts Club, with a window overlooking Gramercy Park, or in one of the old Chelsea houses, does the feat look the least likely. Living in France, she could quite readily cross the Atlantic in recollection, sit in a shabby red and gold box at the old Academy of Music and listen to Christine Nilsson singing in Faust. She sang, of course, Mamma, and not He Loves Me, since an unalterable and unquestioned law of the musical world required that the German text of French operas sung by Swedish artists should be translated into Italian for the clearer understanding of English-speaking audiences. Newland Archer would be in the club box with other men, of whom Sillerton Jackson would be the undisputed social authority. He would sit at the back, but where he could see directly across the house in the box opposite the young girl in white with eyes ecstatically fixed on the stage lover's May Welland. It was only that afternoon that May Welland had let him guess that she cared, New York's consecrated phrase of maiden avowal. And then Mrs. Wharton is not the one to avoid the delicious opening offered to review Newland Archer's confused but hopeful visions. His masculine pride, a tender reverence he felt for her abysmal purity, the simple vanity which led him to wish May to be as worldly wise and eager to please as the married women of his acquaintance, without, of course, any hint of the frailty which had disarranged his own plans for a whole winter. These elements of Newland Archer's feeling are pieced together easily enough now from dozens of young men one grew up with and dozens of young couples one looked on at. The infatuation of Newland Archer for Ellen Olenska would be gradual, handicapped by the efforts of his sympathy, unaided by any quality of imagination, to picture the society in which the Countess Olenska had lived and suffered, and also, perhaps, tasted mysterious joys. The constraint, like an enormous enveloping pressure, as if everyone in the old New York society lived in the remotest depths of the sea, would overcome both Ellen Olenska and Newland Archer. But, as Mrs. Wharton realized, one feels that it is these two moments for which she wrote. The time would come when Newland would look at his wife and wish she were dead, and the time would come when he would sit as the victim of tribal ceremony. Archer, who seemed to be assisting at the scene in a state of odd imponderability, as if he floated somewhere between chandelier and ceiling, wondered at nothing so much as his own share in the proceedings. As his glance traveled from one placid well-fed face to another, he saw all the harmless-looking people engaged upon May's canvas backs as a band of dumb conspirators, and himself and the pale woman on his right as the center of their conspiracy. And then it came over him, in a vast flash made up of many broken gleams, that to all of them he and Madame Olenska were lovers, lovers in the extreme sense peculiar to foreign vocabularies. He guessed himself to have been, for months, the center of countless silently observing eyes and patiently listening ears. He understood that, by means as yet unknown to him, the separation between himself and the partner of his guilt had been achieved, and that now the whole tribe had rallied about his wife on the tacit assumption that nobody knew anything, or had ever imagined anything, and that the occasion of the entertainment was simply May Archer's natural desire to take an affectionate leave of her friend and cousin. It was the old New York way of taking life without effusion of blood, the way of people who dreaded scandal more than disease, who placed decency above courage, and who considered that nothing was more ill-bred than scenes except the behavior of those who gave rise to them. As these thoughts succeeded each other in his mind, Archer felt like a prisoner in the center of an armed camp. He looked about the table, and guessed at the inexorableness of his captors from the tone in which, over the asparagus from Florida, they were dealing with both Overton and his wife. "It's to show me," he thought, "what would happen to me," and a deathly sense of the superiority of implication and analogy over direct action, and of silence over rash words, closed in on him like the doors of the family vault. Here, indeed, is the novel of character at its finest. One does not have to praise the character novel in a day when the turn of critical taste has caused it to be esteemed above everything. As we know this type of fiction, it has passed through several mutations since Jane Austen gave it existence by her novels. Men have seized upon Miss Austen's lesson and have wrought so prodigiously with it, as in Vanity Fair, in The Egoist, and in The Old Wives' Tale, that nothing is easier than to forget that the whole business originated in a woman's mind. But the novel of character is even yet distinctly feminine. It ignores the mysterious and unknown. It says that whatever may be the unknowable, there is much we do and can explore and know. It baffles the typically masculine effort to reason with the mind, and yields at a touch to the typically feminine approach by sympathy and intuition, by thinking, as it were, not with the mind but with the nervous system. Among the many perversions to which it has been subjected, none is more hopeless than a sort of conscientious, wholly masculine realism, a placid apprehension of surfaces, such as triumphed in the work of William Dean Howells. Mr. George Moore said in Malice that Henry James went abroad and read the great Europeans, while Mr. Howells stayed at home and read Henry James. It would be at least as true to suggest that Mrs. Wharton, for whatever time she was his pupil, chose Mr. James to escape from Mr. Howells. At home was dignity and dullness, abroad was the author of the portrait of a lady busy with highly disguised melodrama. Who, least of all, a woman like Mrs. Wharton, could hesitate? 3. The four novelettes grouped under the title, Old New York, are doubtless as works of art more perfect than The Age of Innocence, for in each case Mrs. Wharton has selected a subject as a painter might, with a feeling for the effect in certain lights and with a wish to avoid so far as possible the air of having composed her figures in their background. The extreme artificiality and rigidity of the society she writes about demands that at least one or two persons, the one or two in the foreground, shall possess a movement apparently unstudied. Therefore her task has been finely and ruthlessly to cut away the richly rambling growth of her recollections, the profusion in this direction or that. It has been to isolate a single crucial situation, or to expose behind the dried leaves and the withered roses of mid-century sentimentality and correctitude the reality of a heart that beat in its pathetic moment of terror or of despairing courage. These are exquisite stories. I do not think it an exaggeration to say they are the finest things Mrs. Wharton has ever done, with the exception of Ethan Frome. Indeed, they have something that no work of hers but Ethan Frome has in the same degree, the mood of stirred comprehension and compassionate pity, joined to something that no work of hers but The Age of Innocence has, a rapturously